Hello dan selamat datang kepada konten eksklusif pada musim ini untuk PMPL MY musim yang keempat. Pada kali ini kami akan ada video yang sangat-sangat menarik iaitu trash talk video untuk pasukan-pasukan PMPL kita untuk mereka trash talk sesatu sama lain. Mari kita saksikan. Ya, saya perkenalkan kepada anda semua. Anti-Circle, Homebois,
Hello, welcome.
NC, Farang Lejund. Adakah anda puas dengan kesudahan PMPL musim yang lepas?
Sangat-sangat tidak berpuas hati lah sebab kita terlepas C hanya kerana 3 mata sahaja.
Saya amat sedih, kecewa lah. Saya menangis 3 hari 2 malam. Saya tak keluar bilik 2 hari. Saya tak makan 4 hari.
Perasaan kita sebenarnya bercampur bau juga. Walaupun tak cukup 3 poin, tapi placement kita pun still antara yang top dekat atas juga.
Adakah Daddy puas hati dengan kesudahan PMPL musim yang lepas?
So far yes, Alhamdulillah quite tough untuk kita punya regular, tapi Super Weekend kita did a very good job and go through grand final kita dapat top 6. Saya bersyukur lah.
Okey lah, tapi tak dapat nak beat target sendiri kan, sebab sebelum ni saya pernah top 5 dan top 6 juga. Nak buat lagi baik lah.
Okey, seperti mana yang anda semua tahu, sebelum ini kami dikenali sebagai JPNC tidak mendapat slot pada country final PMPL season 3. Namun begitu, alhamdulillah kami TABAH NC mendapat slot pada qualifier MYSG season yang keempat.
Rasa-rasa apa punca kekalahan pada musim yang lepas? Siapa? Tim mana yang bersalah ni? Semua salah siapa ni?
Kita tak kalah sebab kita memang daripada awal dah target top 3 dah. Kesalahan kebanyakannya kepada diri kita orang sendiri sebab banyak mistake kecil yang tak diperbaiki lah.
Kalau sebab tim kacau tu ada lah. Sebelum ni Dingos selalu kacau rotation kami, tangkap kami, macam tu kan.
Dingos yang salah sekarang ni Ham. Apa macam?
Dengan Red, saya tak puas hati dengan Red lah. Dia banyak bunuh saya. Saya tak puas hati dengan dia.
Tak puas hati dengan siapa?
Red.
GeekFam lah, saya rasa GeekFam lah. And tapi GeekFam pun still tak champion juga. And Damroot kalau nak champion datang sini. Okay, the reason why saya masuk untuk season kali ni memang untuk kita target pergi C lah. Kalau saya masuk memang confirm C sebab saya pun champion C kan. Saya pun tahu.
Saya pun masuk sini.
Saya rasa team Wills lah, team ikan, sebab kita orang banyak bergaduh dengan dia lah. Berebut kereta, berebut rumah.
Dia berebut dulu kan aku jaga doang. Tu yang berebut lagi tu sampai sekarang.
Macam nak fight lah, nak fight lagi lah.
Nak fight lagi lah
Saya rasa semua orang dah tahu apa jadi dekat JPNC season 3. Ada satu isu yang besar-besaran. Saya rasa benda tu sememangnya mengganggu prestasi NC lah, yang menyebabkan di mana NC bukan berada di tahap performance yang optimal di countries final. Masalah je tak juga, tapi kita terima macam toxic daripada netizen luar yang menyebabkan ada efek dekat kita orang, sampaikan kita orang terpaksa berjumpa pakar psikologi untuk reset balik kita orang punya mental.
Tim ni musim lepas, selain daripada Dingos, banyak kacau kita orang. Kita nak bantai dia orang. Kita nak balas balik musim ni. Ada tak?
Personal kita nak bantai bosku, Homebois, R2K. 3 tim ni memang kita akan bantai kau-kau lah. Dia banyak kali suruh kita orang training hard untuk nombor 2. Kita akan buktikan lah. 3 tim ni jaga-jaga
Jangan jumpa je, jangan lalu dekat dia tu. Siap kalau jumpa. Kita memang hafal baju, bau pun kita dah tahu. Dari jauh kita nak, ni Homebois. Ni bosku. Memang siap, korang get ready nak nombor 16 tu.
Nak bantai sekali, saya simpan lah ni lah, AIG R2K.
Ji, bantai dia ni.
Banyak kali kacau drop spot kita orang
Budak church tu jumpa aku bakar buntut dia. Player R2K tu saya nak bantai si Aizin. Sebab dia drop dekat church tu, setiap kali saya nak ambil kereta mesti dia pancitkan tayar. Dia wajar kat ni. Dekat room tu saya bagi tahu, kau kalau pancitkan kereta siap kau. Lepas tu sejak benda tu dia tak berani lah pancit.
Kat stream tak berani, tapi nanti dekat PMPL dia turun, dia buat juga.
Dia buat juga, kita kat bawah langgar church tu, robohkan semua, bantai.
Tak apa, psycho. Tak apa. Siapa tadi? Siapa nama dia?
Aizin, Fauzan, si Aizin.
Okey, tak dapat gaji bulan depan. 3 bulan tak dapat gaji.
Kita orang nak bantai tim WhatsApp sebab
Kenapa?
berkongsi satu dot spot.
Oh, dekat farm kan?
Kalau berjumpa kat farm, ready nombor 16 lah.
Saya nak bantai tim WULF AROV sebab ada Mael. Dia macam acah-acah, tapping laju-laju. Dia tak tahu kita orang ada suntik. Dia tak bawa pun, dia tapping je lebih tapi tak kena.
BSM FANX. Sebab kat situ ada Iftar dan juga Moki. Diorang acah-acah pro. CSA je. Saya tabir headshot.
Kalau saya R2K lah, IZ. Saya dah king of suntik, lepas tu dia nak lawan saya juga. Mana boleh? Hai. Lepas tu dia nak ambil Terminator saya, mana boleh?
Hoi, bagilah amaran kepada tim-tim semua, tim-tim PMPL dekat luar sana apabila jumpa diorang dekat PMPL nanti.
Pada semua kalau tak nak ikut jejak iPhone Wanted LX tersingkir, jangan kacau kita orang lah. Itu je nak bagi tahu.
Jaga-jaga lah. Sebab kita orang pun akan jaga-jaga juga.
Korang semua PMPL ni kena hati-hati sebab apa tau? Sebab psycho dah join Homebois.
Pada semua pasukan kat luar sana, kalau korang dah study gameplay kita orang kat screen, korang buang lah apa yang korang dah analyse pasal hati kita orang. Meta yang kita orang bawa ni, korang tak tahu apa yang terjadi. Kita orang pun tak tahu apa yang akan terjadi. Tapi kita orang tahu kita akan nombor 1 lah season ni.
Korang akan terkejut lah dengan gameplay terbaru, meta baru kita orang season 4 ni.
Siap, standby lah, mental lah. Sebelum berbantai semuanya.
Pada tim luar sana, kalau korang rasa korang dah ready, kita orang dah 10 kali ready daripada korang. Kita orang dah ready lah nak bantai korang kat PMPL.
Pada semua tim yang nak tabrak ke, lepas tu yang selalu overpick tu hati-hati lah, nanti masuk konten. Lepas tu suruh delete.
Untuk yang nak rush kita orang, tak payah kot. Sebab nanti kalau dibantai nangis.
Hati-hati masa rotate. Risau nombor 16 di tempat checkpoint yang sendiri lah. Dan hati-hati kalau loot airdrop nampak Groza dah tak ada, hati-hati. Mungkin saya berdekatan. Sekelau hati-hati
Ini. Oi, saya pun kena hati-hati sekali. Oi, alamak. Sekarang ni kita bagi ucapan kepada para haters dekat luar sana pula.
Haters ke, penyokong ke, diorang akan bersatu kalau pergi PMGC. Jadi haters kat luar sana, standby nak sokong kita orang lah nanti.
Pada semua yang declare diri diorang as a haters, kita tak kisah pun nak jadi haters ke, nak jadi lovers ke, and kita dah buktikan 3 orang budak Homebois carry seorang budak anti-circle, kita orang champion kat C.
Kita orang dah buktikan dah top 5, top 6. Season ni korang teka apa? Top 1 lah.
Dah kita orang dah booking flight. Kita orang dah booking flight. Semua dah double dose, so kita booking flight terus.
Kata balik lah kat diorang. Bacot dia orang PMPL kagak.
Okay, terima kasih kepada haters kerana mengenali kami. Kami berharap agar haters akan menjadi lover.
Untuk para haters, kita tutup mulut kita, jaga diri kita and keep humble.
Kalau setakat cakap di mulut, kenapa tak mencuba di tournament?
Korang jaga je tepikan korang sendiri and kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk siapa yang menyokong kita orang.
Itu saja sesi Trash Talk video.
What's up?
Kita akan jumpa mereka nanti dalam PMPL MY musim yang keempat. Nama saya Sir Cloud. Kita akan jumpa nanti di sana.
Camera roll.
Trash Talk, sign.
Take 1, 3, 2, 1.
Kepada Rush, Pak Isaiman, saya daripada dulu kenal dia. Dia daripada dulu sampai sekarang tetap lemah.
Okay, untuk Mika nak load, tengok dulu yang mana bucu-bucu jauh tu ada tak aku. Tengok hati-hati, takut tiba-tiba knock, menyusahkan bokeh pula nak angkat.
Saya Mos Goku. Saya cuma nak cakap satu benda je lah. Pada team yang biasa-biasa tu, Homebois tu saya nak bagi tahu satu benda je. Sebab kan ada bos kat situ Bos tak bos lah Daddy, standby lah Daddy Nampak je Daddy masuk tu, saya pun masuk di. Siapkan mental kalian.
Saya nak warning dekat Waze sebab banyak kali dalam scrim Waze kacau drop spot Homebois. Jadi saya bagi warning awal-awal lah sebab hari tu Nuk dah pernah clash 1v4 rata semua. So kalau nak buat kat PMPL tu better pikat guna otak, okay Waze. Sebab kalau main dekat tunggu aku bantai apa semua, okay.
I think our rival is EVOS PIP.
They always kacau our draw spot. I want to tell you something in Chinese word. 我跟你讲，你身后再来我的点我一定补你盒子的。
来呀，来打过啦！
来。
Dan saya ada kata-kata untuk ex-teammate saya Simbi. 因为你爹妈很厉害啊，小心我的mini 14，我打爆你的头。
Orang kata dalam 80 lah. Saya rasa pemburu yang paling lemah lah sebab dia selalu mati. Saya rasa dia dah boleh tukar nama lah, tukar mati.
Tak apa, dua orang tak kisah apa dua orang nak cakap. Kita jumpa PMPL nanti, gua atas atau gua bawah.
Manfaat lah daripada SEM9 dia power tapi dah tua. Dia power tapi terlampau nak menyelah.
Hello everybody, I am Sis Jenny and welcome to our segment of episode 1, and this is an interesting segment which is we are covering a mini game. So benda ni sangat fun lah actually. Diorang akan dengar-dengar benda yang dalam PUBG. So kita tengok siapa yang dapat betul. So let's go and head to Steam Secret first. Alright guys, so mini game ni sangat unik sebab dia akan test player-player kita punya how they are hearing it in PUBG. So benda ni tak senang Jadi game dia is actually kita akan production akan mainkan bunyi daripada PUBG. So bunyi dia tak semestinya senapang. It can be anything else. So korang nak kena bilang kita bunyi tu bunyi apa. So korang dah ready?
Ya, ready.
Okay. Dah ready So production bunyi yang pertama.
Rosa suppressor. Goza, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Easy.
Betul ke jawapan tu? Okay, let's reveal the answer. Is it a Groza suppressor? Yeah, betul. Ada sound effect tak?
Easy.
Easy
Ni selalu.
Aku lupa nanti.
Bunyi macam M24.
Bukan.
Double barrel tu.
Macam double barrel.
Shotgun double barrel.
Double barrel ke pistol tu? Apa nama?
Bukan shotgun double barrel. Sawit bunyi
Lagi sekali boleh, lagi sekali. Lagi sekali.
Betul lah.
Betul double barrel.
Double barrel tu apa nama dia?
Tak, nama apa yang tu double barrel?
S1
Ke DBS?
S18. Asal DBS tak?
S686. S686.
Ya ke?
S186
S18 lebih kurang macam tu lah. S1867
Okay, S186. Kunci Oh, S686. Betul ke itu production? Apa betul? Mantap. Oh,
terbalik.
Language.
S686
MK
AUG.
AUG
suppressor.
AUG suppressor.
Lock 100.
Lock.
Okay, production. Dia nak lock AUG suppressor. Betul ke?
Easy lah.
One down.
Susah sikit.
This is the worst weapon in PUBG history.
Yeah.
This is a crossbow.
Yeah, betul lagi.
Macam KPZ pakai suppressor.
KPZ suppressor.
KPZ suppressor lah production. Betul ke ni? Betul. Yeah.
Pistol yang biru tu
P188.
P188 apa tu?
Bukan. Takkan dah. Itu yang
biru
ni peluru apa?
Itu pistol.
Peluru biru ke peluru apa?
Biru.
P18C. P18C kalau biru.
P18C. Confirm
Lock. P18C.
Aduh.
Weh.
Ada P juga betul lah tu.
P tu ada P.
Aduh, P.
Alamak. Block. Pistol yang boleh spam tu P.
Scorpion dia apa ke? MPU?
Scorpion. Bukan blok. Nama lain. Nama dia lain.
P1911 kot. Macam tu. P1911 kan.
P1911.
Ni WM ni.
Oh, bukan. Dia nama lain. P18C ke apa tak?
Yelah,
Scorpion lah.
P92 dah silap aku. Scorpion eh?
Champion
Bukan
reload lain.
P92. Oh, reload lain. Boleh tu. Lock. Berapa tadi?
Kat itu je.
RM4.
P191 apa entah gitulah.
Itu lain. Itu code.
PNTC lock. Oh ya.
P92. Betul ke tu?
Lock 10 eh.
So kita lock lah 18C ni. Adakah betul?
Yeah.
Salah.
Yeah.
Cuma satu
Tanya tu betul ke?
Aduh.
Aduh, itu tadi kita jawab tu gila Pi. Aduh, tak bagi saya.
Player for rival tak main pistol. Korang main tembak besar, betul tak? Betul?
Betul.
Main pistol je.
Cheese cover
Bunyi
cheese cover.
Right.
Oh,
Easy
the indestructible weapon. Yeah, indestructible. It's a pen.
Betul tak jawapan dia? Pen? Betul-betul itu adalah bunyi pen dan dia kena hit shot. Guys, power lah shot dengan Fredo dapat semua betul.
Flagan.
Takkan beracun dulu.
Flagan.
Tak ada lah beracun tu.
Macam apa? KLCC. Macam bola.
Ni confirm lah. Sis pun tahu kot. Okay, betul ke production? Adakah itu flare gun?
Confirm betul.
Betul.
Yeah.
M762. M762.
M762.
Inilah kepala G headshot kat Adiluk itu.
Okay, paling easy sih. Okay, M762. Betul ke?
Salah.
Yeay.
Salah memang aku boleh
Okay, alright. Tu je. Thank you so much for rivals. So I hope this season is a time for you to shine, and I definitely want to see you guys in the S4 doing very well. Okay?
Alright, thank you.
Okay. Alright, that's all for today, guys, and please support them in the S4. See you guys soon. Bye.
Top 2 Pemburu berenang Farang Lejund Confirm chicken.
Yap, itu memang sudah pun pasti.
Bodoh terjatuh.
Kita dah pun nampak. Adiluk. Adiluk.
Dah aku marah.
Bawah. Adik pandang bawah adik. Adik pandang bawah adik. Bawah kanan. You masih lagi tak nampak di manakah keberadaan pemain daripada Four Rivals?
Mana itu orang?
Kalau tak nampak juga. Masih lagi tak nampak. Mungkin Adiluk merasakan bahawa
Aku naik lampu tau. Hai.
Akan jatuh ke macam mana? Adiluk.
Kalau dia jatuh dia akan bagi. Ini Four Rivals yang itulah dia. Bye bye. Break kill
Bawah tu dekat saya.
Weh, janganlah
Hujung rada sini. Sini bodoh kau. Kau bodoh kat sini.
Sangat bahaya. Bayangkan kalau pemburu dapat semua daripada pasukan Farang Lejund. Maka chicken dinner untuk Four Rivals sebenarnya.
Dan chicken dinner mereka yang pertama untuk PMPL MY season yang keempat kali ini. Tapi Dola akan serbu cari satu pemain. Belum lagi dapat sebenarnya Foreign dah menjatuh. FPV mode mengelilingkan mata. Tapi winner chicken dinner.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni ditukarkan bola kepada perspektif Axis Red One dan juga SMG Jenny. Wow. Berbahaya betul daripada Jenny. Hampir-hampir sebenarnya kepala dia kena dekat situ. Tetapi Ziso. Wow. Ziso dapat baris dekat situ. Terkejut ke bang. Terkejut kan bang. Hilang terus 10 tahun nyawa. Tapi Ziso tempat untuk gunakan persen. Datang yang kedua. Dia bakal dilepaskan. Ziso ada kena dapatkan lagi. Tak dapat. Ziso out. Kita datang ke tempat orang. Of course enemy tu lebih bersedia untuk menantikan kehadiran anda. Betul-betul detect apa-apa pergerakan kerenangan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan musuh, di mana yang GeekFam pun akan berlalu pergi pada waktu ini. For Rivals boleh menarik nafas kelegaan.
So diorang tunggu je si NC gerak dulu, tapi ketika ini wih. Satu squad rata, bos. NC percaya tu meratakan GeekFam.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Reading letter.
Okay. Hello guys, saya XK Penjahat daripada tim Al-Ikhlas R2K. Hari ini kita akan baca email daripada fans R2K kita. Mari kita tengok. Okey, daripada Hisam. Let's go R2K, kita boleh circle lagi untuk season ni. Daripada Hisam bilangnya. Hari ini saya jadi player, esok saya boleh circle. Macam.
Daripada Cik Rosnani, VSM Moki, good luck. InsyaAllah dengan usaha dan semangat pasti berjaya. InsyaAllah, amin.
And the first message is 我们是 Wales, means we are Wales, yes. So the message is from Stella.
Let's go TABAH NC, support dari Seremban. Let's win it this year. Thank you Alvin.
Hai Opa Fredo, good luck untuk PMPL season 4. Do your very best and kasih pecah kepala diorang. Memang pecah. Jadi dia main pecah ni, season pecah ni. Hopefully TS dapat champion season ni. Hashtag secret fighting. Gula-gula yang cakap thank you very much sebab wish good luck kat kita orang. Last season saya pernah cakap yang kita akan cuba yang terbaik. Season ni kita akan cuba yang terbaik punya.
Komen yang kedua daripada Faye Lim. Let's keep the trophy for another year. Let's keep the trophy for another year. Benda dalam bembuk ni memang confirm dah champion. Benda ni champion. Dalam ni dah tulis dah Regi champion.
Baby Kim, kenapa kerek sangat? Dah lah rambut macam Boris Priok. Lepas tu nak ajar Yusuf. What? Kau belum bapak kau?
Daripada Syauki cakap, confirm yang lain lauk lah kena dengan tim ni. Korang power betul. Wow. Thank you Syauki and Wan.
Dari Hakim, antara tim yang kuat kot. Mari langgar untuk target champion kali ni. InsyaAllah kita langgar semua orang.
Mesej yang pertama daripada seorang gadis bernama Mariam. Dia kata, circle is for the lucky winner, Barbar is for champion, macam idola saya. So dia memang mengidolakan saya lah Mariam ni. Jadi eloklah Mariam, dia pun peminat saya dekat PUBG. Dia kena tengok selalu lah saya stream PUBG nanti.
Kami tak koyak.
Kami tak koyak.
Kami tak koyak. Go go.
Go go.
Go go chicken dinner.
Just a trip you say, or how will we pay? Not to get ranked us down, we were always ground, I'll be
welcome them to the minds and the rain. We're not born to win, 365 days left sleep, that's true, it's following. We never sleep, just to keep up what I have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tough, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, tegas sama berani, jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi orang aku begini sampai ku menang. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Bukan mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar.
We play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but I think me. Never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know. Ya. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but cuma. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, haha, cause from SEM9.Gank. He's went to better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end.
I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day.
Pick up the weapon, face it. No, I'll stop it, it won't break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising no rate. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting, yes, it's in. Shout up!
Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tough, but you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Mari cuba lagi, tegas dan berani, jangan sakit hati, pastikan lari. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menang. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace.
Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into the second day of the final Super Weekend here in the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4, of course, brought to you by VSPN as well as PUBG Mobile. And we would also like to take a moment to thank our official smartphone partner, Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And of course, we would like to also thank our official digital telco partner, Yoodo, because if you switch to Yoodo, you can get free in-game items together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra, who will be joining me later on. And yep, today is the second day of the final Super Weekend here, ladies and gentlemen. So we can't wait to get this running. And yesterday we did see an amazing run here by SEM9.Gank. They managed to get 3 chicken dinners in their last 3 games, ending the day on a super high and now putting themselves in contention for the League Championship. Of course, we have 10 more games to go, so anything can happen here, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. Even like maybe teams outside of the top 7 can still challenge for the top spot. And of course, it's just following our theme, right? Challenge our boundaries with Xiaomi. But let's check out the schedule here, ladies and gentlemen. In case you're not familiar, this is the final Super Weekend and also the final league. And today is, of course, the 11th of September. Tomorrow will be the final Super Weekend and also the closure for the entire league. And tomorrow we'll have a special show, which is the show match before official tournament starts. After that, we'll take a 1.5 weeks break before we move on to the grand finals, which will happen on the 24th to 26th of September. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have your calendars right. Next week, we're taking a break, so yep, everyone can chill, but make sure you put in your calendar. Starting on the 24th of September will be our grand finals. All the points will be resetted except for the PMGC qualifier points. And just to remind everyone on the format, so the weekday will begin with 20 teams. We already know 3 teams confirmed to be eliminated, and the top 16 from the weekday will move on to the Super Weekend, which is the segment we are playing at this moment. And after 3 weeks, the Super Weekend top 16 will move on to the grand finals. Now, talking about the Super Weekend top 16, it is now only either Bosco or Yoodo Alliance to secure themselves into the next stage, but then we'll talk about that later on. For the point system, everyone knows the first place will receive 15 points, winner chicken dinner, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points, fifth place 6 points, sixth place 4 points, seventh place 2 points, 8 to 12 1 point, 13 to 16 unfortunately will not receive any points, 1 elimination point for each elimination. And what are these teams going for? They're going for the total moolah of 150,000 USD. My goodness, this is such a big prize pool, man. I can't imagine what I'll do with 150,000 USD. If we convert that to ringgit, that's almost $500,000 ringgit prize pool that we're talking about. And of course, for this Super Weekend, we will be looking at these teams. We have SEM9.Gank, VXM, FANX, who also had a really good run yesterday as well. They are Team Secret, RSJ, TABAH NC, Farang Lejund, Homebois, SMG. We have both AROV, EVOS VIP, Axis, Red One, Team Wales, 4 Rivals, ARG R2K, GeekFam, as well as Yoodo Alliance, who will be fighting out for this weekend. So these will be 16 teams. Now we look in this list, Team Bosco is not in. So right now, Yoodo Alliance is the only team behind Team Bosco. Yoodo Alliance in the overall charts, they are at number 17, Team Bosco at number 16. So Yoodo Alliance, if they manage to get enough points over the next 2 days, which is today and tomorrow, if they overtake Team Bosco in the overall points, that means Yoodo Alliance is through to the grand finals and Team Bosco will be eliminated from the PMPL MY a little bit earlier than last season though. So we look forward to the bottom half as well, especially the 17 and 16 spot, will it change? Now, Yoodo Alliance, they are definitely still in it with 10 more games to go. Anything can happen. And just to remind everyone, this is the overall rankings. Of course, first place is now Farang Legends with 346 points. Trailing behind by 3 points is Team Secret at second place, 243 points. Axis Red One, who were the top overall ranking holders, they kind of slip up, so they're now down to the number 3 spot, 340 points. Fourth place goes to SMG, 316 points. Fifth place goes to 4 Rivals, 294 points. 2 points behind them, EVOS VIP, 6th place, 292 points. 7th place, SEM9.Gank, 286 points, really chasing up hard. At 8th place, TABAH NC, 249 points. 9th place, ARG R2K, 236 points. 10th place, RSG, 232 points. So these are the current top 10. Of course, we have another top 10 on page number 2, whereby what will be important, the survival for Team Bosco as well as Yoodo Alliance. Now, the first page, of course, we're talking mostly about the chase for the championship. But here are teams on page number 2. So at 11th place, we have GeekFam, 221 points. 12th place, Homebois, 188 points. 13th place, VXM FANX, 183 points. With a great run yesterday, we can say that they've safely secured their ticket into the grand finals. 14th place, WULF AROV, 162 points. 15th place, Team Wales, 155 points. This is where all matters. 16th place, Bosco with 145 points. And 17th place, Yoodo Alliance, 91 points. The eliminated ones, 18th place, YSX, Anti-Circle as well as NSP Astra. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing them in the grand finals. Now, today's matches will be Erangel Miramar, Erangel Sanhok as well as Erangel. It will be the same format exactly as yesterday. And we will begin shortly, of course, at 6 o'clock in the schedule in Erangel. Only one Miramar match will be played, one Sanhok match will be played. Other than that, it's going to be Erangel all the way. So it's going to be 1, 3, and 5 match. The match that will be played in Erangel. So there will be a lot more Erangel as compared to the weekday. So it will be super interesting. Let's see what's going to happen, especially when it comes to Sanhok. Sanhok is only played on the Super Weekend. So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, what will be the Sanhok meta this time? Yesterday, the Sanhok meta, it was half fighting, half healing, and the last week's Sanhok meta was like all-out fighting on Sunday, and on Friday and Saturday it was all-out healing. So which Sanhok meta will show up? I really don't know. It's like throwing a dice, right, ladies and gentlemen? What hits, that's the number. So yesterday's Sanhok was the circle ended up in Camp Alpha, and will it end up in Camp Alpha again? According to the statistics from the previous Real Sanhok, most of them ended up in the main island, so we can kind of expect that the Camp Alpha maybe was a one-off thing. Let's expect that maybe the Sanhok match this time, the circle will end up in the main island, but that's for later discussion, right, ladies and gentlemen? We will give focus onto Erangel. Now, talking about Erangel, most of the circle ended up in the right side of the map, where Shelter, Mansion, and all those areas are at. So we can expect that to happen. Even yesterday as well, it went to Farm, it went to Milta at some point, and we can say that 100% it's on the right side of the map for the circle, right? Wherever it is on the right side. We haven't seen much on the left side, we haven't seen that much on the military base, and certainly we don't see that much on the northern side in Severny. So wherever you go, looks like statistics don't really lie that the percentage of circles move on ended up on the right side. So we can expect that to happen on the right side as well. So let's wait and see, is that going to be true? Is that going to be consistent? So far, that will be the first choice. The second choice will be circles on the left side. Yeah, so the Gatka Mountain area, that area. The third choice will be a military-based circle, and the last choice, based on statistics, will be on the Severny circle. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get this started. I can't wait to see the first game of day number 2. A lot of questions to be answered in day number 2. How will Yoodo Alliance perform? Because they still need to get out of the bottom 4. Will SEM9.Gank continue on their miraculous run from yesterday? Will they bring the momentum from yesterday will teams that we expect to do well, teams like EVOS VIP, Four Rivals, teams like SMG, teams like Axis, Red One, teams who are said to be challenging for the title, are they going to rise up from the ashes? Because they weren't doing well yesterday. So what made the contention for the title yesterday still pretty tight is because a lot of the teams that I mentioned earlier, those teams that were in contention for the title did not perform that well. So it's going to be interesting to see, are they going to rise up today, or is it going to be the same kind of performance? I'm pretty sure all the teams, they would have took a step back yesterday after yesterday's game, and they would have saw like, okay, these are the things that we need to improve on, and hopefully they can do better today. So I guess we can see a better performance today. That goes the same for like Farang Lejund as well. It wasn't their top performance. And even if we look at teams that don't really have much to play for yesterday, teams like GeekFam, teams like R2K, they still play their hearts out. So everyone wants to have a good game because irregardless whether they have anything to play for, they still have the grand finals to look forward to. So you always want a good feel, good match, good momentum moving into the grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The flight path will begin from military base all the way up to the side of hospital, and this will be a very side-ish flight path, meaning that for teams who like to drop into Severny, Yasnaya maybe, but looking at this, Team Wales, yesterday they dropped to Yasnaya because the flight path kind of passed through there, but with this kind of flight path, we can expect them to get back to Gatkar. Other than that, it's probably going to be the same. Axis, I don't expect them to drop in weird locations like Barrier Pier or Mansion. So they're going to drop back into military base this time. Other than that, it's probably going to be by the book. Now, this week's Yasnaya Open, we did see at some point yesterday that SEM9.Gank took advantage of sending 3 players into Yasnaya and Drax into Severny. Now, are they going to do the same? My guess is that not, because they seem to be more comfortable playing in Severny now that they have this option of either you go all the way to Yasnaya or all the way to Severny, just because of the timing of looting will be disadvantaged if you take too much time out of going into a split locations. They might just straight up go for Severny because they're more comfortable there. The circle looks like it's going to be a centered circle, and Pachinki is going to be the main attention for now. But ladies and gentlemen, we have seen this happen before. The circle moved down. We have seen it in scrims, so anything can happen with a circle. But for now, the percentage seems to be good in Pachinki. Let's see how these players are going to play it out. Axis Red One didn't particularly had a good day yesterday. Not their usual performance, but at least in the last game yesterday, they managed to get a top 5 finish. Actually, exactly a number 5 finish with 2 elimination points. So we can say that it kind of came back towards the end of yesterday. But unfortunately, we only had one game to kind of predict what's going to happen today. So let's see if they're going to get that momentum up until today. Now, EVOS VIP as well, one of the teams that's in contention for the title, they'll be looking to put up a good performance today as well. And now with this kind of circle, it's not too far away from their usual transport in school. So we may see the first few phases, it might be okay for them. But it's not that okay for WULF AROV because they need to decide whether they want to stay in the military base island or they go up to the main island. Look at the circle, it's likely they'll go up. But if the circle kind of like scams everyone, if it goes down, then there's a possibility as well that they might wait on the hills just in between military base as well as Novo. So that's one option for them. And Farang, they are fans of this circle. Now, they always do well if the circle is somewhere in the middle or on the left side. So this is somewhat a slight advantage for them based on previous data. They always do well when the circle goes here. And when we look at the stats earlier on during this game, we saw that Farang, they are the top collector of points in Erangel. So, I mean, the stats don't lie, right? Now, as what I predicted about SEM9.Gank, looks like all 4 of them are moving towards Severny. So we can expect them to go to Severny. I don't expect them to go to Yasnaya at this point because it's too far away for them. Their timing goes off and it's not within the circle. So they might as well just go to Severny, back to their home ground where they're comfortable with, and they will just play in from there. And we have SMG here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, irregardless of the flight path, irregardless of the circle, they will always go to Milta Power. And looks like Contra, welcome back. So not really. Okay, but nevertheless, it's fine. I'm not alone because all of you watching at home, we're watching this together. So I'm not alone, ladies and gentlemen. So here we have it. 4 rivals. 4 rivals. Of course, Rozok, not going to be a big change for them. They don't really do those. Okay, there was once they dropped into Fairy here, right? But that was because VXM FANX wasn't there. But now with VXM FANX is there, they're gonna just like respect the fact that they're there.
That's
so
true.
Contra, welcome back.
I'm glad to be back here. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting right there. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of bug on my computer. So we will, of course, carry on from where you left off. And definitely, I miss all of you guys out there. We're looking at Haha Putra. That has gotten quite a significant number out there. 9 headshots in particular. Now, going into Arangel for today, Super Weekend. On the very final 2 days here, it's going to be very important for so many of all these teams to secure points. And when we look back into the chart here, definitely SEM9 still has a chance if they do perform just like how they did from yesterday. And imagine this, if they get multiple chicken leaders today and tomorrow, hey, they might just actually contest Farang Lejund as well as Team Secret.
Yeah, they might as well. So definitely SMG and also, I mean, there are a lot of other teams like SMG as well as, okay, so like when you talk about SEM9.Gank, before yesterday, everyone would have written them off as like, okay, they're playing for nothing. Like, there's nothing to play for. But after yesterday's 3 chicken dinner performance, I can say that they're back in contention for the title. I do agree with that.
That's true, and well, there's also many hosts out there for all the teams right now, and you know, I might have actually missed out some certain conversation that you have with all of our dear viewers right now. So, as it stands, I guess that we're also looking at the bottom of the table, where we got Yoodo Alliance still needing to chase those points to knock off certain teams from proceeding to the grand finals itself. So, Yoodo Alliance, 91 points. They need about, what, 50 points in total just to guarantee that the other teams that did not make it to the Super Weekend will not be able to secure that slot. So, as we currently have rotations across Arangel, I guess that it will definitely take a little while before anyone commits to the fight with the circle being directly into the center. So RSG, they take over those hills as per usual. This time, no team wills, nobody is going to be here to disrupt them on those early game rotations. Still phase 1, so ample of time for RSG to make decisions from here.
Yeah, RSG coming to the Potato Hill, which is one of their favorite checkpoints, especially when it comes to the circle, whether it's on the left side or in the middle. So it's no surprise that they're there. And for specifically for Yoodo Alliance, what you mentioned earlier, they need, at this point, 55 points to overtake Team Bosco. If they manage to secure 55 points in these 2 days, they will be on to the grand finals and Team Bosco will be eliminated.
That's right. And yet again, it's still a difficult task so long as the rest of the teams here are still performing at the peak of the level. So Yoodo Alliance really have to show a strength here throughout the entirety of the 5 games that we have today as well as tomorrow. Now, going to VXM FANX, I think day 1, we see them really coming out strong. Got themselves a very consistent finish, high frag volumes, and also with a chicken dinner. Now, as it currently stands, GeekFam, they have kind of fallen off of the radar when it comes down to the points to gather. And now here comes a little bit of a tap coming in from Homebois as they spot out the entirety of GeekFam moving into the compound. But they are already on the move. It's really difficult to actually get anybody from that situation. So just a little bit of reset going on. Not too much damage has been dealt. Every member of GeekFam still very much healthy. So at this current area, who do you think has the best advantage as compared to the rest?
So statistically wise, we've seen like Farang Legends, they do well in this area. Team Secret does well in this area as well. So I expect them to put in a good performance. Plus, of course, these teams we're talking about, they are in contention for the title. So they will give it their all, definitely. So I look forward to that. WULF AROV also, they particularly do well because they like to rotate through farm, which is exactly what they're doing right now. If the circle actually moves on to the hilly side of farm, then it's WULF AROV's game. We have seen them perform well in those areas. So in particularly, I would say those are the few teams that usually do well with this kind of circle.
Wow, it seems like Homebois are not letting go. Members of GeekFam immediately breaks the vehicle, catches Psycho on fire, and that's first point for Homebois. Now they move directly back into the areas of Pachinki. So perhaps they're going to be setting their foot here for quite a long while. Fredo might just be able to catch a glimpse of every member of Homebois from the top of the church. So this monastery has been able to provide him so much of a field of view that even though there's a crate out there, none of these players are going to be securing it for the moment.
Yeah, because this is a really good vantage point. So if anyone tries to get close, Fredo can gun them down. The same goes with normally for Team Secret, they will put one person there, and then they will put one person at the house on the upper side, on the top right side of Pachinki. So that's normally, usually Yuhai will be there. So I expect maybe Kid to be there so they can defend and they can get a good vantage point. So that's how they actually lock down Pachinki from people coming in. And teams, looks like they have some interest towards Pachinki. We can see that 4 Rivals is moving towards the houses alongside Pachinki. AIG R2K, they love those hills around Pachinki, but they're a team that likes to rotate in a bit later, so naturally they'll play around Quarry while they still have the circle.
That's right. Yoodo Alliance. They're just by the edge right now. And needing to stash in on an average, we calculated yesterday, maybe a good 6-pointers out there can start from now as the open fire catches NSP on the ground. The IGR2K may choose to revive, but that's definitely a very difficult area to play about. Then X now going for a rotation. Eyes in inside of the hut. He's going to be crashing right in. This might just be a good opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to take all these extra points that they need. 1 versus 2. He almost gets both of them. Thank goodness for Din. They manage to still survive, but the shots being fired from different angles as well. Echo's going to be able to take down Legs. 2 members down. And here comes Ziggs with the flank. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. They got to quickly go in for a reset.
Yeah, they got to quickly reset because now the rest of R2K, they're going to move in here. The revive is going to kick in. And let's see who can revive quickly. And at the same time, we can see that Ziggs will be proning on the other angle. Lex will be the one to take out one team member of R2K. As we saw earlier, the revival kicking from Pamis. He prays that they do not get exploded by the nade. And yes, they managed to reset themselves. Everyone has been revived now. They just need to put in the first ace. The zone will arrive as well. So looks like Yoodo Alliance, they're being locked down. Ziggs on the other side and Echo on the other side. But Ziggs is in the zone.
Now that they've got all 4 members out there, it's definitely very viable for them to take on the entirety of R2K, but they don't really have the vision though. They set up a little bit too much smoke, and this kind of hinders them from getting any POV against Ziggs. Popping up Adrenaline. He can still survive, but Echo tries to move forward. Will sprint off with the NSEA, but that also leaves 1 member out in the outskirts, and Ziggs, he doesn't seem like he has much of an option right now, but to hang right by Yoodo Alliance, they're already moving off. This might just be a good opportunity for a spray, but then again, he doesn't really want to reveal himself for the moment. And look at who's here. Still at 9K, Team Wills, top of the hill, finds Pamis, and Yoodo Alliance. They're not done just about yet. Just look at the circle. It's also shifting very far forward. They might have to let him go.
Oh man, Yoodo Alliance, the moment they popped that smoke, they should have went in. They should have went out earlier, but it's just about timing here for Yoodo Alliance. Now they will face the wrap of the circle, but we move on to EVOS VIP, PX and FANX. It's onto them. At the same time, we can see that Insomnus will be taken down. Raz will be taken out. EVOS VIP, the first team to bow out. Oh my goodness, no elimination points at all. And this is a team in contention for the title. And unfortunately for them, for game number 1, they are the first one to bow out.
It didn't seem like a good weekend for EVOS VIP after all. We saw yesterday they only averaged about a few pointers and it comes up down to elimination. And on top of that, they haven't been able to keep up with consistency, although they do finish on top 5, top 6, or top 7. Not enough points for them to chase whoever is currently on the top. And I guess that they were by the corners of Pachinki, needing to move forward into that condensed area of play. Now, VX and FANX in the middle field as well. Mamba now driving on top of the hills where Homebois have already got the ground soul covered. Nope, being the front line defense, he goes down. Sankon right below the vehicle as well, but they don't really have any idea where he's currently at. Spotting out the rest of the team. It's going to be Psycho on the other side for the flank. Snappy trying to make a little bit of play here, but can he be the hero for Team Wills as both of them are pushing forward? Grenades being dropped in, and Psycho just waiting for a perfect moment. He will drop it right in front. Going for a wraparound here. And shots being fired from Psycho. He will be able to take down Snappy. One member off. Team Wills now quite in the pickle, and they will have to finish this quickly. Sankon next one to fall. But over on the corner, it's Nuke being revived. Ooh. He takes them down as well. Senbei now, the only hope remaining. But how long can they hold on? Now with a fly vehicle, Senbei defends rolling for a short while. He flips over, but he does not have one. They're outside of the play zone. No, he gets it though. What a fight coming out of Homebois.
Wow, what a fight that was, coming out from Homebois, and they managed to take out the entire squad from Team Wills. Team Wills just managing 1 elimination point. Well, at least they go home not empty-handed, so they'll be looking forward to game number 2 after this. Axis Red 1 now making their rotation along the side. But oh, check this out. The play zone takes out Homebois. So now Homebois with 2 active left, and they need to pick up 1. It is a 4th circle. They need to consider this. And look at it on that as well. Homebois eliminated by the play zone. Oh no, but at least they got 5 elimination points.
I guess that's a little bit of a takeaway, but they spend far too long fighting on those areas which isn't even covered by the play zone. Now look at all the convoy. Here comes Farang Lejund crashing over on the compound. They have to take on RSG, and they got to make it quick. Rebel already on the ground. From rivals, they just deter them from going anything at all. And Rex says, thank you very much for the assistance. We'll take it from here. Ricky, though, he managed to clean up shop. Same goes to Batman. Farang Lejund on 12.
Whoa, and then Nate, my goodness. Okay, I think that was an accident. Yeah, it was my small boy to Batman. They're good. Luckily, they have cleared out the house. If Farang Lejund is still there, that will be a disaster for them. So it's going to be okay.
Indeed, indeed. And wow, the intensity of this game, 17 minutes of play, and we're barely into phase 5. This is where April goes in for the count, looking for Denny. He drops downwards, just barely surviving, but Bart would take it out regardless. For Rivals, they love this Jack all too much. Every season, they'll be here to get the perfect view, 360 across this current area. And it's definitely scary to even think of it because there's nobody else who can actually contest them at this current moment. But maybe SEM9.Gank will.
Or maybe, because yes, SEM9.Gank might just do it because they took down 6. But now we can see that Bravo, they have a high ground advantage. Drax will be taken out. Bravo is behind. At the same time, we can see that SMJ, Jenny, still alive. Is going to versus Bravo, but damn Coyote is actually there. So there's actually 3 teams in this area. WULF AROV is just there. Bravo spots him up. Bravo takes him down. And the mile goes exactly where Bravo is at. SEM9.Gank will be taken out in 11th place with 2 elimination points. And SMJ still survives.
And somehow SMG is still here, but the grenades are gonna drop. Zixo once again. Another one dropped inside of smoke. And Denny barely surviving. Now, trades after trades. TABAH and C getting lobbed with grenades. 4 Rivals want to finish up the fight. They covered the back with the smokes. And look at that go! It is Rev with the beautiful grenade once more. Zuli tries to find a little bit of an angle right there. Spots out Rift walking around. And Appy, he may not be caught up just about yet. The recoil control is a little tad shaky. And Leo finding Ifter. And it spikes all around, back to back.
Oh, yeah, they're going to just counter-fire each other, but the disadvantage is actually onto WULF AROV because they are on the outside of the zone at the same time. We can see that the zone shifts for Rivals is no longer in the zone. They need to find a way in, but TABAH NC has something to say about that. Oh, Leo is going to toss out everything. We can see the energy drink now from TABAH. Oh, Leo, this is the time where they use everything in the pursuit into the circle. They're waiting for the right moment for Rivals to make the move in first, but then again, at the same time, Echo will be taken out. R2K out at 9th place. No elimination points for them, but it's going to be RSJ versus 4 Rivals. Paburu is down.
The intensity of this match are just skyrocketed in a blink of a moment. Here comes the grenades. Lob right in. Appy now taken down. Epo still has a little bit of time, but Rex is pushing in as well. This doesn't look all too great for 4 Rivals. Only taking shelter for a little bit. Not connecting for the moment, but April now sets up the smoke. The shots are being fired, and that will be 4 Rivals out as well. Too many fights going on. RSG, they still have to make their way in. There's only a few teams left at the moment. Team Secret barely showing themselves, while RSG kind of scattered at the moment. Now, Team Secret, they're also sharing the opposite side of the sniper bunker against GeekFam, who have those perfect cover. And look where the other teams are at. VX and FANX in the great spot. RSG doesn't really have too much. I think their vehicles are all being blown out of cover. And VXM now negating them from proceeding forward, but WULF AROV still have 2 members left alive. Matoy now with the angles there. He knocks out Leo inside of smoke.
And Matoy, yes, he's going to take advantage of it. They're playing by the edge of the circle at this moment. He will blow up the vehicle owned by TABAH NC. Batman will be down now by Kajasu Super Axis Red while they're still in this though. Another long reach coming in from Matoy, tapping in onto WULF AROV. But wait a second, RSG, they just ended up a fight and now they'll be taken over by Axis Red One. Axis Red One came in at the right time. TABAH NC as well, they'll be out at 6th place for elimination points for them. And check this out, who's still alive? VX and FANX is still in the running.
Indeed, right behind them, there is still a few members out there coming in from Axis Red 1. So, coast is not all too clear just about yet, but the grenades are going to be shoved over on the throats of WULF AROV. Well, don't even try to picture that grim image. Good enough that the grenade didn't manage to, of course, pop right directly on their head. Axis Red 1 though, they have the full control over on the southern side. Look at the spread, and now it's going to be Matoy there. Coming with Pig. It's looking for WULF AROV. They're all currently stuck. A few more bullets connect, and eye shots will try to pry this one open. Only 5 teams, and it's only phase 5. 21 minutes of play. Now Mile getting shot once again. Just look at how sharp with the Mini 14 in the hands. Wielded by eye shots, but the blue zone is already here. Fredo now getting picked off. GeekFam stopping Team Secret from proceeding.
Oh, GeekFam, Damru with the long range shot, and they're the ones gatekeeping Team Secret from moving forward. GeekFam now knows exactly where Team Secret is at. The circle moves towards the southern side. So, Team Secret, they must fight through GeekFam into the zone. Not too sure if they have enough vehicles or not, but then again, what we're sure is that GeekFam, they do have 3 team members with the 3 team members on Team Secret. Axis Red One, still a healthy squad, still a full squad. They have the circle, they have the high ground advantage under them. Dabru will take down Fredo, and Kim will take it over Snipes. So now Team Secret, they're falling apart.
Indeed. And WULF AROV, they only have 1 vehicle left, and they're just gonna book it. Now they have to face off against Axis Red 1 and also VX and FANX. But the shot coming from Mika, it's gonna clip onto them. Calamity, he needs to quickly go in for a reset. The blue zone's coming in as well. Now everybody have to climb up those hills. And Susu, he's already on the far flank. He will try to prey on these 2 teams at one go. Damn rude. Stops Team Secret on their track, and that will be them finishing off the entirety of the squad. And Team Secret now, top 5 finish, 3 frags. That's gonna make the cut though. Axis Red 1, they're also chasing not only for the PMGC point, but also for the title of the league championship.
Yes, it's still very, very possible for them, so they want to do this. They want to make sure they recover from yesterday. GeekFam's going to move in onto Axis Red 1, but then again, Axis Red 1 spots them out. Stice will be taken out by Folky with a long range shot coming in, and Stice will be eliminated. Now GeekFam, now we're only 2 team members. They had to make their desperate move because they didn't have circle. Now Axis Red 1, they have the high ground advantage. Just look at the spread here by the minimap. They have 1 team member on the outside, just gatekeeping. VX and FANX will try to come in. VX and FANX, they have no choice. They need to move in with only 2 team members. How are they going to to do this. And the circle is closing in. Calamity now trying to play by the edges of this hill. But will there be enough place for him to play? GeekFam is in there as well. At the same time, we can see that Wolf Arrow, the last team member, is here on the outside. Contestant is trying to make the rotation in, and he managed to get back into his team.
Axis Red 1 having still all four still left alive. That grenade is going to be catching onto Wolf AROV, and they will be crashing out 4th place. GeekFam also have the member taken out as well. Now it's 2v2v4, and Boki is just going to push forward. BXM FANX, they are getting everything lopped towards their side, and Boki OP comes in with 5 pointers for himself. And now it's down to this standoff between the two teams. GeekFam, they're booking center of circle, but I don't know if they could actually hold off against a full team of Axis Red 1. That grenade connects, and Damrud is just trying to make a little bit of cover. And with Miracle already down, this will just be game for Axis Red 1 as they proceed forward into the smokes, into the bush, and now getting the first chicken dinner of day 2 in the final weekend.
Wow. What a run here by Axis Red 1. So they have 12 elimination points for this round. Wow. Together with a chicken dinner. Yesterday, they were almost non-existent for Axis Red 1, but today, welcome back to the PMPL Axis Red 1. This is the performance that I'm sure fans would expect from Axis Red 1. So good job to them. Managed to secure the first ticket for today, and this will bring the momentum for the rest of the day, that's for sure. The rest of them, we have GeekFam coming in at 2nd place with 4 elimination points. BXM FANX, still a very consistent run for them since yesterday, this time with 5 elimination points. BXM FANX, they are, although they're underdogs among all these teams on the top, right? And they seem to be doing well, despite nothing much to play for, but they want to bring this momentum into the grand finals. But how can you take that away from Axis Red 1? This is the performance that fans have been asking for.
That's right. Now we look at everybody else who tried to even move their way into the circle, and majority of them getting caught. We saw what happened to the Farang Lejund. We saw everything that went down on the heels of Pachinki, where Team Will's Homebois all crashed out. And this definitely wasn't an easy game, but Axis Esports Red 1, they have the cleanest of rotation. They took that perfect spot, and they took advantage of the whole scenario. So this is just the start of it. We still have 4 more matches remaining. And now let's check out this chicken dinner stats coming from Axis Esports Club Red 1.
Yep, so it is a confirmation earlier on that what we saw, the amount of elimination points that they got is 12. 2090 total damage, and a good decent amount of damage. You see a total healing, but let's check out what happened earlier on in this highlights.
Well, that may just be the quickest game that we ever had for Arangel. Definitely, we have to look at all the stats later on to tell us what was the key issue for many of the teams who didn't even manage to make the clear-cut way to get into the zone. And after all of that, Axis Red 1, they were the only team to keep all 4 members intact to face off the final few zones, and then they just basically plowed through their way to actually taste the very first chicken dinner of day 2. So, Sir Cloud, we saw even that fight happening by the Cove, where there's Team SMG, there was WULF, AROV, and many more on that corner, and majority of them didn't even make it to the top 4.
Yeah, because there was just too many fights happening all around. But it just so happened that there weren't much fight happening around Axis Red 1, so it's fairly interesting. They made a very, very late rotation. They made sure all the teams move in and they came in from behind. And when it came to the 4th or 5th phase of the circle, that is where they start to like, okay, just observe. If fights finish, we will move it after that. And that's exactly what happened to RSG. They managed to finish up the compound and they finished up the fight. Axis Red 1 came in at the right timing, mopping them up and taking that prime position, which they know if they are able to hold that prime position that RSG just took, they'll get that chicken dinner, and that's exactly what they did. So it's all about timing here by Axis Red 1. Have to give it to their in-game leader, Voki.
Yeah, you definitely have to, and you just look at them with sure confidence to wipe out the entirety of the competition. It didn't look like GeekFam, WULF, AROV, VX, and FANX in the final few moments has stood any sort of chance because of how well they've already had this sector clear. And I definitely want to give credit to Kacang Susu, because there was a moment where we saw he was just hiding behind VX and FANX. He was just looking at that battle. He didn't reveal himself until the rest of VX and FANX have to move in. They know eventually they will walk into the forest or even drive towards it. So Kacang Susu, already receiving all these vital information, gets that initial spray onto the vehicle and then slowly take one another route. So Axis Red 1, this looks to be one of their best performances over this weekend in particular, because yesterday it definitely wasn't them on their usual hot form.
Yeah, it was a rather lackluster performance yesterday. There was some questionable moves, I would say, from Axis Red 1. But yep, yesterday's story. At least today, they start off the day with a chicken dinner, so the fans should be happy with this sort of performance. This is back to the Axis Red 1 that fans know and love. So surely the fans will hope that they can continue on this momentum throughout the later stage of the game. And it's good that they came in like this in the first game. So it gives like the relief moment for Axis Red 1 fans. So congratulations to them. Again, this is all about timing. This is all about rotation. And this is where they excel at. And they also had the firepower to deal with those third partying and so on to take over prime positions or winning condition areas. But at the same time, what matters is of course the amount of points collected. This is a confirmation that it's 12 elimination points for them, giving them 27 points in game number 1.
That's right. You look at GeekFam as well as WULF AROV, they were having the best of battles out there, and VX and FANX were also playing gatekeepers for most part. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they looked like they were in a good position at first until they have to move in because of the circle. Forced to take on GeekFam, and they didn't really have a clear-cut answer for that after Fredo was being gunned down. So, if we look at the rest of the teams out there, majority of them walk away with 3 to 5 points. Unfortunate for Team Secret, Team SMG, Farang Legends, AIG R2K as well as EVOS, they were the ones on the shorter stake as they were basically kicked off midway through rotation. Some even taken out by the blue zone. So, with that said, Mika OP was the one to dish an enormous amount of damage in that past team fight that we saw, and this is his second MVP title.
Yeah, this is the second time, and Mika OP, he's a new addition to Axis / Tauge Ayam, whichever you want to call it. And he transferred in from PSDK, if I remember correctly, and he's showing why he is one of the top fraggers around, and also a very young player as well. So 946 damage, of course the maximum survival time, 198 meters longest elimination distance, and 25% team contribution. Well, if you're a strong individual and you can frag people, so why not? It's okay to be that sometimes, to be a little bit selfish sometimes. And coming in as an MVP for the second time around, this guy, again, he's a very good follower, and he has a good leader, which is Voki, that he's compared with.
That's right. You look at the growth of Voki ever since he made his debut in the professional scene. You know, he started off live streaming from a fast food chain restaurant somewhere in the outskirts on the rural area, and went to RSG, and he definitely created some highlight moments. Gotta love all these fame on top of it. Now he's proving back to all those haters out there that says, you know, he's basically a bot in PMPL for the past few seasons. And look at him now. This is Voki's best season, hands down.
Hands down, no doubt. And the fact that it's even sweeter, the fact that he joins a new team, and the new team is almost a rebuild, just remaining the two original team members, which is Kacang Susu as well as Heino, and they're performing really, really well. So look at here, the KL Tower that we're talking about, Axis Red One, 12 elimination points. The next closest team is Wolf Arrow, 6, so it's double here as compared to Wolf Arrow.
They double or triple or quadruple the number of majority of the teams here, and it just scares me on how well that they could possibly do against all the other teams out there across the sea region. I sincerely do hope that eventually they do get that slot in order for us to find out, in particular, could they be the best team that has ever been made in MYSG. Now, we look at this Super Weekend ranking. Yesterday, we didn't see that pop-up performance from Axis Red One, but now they are jumping forward, tying up 51 points with Axis Red One on top 5. PXM FANX still on the 92 points out there, being fairly consistent, getting into the top 3 scenario. And SEM9.Gank has slid down for a tad bit as they were taken out early by WULF, AROV, as well as SMG. So Team Secret remains to be on the 3rd spot. Now, on the second page itself, I think this is getting much closer than we think.
Yeah, it's super, super close. Just look at the numbers. They're not too far apart still. So we have GeekFam at 9th place, 36 points. Same goes 36 points for Homebois at 10th place. 11th place goes to SMG, 29 points. EVOS VIP, 12th place, 26 points. Same goes for Rivals, 26 points as well at 13th place. Team Wales at 14th place, 23 points. ARG R2K, 15th place, 21 points. Yoodo Alliance, 17 points at 16th spot. So of course down here, one of the highlights is Yoodo Alliance. They need to make that 56 points over the Super Weekend, and here are your overall rankings.
My oh my, that one chicken dinner shot Axis Red One from 3rd place all the way to the top, and they are having a very significant gap. That's about 15 points ahead of Team Secret at number 2. Farang Lejund now with 348 points. And SMG, they need to chase up, but to chase Axis Red One, they need chicken dinners. They definitely need to. For Rivals, EVOS VIP, it seems like they are sliding on downhill from yesterday and today. They haven't popped off just about yet. We still have a few more games to go. At least it's not midway point yet, where SEM9 now secures that 7th spot. TABAH NC on 8th, GeekFam on top 9, and RG on 10th place. Both GeekFam as well as RG currently tied.
Oh yeah, 237 points, but yeah, I would say that there's nothing much to play with. Oh, but 237 as well for ARG R2K, so it's 3 teams actually getting the same amount of points, and followed by 12th place PXM FANX, 198 points, 13th place Homebois, 193 points, 14th place Wolf Arrow, 176 points, 13th place Team WULF, 157 points, and this is where it matters at the bottom. So we have 16th place Team Bosco, 145 points. They will not budge because they're not in the Super Weekend. Yoodo Alliance at 17th place, 94 points. So they need to score those points on. So it's going to be 52 points for them to secure themselves into the next round above Team Bosco. The rest of them is YSX Esports, of course, the Etisac as well as NSEA Astra X at the bottom. So, of course, at the bottom, again, it's Yoodo Alliance. They need to score 52 points more over the course of 9 games.
It must be nerve-wracking for Team Bosco right there because they can't play throughout the weekend. Yoodo Alliance just needing to climb up this bar being set by Bosco. 42 points. And they only got about, what? 4 more games for today and 5 more for tomorrow. So on an average, just 4 points to 5 points each game. Slowly but surely, then they may just be able to actually do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still very, very possible, right? But let's hear it from Axis Red One. Where have they been? Take it on, our host, Sis Janice.
Assalamualaikum Bokeh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hai. Katanya dapat menang ayam first game.
Thank you.
Okey,
Alhamdulillah.
sis nak tanya. Alhamdulillah, amin. Sis nak tanya Bokeh, apa jadi kat last circle tadi?
Last circle tadi kita orang Alhamdulillah kita orang dapat conquer semua bla-bla umur 12 tu, bukit tu kita orang dapat conquer, lereng tu kita orang dapat conquer. So tiba-tiba last circle tu tarik ke kita orang. So orang compound 4 tu kena keluar, rumah cendawan kena keluar, yang dekat lereng tu kena keluar pergi kat bukit kita orang.
Oh, okey. So memang given lah. Sebab sis pun tengok macam ni circle Axis je dapat makan ayam ni. Kan? Okey. Apa dia?
Dapat view.
Dapat interview. Baiklah. Okey, Bokeh, apakah target Axis hari ini?
Comeback.
So macam comeback daripada semalam punya game lah, yang korang macam jarang dapat skor tu semua, kan?
Comeback daripada buat kesilapan.
So insyaAllah hari ni tak ada kesilapan
InsyaAllah tak ada. Tak ada.
Oh, tak ada. Okey, lagi satu sis nak tanya pasal banyak orang semualah nampak konsistensi tahap terhadap Axis Rate 1. Apakah resepi tu? Korang konsisten dia macam daripada weekday, super weekend and then sampai sekarang konsisten dia tu ada. What's the recipe, Bokeh?
Resepi? Resepi kebanyakan player ada. Dia ada resepi dia. Day soup. Day soup.
Soup. Sup
Das serve. Das serve. Das serve. Kena ada das serve. First sekali.
Apa benda?
Tak, first sekali das serve tu. First sekali disiplin. Kedua, attitude. Ketiga, semangat. Keempat, Empat ego. Ego tak ada.
Ego kena ada. Oh, tak ada.
Ada. Ego tak ada.
Okey, boleh. Baik.
5P. Ada tembak. Esok.
Oh, gitu. Oh, so semua adalah. Semua dalam Axis Rate 1 ada. Okey, yang kepalanya awak lah. Yes, okay. Okay, last one. Apa amaran awak nak bagi dekat team-team di luar sana? Or you have a certain team yang awak nak bagi amaran dekat?
Jangan taklak, nanti lata.
Alah, comel lah pula. Okay. Alright, so congratulations, Bokeh. Jumpa lagi. InsyaAllah dapat menang ayam lagi,
Dapat menang hati awak pun okey juga.
Oh, ambil konten lagi lah aku ni. Okay. Sama, alright. So, okay, bye-bye Bokeh. Jom kita pergi kat Bora kat table analyst.
Aduh.
Tengok pula. Aduh.
Ada orang blushing ke?
Tak ada lah macam, aduh, lampu dah sakit aku macam terang benderang, aku punya hati pun degup. Okay. Apa nak cakap? Okay, kita berbual pasal game. Ini kita tanya Topcast dahulu, okay? So since kita nampak circle, betul ke ini circle Axis?
Ini circle PUBG. Ini circle memang nampak macam mahala ke arah Axis punya circle lah. Sebab kalau kita tengok tadi, kalau selalunya Axis kalau macam ni, dia memang menjangkakan circle scam tau. Sampai circle kedua tadi pun masih ada lagi bulatan-bulatan tu seolah-olah nak menipu. Yang mana kalau dia betul menipu ke bawah, scam ke bawah, jadi Axis dah dapat bawah. Tapi disebabkan ini, dia tahu sebab sebelum ni dia ada sejarah yang mungkin berulang apabila VXM mungkin menjaga dia dekat jambatan. Dan dia bergerak dengan sangat-sangat slow. Kau tengok sampai circle macam ni pun dia masih lagi ada dekat situ. Barulah dia rotate naik atas, make sure VXM dah tak ada, barulah dan sebenarnya inilah chicken yang boleh dikatakan fairly easy disebabkan terlalu banyak pasukan yang lain tak menjangkakan circle shift ke bawah. Circle yang lain selalunya dia akan pergi ke arah school, Pochinki, ke arah apa ladang gandum dan sebagainya. Itu yang menyebabkan Axis mendapatkan chicken dinner.
Alright. Khairul, sis nak tanya about Homebois. Pasal tadi kita dah nampak diorang share satu kereta. Maybe Khairul boleh terangkan.
Jawapan paling mudah dia lah sebab tak ada kereta lain. Tapi kalau nak kira kenapa tak ada kereta lain tu mungkin sebab dia ambil dari GeekFam. Sebab diorang pun kita boleh kata dikirakan berjiran lah untuk looting dekat kawasan kontena Jojopol. Dengan kehadiran Yoodo Alliance juga dekat perkarangan hospital, mungkin sedikit sebanyak memberikan masalah kepada GeekFam untuk cari kereta. Lepas tu GeekFam pula cari kereta kat tempat Homebois. Lepas tu Homebois pula lambat keluar, dia pun tak jumpa kereta. Jadi tu mungkin menjadi salah satu faktor untuk Homebois berkongsi kereta. Tapi yang hebatnya Homebois, dia pandai untuk cari jalan di mana dia tak kena tembak. Dan kita tengok Homebois pada awalnya walaupun dia naik 4 orang satu kereta, banyak pasukan yang berada dekat sekeliling beliau, tapi still diorang selamat ke 4 pemain.
Betul. Okay, alright, sis nak tanya tentang WULF AROV tadi Topcast. Sister nampak diorang macam asyik kena kacau je every move that they make. Maybe Topcast boleh terangkan?
Ya, sebab tempat tu memang busuk lah kalau bahasa PUBG ni kan. Memang susah nak lepak dekat situ. Sebab ya nak singgah, buat persinggahan sebentar boleh. Kalau zon mahala ke diorang cantik. Tapi sebabkan nak bergerak, kereta confirm hancur kena tembak dengan RSG. Axis pun boleh nampak sebab Axis akan ambil bukit yang bersebelahan dengan GeekFam sebelah rumah tu. Dan itu menyebabkan pergerakan WULF AROV ni memang terbatas. Beberapa nafas dia mereka ambil dan kemudian mereka akan ditembak. Tak sempat nak bernafas pun kena tembak kiri kanan depan belakang. Walaupun yes, sebenarnya mereka boleh ada pilihan untuk ambil kawasan laut tu untuk memanjangkan dari sudut placement point je. Tapi kita kenal WULF AROV bukan tim yang placement style punya. Dia jenis yang it's either we die, it's either we do or we die kan. Kalau kita mati lah. Yang penting kita try untuk dapatkan tempat yang lagi baik. Dan itu yang menyebabkan mereka pada kali ni, saya rasa tak ada rezeki lah. Apa yang mereka buat sekarang dah cantik dah. Cuma circle tarik ke arah Axis dan itu menyebabkan satu kesukaran yang teramat sangat untuk mereka bergerak.
Okay, baru saya faham. Alright, Khairul, tadi pun game ni sis ada perasan 20 minit dah tinggal 18 orang, 6 tim saja. Adakah ini circle yang memang sangat ganjil buat tim?
Kalau kita bercerita pasal circle, bukanlah ganjil. Tapi kalau kita nak bercakap mengenai kedudukan circle tu, ia memang kedudukan yang sangat tak cantik lah. Sebab kawasan untuk dimainkan di perkarangan pesisiran pantai ataupun pesisiran tebing-tebing air dekat bahagian selatan ni bukanlah satu posisi yang cantik. Tak banyak ground yang boleh jadikan sebagai satu tempat teduh untuk para pemain kita berada. Dan kalau kita nampak pun, GeekFam duduk kat compound, Axis dia duduk kat area compound juga, RSG pun duduk dekat compound, WULF yes duduk kat tebing tapi dia sampai situ awal. Jadi itu berikan diorang advantage untuk entry dengan mudah tanpa gangguan oleh mana-mana pihak lawan. Dan kita tengok Team Secret, 4 rivals, pasukan-pasukan yang saya sebut dan sekarang berada dalam circle, diorang dalam compound, tak ada yang berada di kawasan yang terbuka. Sebab tu kita nampak Farang Lejund dia langgar RSG, NC cuba untuk melanggar pasukan-pasukan lain. Dan ini menyebabkan begitu banyak pasukan terkeluar dengan lebih awal, begitu banyak pemain yang dikeluarkan dengan lebih awal. Dan boleh kira ground untuk circle begini memang sangat-sangat ramai akan tusun dengan sangat-sangat pantas.
Alright, Topcast, tadi kita nampak movement VXM. Diorang betul-betul dekat utara yang circle tadi. Macam mana dia boleh dapat selit masuk sampai hujung ni? Cuba Topcast terangkan.
Dia pakai kereta. Tak, dia gamble lah. Dia gamble yang bagi saya face off lah. Sebab kalau contoh dia langgar GeekFam, dia tahu akan ada tim lain yang tembak arah GeekFam, akan ada third party yang berlaku. Sudut VXM tu memang boleh dimainkan. Ada sudut, ada yang tempat lepak, tapi memang bukan tempat farm kill. Memang bukan tempat nak dapatkan nombor 1. Impossible lah. Tapi we live dalam PUBG ni, kita fikir kalau dah tak dapat fikir 5 langkah ke depan, kita fikir selangkah ke depan je. Sekarang ni aku nak masuk circle, aku nak hidup. So what's the move? Apa yang dia boleh buat, memang satu-satunya pilihan yang dia ada adalah untuk dekat situ dengan beberapa orang yang dia ada. Tak silap saya mereka tinggal 3 orang. Apa yang mereka buat adalah tepat untuk memanjangkan hayat nyawa mereka dan start balik berfikir daripada situ. Apabila pasukan-pasukan yang cuba untuk masuk, mereka cuba tembak. Dan ya, susah nak dapatkan chicken dekat tempat tu sebab dia terlalu bertumpu dekat satu tempat. Baring-baring berapa net daripada kacang susu. Boleh dapatkan VXM, tetapi percubaan cantik lah daripada VXM, bukan VMX. Mereka masuk ke situ dan akhirnya berjaya mendapatkan tempat. Saya rasa kredit due untuk VXM kot, sebab mereka bermain dengan sangat-sangat konsisten. Dah berapa round dah? 6 round. Pada kali ni mereka mengutip total hampir 80 mata kalau tak silap.
Betul, Sisrin agree to the same thing. Okey, pada Khairul, dalam grafik ini, tempat paling sudut mana yang paling cantik untuk farm kill sebenarnya?
Kacang. Sudut kacang susu. Sebab kalau kita nampak, orang takkan expect pun dia ada dekat situ. Dia pun duduk sorang-sorang. Jadi orang kata presence ataupun kehadiran dia dekat situ mungkin tak dibawa langsung oleh sesiapa. Sebab tu kita nampak WULF AROV tadi, dia cuba untuk push sampai ke ground yang di mana Axis duduk sekarang ini, iaitu Mika dan juga Voki. Dia cuba untuk push, tapi dengan keberadaan Mika dekat situ, dengan keberadaan kacang susu dekat bahagian angle kanan, info akan diberikan kepada Mika dan juga Voki. Dan pada waktu yang sama, diorang mampu untuk punish WULF AROV daripada dua arah yang berbeza. Dan of course lah, kalau kita nampak orang, kita akan tembak. Begitu juga yang dilakukan oleh pasukan VXM. Jadi boleh kata positioning untuk Axis, controlling the circle memang sangat-sangat baik. Diorang buka dengan sangat-sangat cantik. Tapi kalau kacang susu jatuh, revival memang dalam bukan plan diorang lah. Sama juga dengan satu lagi pemain dekat bahagian belah kiri, saya tak pasti sama ada Henub ataupun siapa, yang kalau kita nampak kat bahagian minimap tu, dia sorang-sorang je duduk dekat luar belah kiri. Kalau dia pun di knockdown, memang tak mampu untuk buat apa-apa untuk melakukan revival. Tapi kalau benda ni berjaya, dan telah pun berjaya sebenarnya, dan inilah the position yang paling cantik untuk Axis secure chicken ini di pusingan pertama hari ini.
Terbaik Khairul. Okay, what about Taukas, tempat yang paling busuk sekali buat sudut ni?
WULF AROV lah, macam saya cakap tadi. Mungkin masa dia orang duduk tempat tu pun dia dah berbau something dah, iaitu berbau kematian lah. Sebab kalau mereka lepak dekat situ, mereka tahu hanya menunggu detik saja. Sebab mereka perlu hadap dengan VXM. Dia orang tahu juga dekat rumah GeekFam tu ada orang. Dekat kawasan atas bukit tu pun adanya team secret yang on the way, yang sekarang ni dekat rumah cendawan tu. Dan ini memang adalah satu resipi untuk mati saja. Sukar sebenarnya untuk mereka buat apa-apa dengan tidak adanya kereta, dengan tidak adanya ataupun kurangnya manpower, dan terlalu ramai insan-insan yang fokus kepada mereka untuk menjatuhkan mereka, nak dapatkan kill point. Jadi mereka nak langgar mana pun tak tahu. Kalau saya duduk tempat dia orang pun, saya rasa macam tak apa, next game lah kita buat balik. Tapi yang kali ni kita just fokus untuk mendapatkan placement point yang paling baik, cuba dapatkan mana-mana elimination yang perlu, dan itu yang terbaik untuk mereka sebenarnya.
Alright, terima kasih Taukas, sangat mantap. Macam biasa. Okay, now let's go back into the casters table. That is Taukas. Salah.
Habislah kau.
Habislah sis.
Tamu. Jom.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm definitely not top cast. Neither is On The Go, J Hunter, or even Sir Cloud. But don't worry, Sis Jenny, we forgive you. So let's proceed with game number 2, as we definitely have a lot more in store for us here. Many more chicken dinners to go, and all this, of course, is provided to you and hosted by PUBG Mobile and coordinated by VSPN. Before we head into match number 2, I also like to thank our dear partners to be joining alongside with us, starting off with our official media partner, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And on top of that, if you guys are bored, you guys got nothing to do over the span of the night, and you can't seem to sleep, just go ahead and watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Always more. From drama series, variety show, and anime, it's all available on WeTV. Download it right now on your Google Play or Apple App Store. Now, Sir Cloud, that was definitely a huge number of frags coming out of Axis Red 1. On top of that chicken dinner, now they're at that number 1 spot. So, do you feel that this could be the day that Axis continue with their dominant performance?
It is possible. I mean, we have seen them not to be a one-hit wonder. So, in like previous Super Weekends and even weekday as well, it's not like they got one chicken dinner and then they falter after that. They have somewhat of a consistent performance, even if it's not a back-to-back chicken dinner, but we have seen them like getting into top 5, top 3 with a good amount, healthy amount of elimination points. So I think fans can also expect this to continue on towards today, especially after this, we're dropping into Miramar. It will be a map that they kind of do pretty well as well.
That's true, and we definitely have to keep an eye out for this alongside with the Farang Legends and Team Secret as well, because these are the 3 teams who have the chance to become the champions of the league, and that championship spot will allow them to go directly seeded into the Southeast Asia Finals. So with that said, we definitely look at the other teams as well. Like, it's make or break moment for those at the bottom, and for those in the middle of the pack, they are still getting those PMGC points, because that PMGC point is still very much precious to everyone who has played in the first season.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget as well, the PMGC points include the calculation of the grand finals. Now, sometimes we do forget that is it only the league stage? No, it includes the grand finals as well. That's why, yes, we have some conversation over it, but of course the main focus right now is who will be the league champions, which will also secure them a spot into the C League later on. That's going to happen maybe somewhere next month, something like that. So I can't wait to see who's going to take home the prize possession of that C League spot next month by the end of tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, this is now the first giveaway prize on the PMPL Season 4 that we've been looking forward to for the past 3 weeks.
That's right, and I definitely can't wait for that to happen. But before that, of course, we got to see game after game who will still be in the running in this race to be crowned as the MYSG champions. So with that being said, as we prepare ourselves for this Miramar bout, there is a lot of things to factor into the match, where majority of the circle that we've been seeing as of late has been around Picado, around St. Martin, as well as Graveyard. These are the key areas that teams are contending for. Today, hopefully, it might just be a different story. We saw Axis Red 1 yesterday trying to pull off crazy rotations that didn't result to anything at all, as they always start in La Cabrera. So perhaps with this sort of momentum going on, they might just have better ideas on how to proceed forward if it's still going to be the same sort of scenario being brought in to play once more. With that said, I guess with the alarm bells ringing, or the horn, whatever you want to call it, right? We are ready to head right in for our first Miramar match of the day.
Oh yeah, can't wait for this. This is of course the only Miramar match that we'll be playing today. So it's only that one opportunity for all our teams to do well in this kind of map. So let's check out the flight path first. So where will it begin? I believe this is somewhere around the northern side, if I'm not mistaken. It should be from the north heading to the south, something like that. And of course, with this kind of flight path, oh no, okay, I got it wrong. So it's on the left to the right. So what's going to be interesting, of course, is Axis Red One's drop point. Don't seem to be that they will drop into La Cabrera. It's going to be far away for them. They might drop to either... looks like it's not very... Oh, okay, so it looks like they're still going to La Cabrera. Interesting. I would thought that they would drop into either Puerto Paraiso or somewhere around there, but it looks like they're going up north. Going to travel a little bit for Axis Red 1. For the rest of the teams, they normally don't change their drop spots here, except for TABAH and Z. Impala is not their focus. They drop back into El Pozo, sharing the spot together with GeekFam.
That's right. VXM FANX, they know that there's no Team Bosker, so Valdemar is absolutely safe for them to drop right by. And with a little bit of changes here, Homebois, they are looking to secure middle ground right by the outskirts of Picado. That is definitely a very interesting option coming from the team, because they've seen as of late the circles been going around there, and they are pretty much correct. Yoodo Alliance SMG always sharing the huge city of Lost Leo, and the other portion of the map is a little bit out of reach. You look at 4 rivals, they're struggling to even get right by into Cruz de Val, but once they do, they have a lot of leeway to go in towards the far east, head back into the middle if they want to eventually, and they should be good to go, because there's no other team out there that's going to be around the eastern side. Most of them somewhere slightly in the middle, like RSG always inside of Minas Generalis. So I think this is pretty much a fair start for many.
Yeah, if they did the study, they would know that naturally, because of the absence of YSX Esports and the absence of NSP Astra, 2 teams that like to drop down on the East Coast. So they would know that on the East Coast it's a bit lighter. So teams can consider to go there. based on their drop points, of course. If you're like very, very far, if you're like GeekFam, then to go straight up there, by the time you reach there, there'll be other teams. But if you're somewhere in the middle, probably up to water treatment and towards the eastern side, you can consider actually going there. In fact, Team Secret did get a second place finish when they choose to go there in one of the weekdays or super weekend, I can't remember. But it was the same concept as well, that on the eastern coast, there was lesser teams as compared to other areas. So yeah, if that works, why not? Try that again. But now we have a VXM FANX here. So it looks like they are going to drop onto the southern side. It's not that bad as well if you want to rotate from the southern side onto the east coast as well. And VXM FANX, known as one of those teams who like to rotate a bit further. It's either further or later based on their play style. So going towards the Puerto Paraiso side and Pala side, it's going to be okay for them as well. And what we see here, it's going to be Axis Red One, the team now that's gathering a lot of attention today because of their comeback performance. And Volky did say in the interview earlier on that their comeback moment still is something that they want, because yesterday they didn't do well. So today they want to make sure that they want to do a comeback. And true enough, they are on top of the charts. Like what we see here on the right side graphic, Axis is ahead by 15 points in front of Team Secret. So it's 15 points. It's equivalent to exactly the worth of one chicken dinner. So looking good so far for Axis, walking the talk as what Volky just said. And then on the side of SEM9.Gank, we didn't see too much of them in the previous round. Not too much action coming in for SEM9.Gank for the game number one. It feels similar as yesterday where we didn't see much of them as well, but maybe they're the team that needs that little bit of a warm-up. Maybe we'll see them turn up in either this game or the next game if we follow yesterday's trend. Of course, SEM9.Gank now, they have a 77-point gap to the top. It's still possible because we have 9 more games to play, and it's something that they can still play for. RSG, on the other hand, like what we see on screen right now, pretty much nothing to play for except trying to get the momentum, the champion momentum that brought them the championship last season. So they would definitely want to walk into the grand finals. And yeah, they want to walk into the grand finals feeling good. That's for sure. So let's see if it's going to work out for them this time around. But there'll be a question for later on. Now, SEM9.Gank, this is the same lineup that did well for them yesterday. Farang taking a break, so he allowed Deb, Drax, Bravo, as well as Putra, who replaces him as the IGL. And so far, this lineup has brought them a significant amount of success, like what we saw yesterday. So definitely, if it's the same concept. If it's not broken, you don't fix it, right? So now they're going to come in back here into this round with a similar lineup that they had that triple chicken dinner yesterday, which was amazing. And it is the first of anyone getting a triple chicken dinner in a row in the PMPL MY season 4 so far. Of course, we have 9 more games to play. There's still room for other teams to actually do that, or even 4 maybe, or even 5, who knows, right? So let's see if any other team is going to break that record, take that away from SEM9.Gank. RSG, as we've talked about them, they don't have much to play for. They're just going to play for momentum. And same goes for Team Wheels as well as GeekFam. Now, what's interesting is that GeekFam, they didn't do well yesterday. And coming into today, the first game, they got a second place finish, which is pretty decent for them. 4 elimination points, it doesn't matter, as long as they still get that second place, and it's 16 points for them. So that's pretty good for GeekFam so far, so good. But can they keep up the momentum? Also, another team that's nothing much to play for, but they want to bring that momentum into the grand finals, because GeekFam, they have yet to miss out on the C Championship or C Finals over the past 2 seasons. So I'm pretty sure that they don't want to miss out again this season as well. They want to keep that momentum going. And so far, it's a good start for them. And what better opportunity, right, to debut their female player, Icha, on the C final stage later on, or the C League stage later on. So it's definitely something that would motivate them to want to have that record on the GeekFam name. VX and FANX, this is a breakthrough performance for them. I mean, I've been singing praises for VX and FANX since yesterday, and today they even managed to secure a third place finish with 5 elimination points. That's fairly decent for them, and the amount of consistency from them is just amazing since yesterday. I mean, VX and FANX is a team that people were like, oh yeah, you came from the PMNC and you'll probably be a mid-table team. True enough, in the overall, they are somewhere in the mid-table at this moment. But if we just look at this Super Weekend, so far they've been amazing. So if they can carry on this momentum into the Grand Finals, who knows? They could be the surprise package to actually get something out of the Grand Finals, maybe a C slot or challenging for the championship. So it's something that we should keep our eyes on. VX and FANX could be the next surprise package. But of course, we need to find out if they can still maintain their consistency. So far, it's been so good for them. I'll be singing praises for VX and FANX as long as they continue to put on this performance. They are definitely worth mentioning. Axis Red one of their team members taking a little bit of damage, not too sure from where. Oh, okay. So it looks like it's from tanking out the zone. So this is something that is common for Axis Red 1. It's normal for them to tank out the zone, at the same time make that rotation from the outside. So they're okay to tank out the zone. And this is pretty normal for them. So if fans looking at, they are very far away and they're tanking out, don't worry. They've been doing that all this while. So they do know how to balance out being too long in the zone and when they need to get in. So Axis Red 1, they definitely know their rotations in Marama. Now, looking at the current circle, looks like it's going to be centered around Los Leones. Pretty interesting here. Most of the teams, they are in the zone at this moment. We can see EVOS VIP on the northern side, TABAH, NSEA, also a team that likes to rotate late into the circle. And they're going, they move from Monte Nuevo down to, not Monte Nuevo, they move on to the northern, it was Monte Nuevo, I believe. And they move on to the southern side and they will get into the circle, not being gatekept by anyone. Pretty focused on the GeekFam as well as SMG. Now, as compared to these two teams, SMG is still going in for the title, and one knockdown from Jenny onto Snipes. And now QB will be gunned down by 6. Can he actually take down QB? There's still some time here for QB to get behind the building. And yes, one shot did land on the QB, but QB still managed to get behind the building, so he's safe for now. Jenny will keep eyes onto the right side, whereby we have Miracle, Damroot, as well as Snipes. Snipes still not picked up yet by his teammates. Bart as well as 6, they're going to take care on the right side, as well as Ziso as well, taking that high ground and that top building advantage. Miracle, now waiting for the right moment. And we can see that Miracle has a vehicle. Are they plotting a push? Not yet, though. If they want to do it, they can still right now. They can still do it right now because it is just a second circle. Teams are going to be far away and the third party will be less likely to happen. But looking at the current condition of the geography, maybe SMG, they don't want to lose their high ground advantage. Maybe it's the case of like, if they leave that area, someone else will take over their high ground. So it's something they don't want to lose. They want to hang on to that. So that's absolutely fine as well. And that's somewhere centered in the middle of the circle. So they would have an advantage if teams try to rotate to that area. So I would say it's pretty okay for them to kind of hang on. And they don't really need to play that aggressive because we are still at the 16 team mark. But Miracle knocked down by Stewart 9K. GeekFam is actually sandwiched in between SMG as well as Team Wales the last time we saw them on the minimap. So that's interesting. Psycho with a long range shot onto Marky and it will not connect. Now Team Wales, they'll be interested to actually take over this compound maybe. So they're going to go in for the aggressive move. Team Wales, we know them as the aggressive team. Mamba taking a couple of shots from the high ground, I believe from SMG, down to 10% of health. And now Team Wales, I'm not too sure if they know if this is a good decision or not. But what's sure is that Snappy will secure that first blood for them. Oh, so it's by Stewart 9K, not by Snappy. But that's fine. It's still on to Team Wales. So it's now 3 team members left for GeekFam. My, oh my. Well, they do have Damroot, the player that they want to keep alive, that's for sure. So it's still okay for them. Snipes recovered himself, and now he's back on track. And the circle kind of moved towards the right side. Now, again, if these teams did their homework, right side is clear. It's lesser teams on the right side. So teams like EVOS VIP, WULF, AROV still have an opportunity to move towards the right side. They are not too clustered in the middle. So we can see that EVOS VIP, they are making their move on the right side. 4 rivals as well as Axis, Red One, they have made themselves onto the right side. So by playing on the right side, this is a good moment. If they can secure themselves those hills outside of Puerto Paraiso and Impala, that is prime position. The prime position right now is actually the hill just beside Yoodo Alliance, just beside Los Leones. That is a good position. If anyone is able to hold on to that, teams from Los Leones who try to go out will need to go through that, and they can actually farm kills from there. But now we put focus on the TABAH NC. O'Leo with a long range shot coming in onto Homebois. Managed to get one knockdown to Nerf, and Nerf cannot be safe. O'Leo will secure the elimination point. 2 elimination points now for TABAH NC. That means Homebois, they lost one of their key members. Jenny from SNG been knocked down, Small Boy been knocked down, Jenny been knocked down by Rex as well. So it's going to be a fight here between RSG as well as SMG. 2 teams with almost similar type of names. And now the spray coming in from Rex, securing the elimination point onto Bart. And looks like SMG, they're down to 6 as well as Ziso. They're trying to make that way, but now their vehicle's smoking up, and it's not good news for them. Good thing is that they are in the circle, but there's a possibility that the next circle will move away from them. They need to prepare an exit plan. But Team Wills might have something to say about that. Team Wills coming in from behind. If they're spotted out by Team Wills, it's not good news for them. GeekFam could take that revenge as well. Adelo been knocked down by Psycho with a long range shot coming in from here with the Car 98K. And at the same time, we have Rebel Boy, Farang Legends. Okay, this is the hill that I mentioned. Is this the one? No, this is somewhere else. Okay, there's another hill on the right side, but this is fairly a good hill as well for them to play with. Now we have Farang Legends. They have the high ground advantage. To pick up Adelo, it shouldn't be a problem for them. SEM9.Gank going against EVOS VIP. Someone on the right side, someone outside of Los Leones. So let's see who's going to win this fight, or are they going to just abandon this? Because there's still 16 teams, so there's something that the teams need to be aware of. Insomnus taking the minibus and moving himself towards the left side. Are they going to go for the abandoned ship thing? Are they going to go for placement? Maybe, maybe not. It's not clear yet. You see that Razor taking the Golden Mirado as well. But now we move forward to GeekFam. Managed to get an advantage over WULF AROV, securing the elimination point for them. WULF AROV, the first team to be eliminated. That Team Wales had to butt in at the same time. Unfortunate for them. And now we can see that Team Wales still at 9K with the Gilly, so they're still acting. That Mamba will be knocked out by Bags from NC. By the way, happy birthday to Bags from TABAH NC. It's his birthday today, and he shared the same birthday with Boyka, the coach, the player, the man himself, of course, from WULF AROV. Happy birthday to these 2 players. Had to give a birthday shout out to them. Leo being knocked down by Stewart 9K with his ghillie suit there. Nice toss of a nade there. Stewart counterfire onto him. And now 50% of health left for Stewart 9K, picking up his old buddy there, Sinby. Snappy will come in and give cover fire. But then again, we look at the circle. The circle moves towards the right side, and it moves towards the southern side as well. Now a couple of teams are already in there. EVOS VIP still on the outside together with SEM9.Gank. Bags now tossing out a nade. They want to finish up Team Wills right here. TABAH NC's goes in with that nade. Managed to get one on to Senbei. Stewart as well been knocked down. Snapping on the last man standing. Can he actually fight back? And the rush will need to finish up the job. Yes, he will. And Team Wills is out at 15th place. There you have it. TABAH NC did not lose any team member. And that is a good fight there coming in for TABAH NC. Finishing off Team Wales at 14th place with 2 elimination points. Now we move over to Team Secret. They are playing by the edge of the circle. Right on top of them is Yoodo Alliance, who needs 53 points at this moment to move on to the grand finals. Rush with the long range shot coming out to Ziso. Ziso managed to get the knockdown to Rush, but a nice spray there coming in for Ziso with the Scar L. Tries to get revenge onto O'Leo next. Ziso will cook up the nade. At the same time, we can see that Bags will be finished off by 6 in another location. Adelu will be knocked down by Rex. So it looks like between RHS, SM, and also Farang Legends is ongoing right now. Aduka as well as Olio popping out the nade. Will land on the Ziso. He knows Ziso is in the building, but Ziso is on the other side. 6 will be taken out by the zone. So Ziso is the last man standing right here, right now for SMG. Now TABAH NC is moving into the circle. At the same time, we can see that Damru will be taken off by Izane, and they will finish them off. And that means that GeekFam have 2 more team members left. Farang Legends is on towards RSG. RSG is on the outside of the circle. The circle is closing in. So RSG will need to find a way into the circle. They need to fight against Farang Legends. If they rotate up top, there are a couple of teams that are waiting for them. So they might as well fight on with Farang Legends. Farang Legends now trying to hold on to this. Rex now taking a couple of shots here from Helton. Helton still taking care on the other side, on the left side. And RSJ, they are still trying to find a way into the circle. But Rex been knocked down by Ripple One with a nice nade there tossed on into him. Farang Legends playing without Adelu, so they only have 3 team members right here, right now. The revive coming in, but there gets Homebois. No time for it to revive. Batman will try to give cover fire from the other side with the M249, but then again, the revive have not been managed to kick in. RSG is still playing with 3 team members active right here. Rex, second time, revive here, coming in for Small Boy. With the smokes being tossed out, that should buy them enough time, but will there be enough time because of the zone? The zone will close in on the RSG at any time soon. Now we move over to Yoodo Alliance. Putra looks like he will be knocked down. He will be taken out by Luxy with an elimination through a spray coming onto his vehicle. So SEM9.Gank together with EVOS VIP. They are still fighting right here. Luxy is going to move in forward. They know that SEM9.Gank is in front. The spray coming in for Luxy. Will it land onto SEM9.Gank? And someone's going to come in for another angle. And then sees the buggy coming in from Bravo. Bravo trying to get away. One shot managed to land onto Bravo, but Bravo still managed to make it out alive. 2 team members from SEM9.Gank being taken out by EVOS VIP. And Sumnus with security elimination here. Dep together with Putra being taken out. SEM9.Gank now with only 1 team member left, and that is Bravo. So now we move back on to Farang Legends versus RJ. Helton being knocked down. At the same time, we can see that Batman being knocked down, but it's not a problem. RJ takes out Farang Legends, and they will be eliminated at 13th place there. Farang Legends, RSG still live, and they can move in from here. What a nice move there for RSG. Now we move over to Yoodo Alliance. TABAH will be now down by Appy for 4 rivals. 4 rivals have a good location, and they managed to snipe out TABAH. Lex now the last man standing here for Yoodo Alliance. Together with another teammate, but not sure where he is. Lex now, his position have been compromised. They exactly know where he is, but that one nade toss out onto the other side. Good thing it did not land onto Lex. TABAH is confirmed finished up by Appy. Insomnia's been knocked down by the play zone, and Insomnia's will be taken out by the play zone. This is, of course, the 5th circle. So the zone is definitely heavy onto those trying to tank it. April now together with Appy trying to fend off against Lex, but they are both in the circle. So it's going to be quite a stalemate between these 2 teams. At the same time, we can see that April keeps eyes onto Axis Red 1, who has a compound. They're quite out in the clear. They're quite far away, so it's going to be okay for them for now. Sam now taking a couple of shots onto Bravo. The last man standing here for SEM9.Gank. Sam definitely spots on Bravo. Takes a spray onto Bravo. Bravo now land, stops there, and he's still okay for now. And EVOS VIP, they are in the circle at the same time. Bravo taking a little bit of a risk there. He's still on the outside of the circle. The circle will close in onto him. And of course, there's another team together with him. That is Axis Red 1. Not good news for Bravo. Not the news that Bravo want to listen. At the same time, we can see that 4 rivals, they are in the zone. Axis Red 1 have 1 team member in the zone. Should be okay for them to move in. But Bravo, he's still on the outside. He's still trying to hang on for positioning points. This is the last team member for his team, which is SEM9.Gank, of course. Echo now with the long range spray managed to get the knockdown onto Aduka. Unfortunately, these 2 teams, they're on the outside, especially TABAH and NC with that one knockdown. It's going to be difficult for them to recover. And Zex will finish on Aduka. Kachasus will be knocked down by Iftar with a nice nade that been tossed in. Leo being taken out by 1 team member from Homebois, which is Psycho. Iftar now tosses the name. Let's get one knockdown to Boki. Looks like Axis Red 1. Earlier, we did see all 4 of the skill items, but now looks like they're breaking down. At the same time, we can see that VX and FANX still all 4 team members still alive. And this game is just so consistent. And here we have it. Axis Red 1, they managed to get in. But Axis Red 1 still need to fight against VX and FANX. They're going to move in there. Monkey going to go in for the mop up. And Hado, the last 2 team members, standing with 50% of health. And at the same time, we can say that Hado is trying to recover himself, but is there enough time for him? Using the first aid kit. Hado, yes, he will recover. That's the last first aid kit that he have.
Oh,
Monkey
boy.
with a random spray, but it will not heal to Hado. Hado's this Monkey. The flick, it will not land on to Hado. And Hado now still hanging on for his dear life. Hado, how long can he land? 34% left. And John will want to be you off. And there you have it. Axis Red 1 is out at 10th place.
My word, what a fight that was. And I just came back to this complete massacre across Miramar. Now only 9 more teams remain. And 4 rivals. They're pointing at the crosshairs. They're looking for VX and FANX. They might just be deterred from proceeding even further. But Riv, he falls downwards and it doesn't really look all too good. Luxy now taking a shot at Lex. And that will secure the kill. EVOS VIP by the highway. They are not in the clear. There's Team Secret as well as 4 rivals. And they have to dig it all out before proceeding forward.
Oh yes, we have Luxy now really low. They are playing by the edge of the circle, but still on the outside there, and now the zone is closing in. Then we can see that 4 rivals, they're actually holding EVOS VIP out on the other side of the circle. Now Team Secret, they are playing some of the edge of the circle as well. They spot out EVOS VIP. Ice shots, not taking those shots just yet. He's still holding on to his trigger there, being trigger disciplined. Razo, we need to find a way in. Kim will be knocked down by Zix from R2K. EVOS VIP, they need to find a way in because there's no more time. The zone will close in onto them, and this is a 6th circle. The zone will definitely be very, very painful and dampening to them.
That's right. Now they need to focus fire on either side. 4 rivals. They still have a few nades that they will be priming towards EVOS VIP. 1 nade does connect a little bit of a chip of health towards Luxy 98. Looking into the ditches already. And look at 4 rivals. They're positioned in such a way that it's so defensive, it's so hard to crack. So EVOS, they either have to buy time or they will just eventually bow out to the circle. Now they get a catch on the map play. They can't propel forward. And these 3 teams will eventually have to find an exit.
Oh, Sam now the last man standing for EVOS VIP. What is he going to do? He need to find a way into the circle. But the only way is that he's either use a vehicle or he has smoke. So let's see what's he going to do. How's he going to solve this puzzle? 4 rivals is still active with 14 members. Kid been taken out by Happy. And now Team Secret only have 1 map left still active. Sam looks like he's going to drive the vehicle across. Going to go for a YOLO move. And can actually Sam do it? No! He will not. April will not allow that. And Sam will be taken out by 4 rivals.
That's a perfect lesson on gatekeeping, and that was done right by 4 rivals. Now, Team Secret, they were lost 2 members out there. EVOS VIP with 7 frags. I think this is a better game for them this time around. Appy now looking for Kit once more. That will be a kill secured. While AIG R2K, they've been staying also silent. Look where the circle is. It's directly on top of their head. Now, they just have to be the sweeper keeper of the next phase.
Oh yeah, R2K now have the high ground advantage, have the circle, so it's going to be a perfect scenario for them for now. And April, what a nice name that coming for eye shots. So it's not only about eye shots, it's about eye bomb. What a nice name by eye shots. And now Mato is trying to secure the elimination point with the Molotov, but it will not land onto April. Team Secret is still alive, but they need to cross the road. That's going to be super hard for them. Plus, there's 1 more player somewhere, somehow. Sandcon is there. It's going to gatekeep them. I don't think they know Sandcon is there.
Well, he's not going to reveal himself just about yet. He needs to survive as well for the sake of his team. Now, Sandcon goes in for the shot. He spots out Matoy. Matoy on the ground, but he's also getting hurled by bullets. Eyes in. Now goes for John. John nades Pamburu instead. So now members are being lost left, right, and center. 4 rivals cannot pick up their captain, Pamburu. Riv now will take a little bit of a walk downtown, but he's only on 1 HP. That goes is gonna hurt. And with that, it's a catch from NSP. Eisen not needed. 2 kills secured by AIG R2K. Now it's down to them to sweep the floor. And Team Secret is already down and out. 4 rivals now getting pinned down. Appy reveals himself. Ziggs can put a little bit more pressure. Eisen on the ground as well. Not looking all too great, but Appy now pushing forward. Now NSP is gonna try to proceed. He catches 1 glimpse, and he both for as well. AIG R2K, they lost that advantage. Now it's only down to 1 man. Ziggs, what can he do when 2 members of the 4 rivals come for him? And instead, team has to make a clutch. Now it's down to April. Reload's coming in. He has the ditch. He's fighting for that cover. Now with a pause forward. Full scare. Takes up and rubber by day 2.
Wow, 10 elimination points for 4 rivals. And for a second, I thought that R2K would have gotten that chicken dinner because they had a good position earlier. But then again, they kind of push out too far. They allow 4 rivals to overtake them in those prime winning positions. And that's how 4 rivals actually got that chicken dinner in this round. Team Secret, 3rd place, no elimination points for them. So it's going to be just fair placement points for them. 4 rivals, they consider themselves lucky as well because R2K left their prime position. But it's also kudos to their timing. They overtook the hill where R2K was supposed to just hold and defend, and that's how they got that chicken dinner. So congratulations to 4 rivals. They are also the rivals for those teams trying to eye that precious golden ticket into the C Championship, C League moving forward, and of course the League Championship. So, yep. This is it. 4 rivals. They definitely want the chicken dinner because they want to keep them in contention for the title.
And you look at Team Secret, they make it to the top 3, but there's no frag volumes whatsoever. 10 points for this round. But that will also mean that they will slide over on this list. I gotta keep an eye on Axis Red 1 because they did manage to secure a big win in this previous match before heading to Miramar. Now with a perfect tenor here for 4 rivals. They're poised to contend against Axis Red 1. Now, let's check out the highlights for match 2. Such an important round won by 4 rivals, and wow, that was some really great defense being shown by the team as they have managed to eventually challenge Axis Red 1 with some high-flying numbers out there. So once we tabulate the scores here, I wonder if there's going to be any shift at the top or even the bottom.
Well, okay, it's hard to tell at this point, right? Because we have to look at how other teams perform as well. Axis Red 1 did fairly in the middle, I think. So, I mean, it's really hard to tell because we have, by the start of today, we have like 7 teams in contention for the title. So sometimes it's easy. You want to see like, okay, 1, 2, or 3 teams, right? It's 7 teams. I'll just leave it to the official calculation.
Indeed, and this is where when we get into the thick of things here, it's boiling down to the one final game on tomorrow to really decide who gets to walk out as the brand new champions of the league. Last season, it was 4 rivals when they were still known as Lingo's MPX. This season, despite not having Iron Pro, their firepower is still on the top of the table here. When you compare numbers out there, maybe the only one that can match up to them is, first, undoubtedly Axis Red 1, and some even say the Farang Lejund as well, as much as they have Adiklu on their side.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely Adiklu is a pinnacle player for them. Like what we saw earlier on, like the fight against RSG, the moment they lost Adiklu, that's where they fall. So it's also worrying that if you depend too much on one player, and if that player goes down or if he doesn't perform, he's having a bad day, Farang Legends will need to really step up. The rest of team members from Farang Legend will really need to step up to cover Adiklu. So far, it's been quite a trend for them, but well, I can say that 90% of the time we have seen Adiklu perform. That's why he's in the leaderboards for one of the top Terminators. But let's check out again the match ranking from the previous round. Here we go.
That's right. Now we tabulate the score. It's going to be Al-Ikhlas R2K tying with 10 elimination points against 4 rivals, but definitely with 4 rivals getting chicken dinner, they will secure even more of a 25-point record here inside of Miramar. Now, when we look at the other teams, you look at Homebois with 6, 7 for EVOS VIP, RSG as well as TABAH and NSEA doing so much better, and to my surprise, you just look at the entirety of the list. SEM9, Axis Red 1, Farang Lejund, WULF AROV, who have done fairly well back in game 1, not getting much at all.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a switch, and that's why I think we can expect some switches happening on the overall charts. But I think this is the record breaker so far. Appy for 4 rivals, he holds 5 MVPs already. As far as I can recall, this is the highest number of MVPs by a single individual so far. 4 elimination points, 828 damage. Appy have been stepping up. In previous seasons, we've seen like Rift, like Pemburu, they always show up on the MVP charts. But this season, it's always been Appy. So Appy, he's definitely happy.
Indeed he is, and there's no reason to not feel so as you look at all these the charts here and you compare him to Ziggs, both the last man standing for the team, and you saw the final few damage being done by Appy to be able to best out Ziggs, or else it will be Ziggs here with the MVP title instead, with pretty much a better team contribution when we wrap up the entirety of the game and also receiving very similar damage. I gotta say that AIG R2K today looking rather promising and also very impressive as well.
Yeah, so R2K with that good rotation at the bottom. I thought that they would have secured the chicken dinner because they had the high ground advantage, but maybe a little bit of, I would say, they wanted to get that elimination points. Plus, of course, they don't really have nothing much to lose, so they want to go for glory. They want to get as many elimination points as they can because, well, maybe they just want to come out in the charts and show their faces a little bit more. But when it comes to the total elimination points, actually it's the same 4 rivals as well as R2K. They have the same 10, followed by TABAH, NSEA, and EVOS having the same 7. And we're having a lot of pairs here. RSG as well as Homebois having 6, and it goes all the way down. Even there's a pair for 3, so that's GeekFam as well as VXFM. A pair for 2! Team Wales as well as GeekFam with 2, but sorry, Yoodo Alliance, hashtag forever alone, only them having that one.
You know, it isn't a royal flush this time around, but it was basically a 5 bunch of zeros, especially from the teams that we least expect them to actually get those 0 points when it comes down to elims. But look at the damage chart. Other than the WULF AROV as well as SEM9.Gank that has the lowest scoreline, Team Secret make it to the top 3 without securing a single kill, and we thought that at least they could have actually picked up points out of EVOS Rapid or even 4 rivals when they have secured quite a number of knockdowns.
Yeah, so yeah, like what you say, right? I mean, it's unusual for us to see these teams getting 0 elimination points. But okay, this is where it all matters, right? The Super Weekend Wins. Come on, Contra, let's be truthful to ourselves. If any conversation saying that VXM FANX is #1 before the Super Weekend started, anyone would say that, no, this is not going to happen. But now they are proving that the underdogs is actually being the top dogs. 101 points at first place, second place SEM9.Gank 88 points, third place Team Secret 79 points, RSG 4th place 68 points, TABAH NC 5th place 59 points, Axis Red 1 6th place 52 points, 7th place goes to 4 rivals 51 points, and 8th place goes to Homebois with 50 points.
Well, remember when we spin that wheel and VXMF comes up on top for the first weekend? I guess it's a wheel telling us something from the future instead, which is on week 3. And look at week 3 right now. Farang Lejund is sliding downwards, but they're not the only one. Only AIG R2K over on the second half of the table has rised up to 10th place. And everybody else is just shifting positions out there. EVOS Rapid 37. 39 points for GeekFam. WULF AROV coming up with 0 points this match. So everybody isn't having a hot form heading into day 2. So maybe after a break, they might just feel a lot better.
Yeah, talking about the wheel, I did spin that for the 3rd Super Weekend, and it gave me 4th place finish for VXM FANX, which is fairly high as well. And for our audiences out there, what wheel are we talking about? So we did do a fun live stream, just a casual one on my page. So check out my social medias, by the way. I'm just saying, promoting it here. And it was a wheel of like, oh, who will be on top and so on. So it's just kind of like a fun side thing. But here it's where it all matters. Again, the overall rankings, as Axis Red One still on top, 368 points. Second place Team Secret, 362 points. Farang Legends moving down to number 3, 348 points. Fourth place, 4 Rivals, 324 points. Fifth place, SMG, 321 points. Sixth place, EVOS VIP, 303 points. Still above SEM9.Gank at 7th place, 291 points. 8th place, TABAH, NZ, 265 points. R2K, so on and so forth.
We only see number 1 to number 7 having the potential to take the throne, although, on 7 and as well 8, it's very stark difference. Now, heading back in towards our overall ranking second page, we are still seeing Yoodo Alliance still struggling here, only receiving few pointers every single round. They need to really work harder from here because Vosker definitely is going to be cutting it through if this is going to be the rate that Yoodo Alliance is going to be working at. GeekFam surviving high between VX and FANX, Homebois 207 as well. So I don't expect too much of a changes coming in from the second half here. The only major change that I want to see is Yoodo Alliance make it. I'm genuinely a fan since that NSEA run, but they gotta find that sort of the movements as well as the momentum here to be back on track. So as it stands right now, I guess it's about the race to the top more than ever, and it is going to the halfway checkpoint because the next match here is going to be the first half all concluded. So with that being said, let's also have a little bit of an ear all open up for our dear victors for Rivals, as Sis Jenny is going to be speaking to all the boys.
Assalamualaikum Joker.
Waalaikumsalam sis.
Joker adalah manager pada Forever ya?
Ya betul.
And congratulations, tahniah dapat makan ayam. Finally dapat makan ayam. Semalam dapat bau-bau je.
Betul. Tak, semalam pun tak bau juga. Jauh.
Tak bau Oh jauh.
Tak bau.
Lain hari dah. Reality lah tu. Okay. Joker, sis nak tanya game tadi, apa yang susah game tadi buat Forever?
Game tadi tak ada apa yang susah, just we follow our rotation dan bunker tu memang kami memang selalu main, so kita dah biasa dengan bunker tu. So bunker tu kelemahan dia tak daripada gudang tu, so kita orang tadi beware. Yang susah yang tadi dekat gudang tu lah, bila ada orang gudang dia ada nampak angle kita orang. Lain angle kita boleh cover lah, tapi angle gudang tu kita orang kena make sure memang kat situ je lah yang ada threat, ada ancaman.
Nice lah, dah biasa main bunker, padan lah. Bagus. Okay, faktor yang penting untuk For Rival buat last circle.
Faktor yang penting adalah kita kena make sure kita kena head count lah. Maksudnya bila tinggal 20 orang tu, kita orang dah buat head count kat mana orang kat sini ada 3 ancaman, dekat atas bukit ada 2. So kita orang dah kena start untuk allocate enemy. Sebab kita kena tunggu the very last circle. After the last circle baru kita boleh tahu berapa ancaman yang akan datang. So dari situ kita buat plan strategi, sama ada kita perlu split ataupun kita kena bergerak sekali ataupun kita kena masuk circle dulu ke ataupun hold circle. So banyak benda yang kita kaji lah untuk untuk last circle.
Cantik. Alright. Okay, ni soalan buat awak Joker. Susah tak nak manage Forever? Siapa naughty?
Actually Forever ni saya memang daripada asal, daripada Assist MPX, daripada Assist sana MPX dan daripada Dingos MPX dan last kali adalah Forever lah. So memang banyak benda yang saya actually peranan saya kena make sure saya kena tahu seorang sifat seorang-seorang.
supaya saya boleh manage if ada problem dengan setiap player saya akan manage diorang dengan cara-cara yang lain. Macam pemburu dia degil sikit. Lepas tu macam AP ni dia pemalu. Macam Apple pun betul, AP ni sangat pemalu. Dia kalau dulu memang kalau kita orang pergi ke tournament offline, dia akan get away from camera, dia akan lari daripada kamera. Itu memang sifat dia. Okay, kalau untuk Apple ni dia agak pemalu sikit, tapi dia ada dia adalah seorang yang kalau dalam game tu dia berani gila. Dia memang kering macam cakap kering. So Rick ni memang kita orang punya rahsia yang paling terbaik sebenarnya, sebabnya dia muda dan dia tangkas.
Betul, saya setuju dengan tu. Okay, last daripada Joker, apa yang Forever mengharapkan untuk Super Weekend ni?
Of course champion. Memang kita nak retain our title lah. Sebab kita akan 100%, 200%, 300% untuk mempertahankan title kita orang. So itu adalah janji saya kepada semua peminat kat semua, dan kami akan beri yang terbaik lah untuk semua. Dan pada yang ada kat atas tu, beware lah, kita akan datang. Kita akan datang.
Kata-kata yang sangat semangat daripada seorang manager. Dia sangat sayang tim dia, boleh nampak. Okeylah, terima kasih Joker. Kita akan jumpa lagi insyaAllah. Alright, jom kita pergi ke table analyst. Let's go.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Alright, hi Topcast dan Khairul.
Hello.
Okay, jom kita sembang. Tadi buat sis macam kata-kata dia sangat semangat pada Joker.
Yeah.
He's very motivated like that. Okay, so jom kita berbual pasal Circle. Circle ni dia turun terus ke daerah Los Leones. Maybe Topcast boleh beri beberapa tim yang sebenarnya biasa ataupun ada bau-bau ayam bab Circle macam ni.
Tiga pasukan yang look dekat Los Leones, kita tahu Yoodo Alliance, Farang Lejund dengan SMG. Tapi yelah, checkpoint untuk setiap tiga tim yang saya sebut sebentar tadi tu bukan dekat tempat yang dapatkan chicken. Forever memang macam Joker cakap, satu tempat yang paling seronok untuk mereka adalah tempat tersebut. Tapi sebenarnya tempat tu memang kelemahan dia adalah gudang yang disebutkan. Mereka kena jaga backstep yang sangat-sangat luas. Tapi apabila mereka make sure gudang tu clear, jadi tempat mereka menjadi satu tempat yang macam yang J dengan Wendigo cakap, sangat-sangat prime untuk farm kill dan mempertahankan kawasan tersebut. Dan akhirnya mereka mendapatkan chicken dinner.
Alright. Khairul, tadi kita ada nampak VXM berjumpa dengan Axis. Maybe Khairul boleh terangkan.
Sangat-sangat setuju lah dengan kata-kata daripada On The Go dan juga J sebentar tadi. VXM ni seolah-olah seperti kryptonite untuk pasukan Axis. Tak tahulah macam mana kan. Axis yang sentiasa kalau dia langgar memang akan menang. Langgar sama mana-mana tim sekalipun lah. Mana-mana pasukan dia orang jumpa mesti akan menang. Tapi malang untuk Axis apabila jumpa dengan VXM, dia orang macam sedikit kucak-kacir. Saya tak pasti kenapa, tapi mungkin dengan timing lah, kita boleh kata timing ketika VXM melihat kepada Axis Red One, dia orang tak bersedia ataupun tak tahu pun ataupun tak ada info mengenai keberadaan VXM yang berada di sebelah. Kemudian itulah menyebabkan Axis Red One gugur dan jatuh dengan lebih awal.
Okay. Alright, sekarang Topcast, pada Homebois tadi sis pun ada dengar kata-kata pada OTG dengan J tentang lokasi sangkon tu. Cuba Top terangkan.
Actually kita tak nampak benda tu, cumanya kita tahu dia banyak menjatuhkan ramai daripada Team Secret. Sangkon ni bagi saya adalah satu player yang orang tak nampak firepower dia sebab dia jarang ditunjukkan dalam kamera. Tadi tu kita dah nampak dah Sunkon ditunjukkan, kemudian tiba-tiba kita ditukarkan pada side R2K menjatuhkan pasukan daripada yang mana saya tak pasti. Tapi yelah, memang itu adalah satu posisi yang macam sebelum ni Sunkon juga adalah satu punca kenapa Team Secret tak mendapatkan chicken dinner sewaktu mereka berlawan dengan pasukan daripada Wales kalau tak silap saya. Ya, tapi dia memang seorang player yang hebat. Kalau tak, mustahil dia boleh mendapatkan tempat ke-6 pada Grand Final season lepas untuk Homebois.
Oh, okay. Sekarang Khairul, maybe Khairul boleh terangkan sedikit tentang Yoodo Alliance dalam game dia orang pada Miramar ini.
Bagi saya positioning untuk Yoodo Alliance masuk tu memang boleh kata agak baik. Kemudian dia malang apabila dia orang mula untuk hilang satu persatu ketika memulakan rotasi mereka. Jadi itu masalah yang mungkin perlu untuk diperbaiki oleh pasukan Yoodo Alliance, sebab kita nampak daripada segi team fight dia orang ada 50-50 chance untuk menang ataupun kalah, tapi kalau mereka cantikkan lagi ataupun mereka kemaskan lagi dari segi rotasi ataupun pergerakan untuk tidak hilang mana-mana pemain, jadi itu lebih baik untuk pasukan Yoodo Alliance. Tapi overall diorang on a good track lah untuk melayakkan diri ke PMPL MY musim yang keempat untuk Grand Finals jika mereka lakukan kerja yang sangat-sangat baik.
Alright, Topcast, pada grafik ini kita nampak Team Secret ada tempat yang senang kata buat sis macam tak dikacau, tapi kenapa mereka tidak mendapat pengakhiran pada game ni?
Pasukan Axis kan tadi kan yang saya sebut kan?
Tak, Team Secret.
Sorry, Team Secret. Team Secret bagi saya dia disebabkan position Suncon sebentar tadi lah yang mungkin tak disedari dan sebagainya. Betul lah, kalau kita tengok balik Team Secret sebenarnya adalah satu posisi yang bagi saya kalau betul-betul mereka menjaga, mereka boleh lawan dengan tim daripada RSG terlebih dahulu. Mereka meratakan tim RSG dan kemudian sebenarnya walaupun mereka tak dikacau, tapi untuk masuk ke dalam circle mereka dijaga daripada For Rival dan juga RSG. Actually boleh dikatakan agak terkacau jugalah position mereka pada ketika ini disebabkan banyak angle yang mereka perlu jaga untuk masuk. Dan mereka kena kalahkan RSG. Dah lepas kalahkan RSG, mereka kena hadap pula seorang Suncon dan kemudian nak kena hadap pula dengan Forever pada masa yang sama. So agak sukar sebenarnya untuk Team Secret punya position.
Baik. Okey, ini sis nak berbual pasal ni. Khairul, tadi kita nampak yang sebenarnya memang Forever dapat tempat yang cantik, tapi dengan sekedar lari R2K hampir ayam. Apa yang menyebabkan dia tak dapat?
Satu masalah sampai bila diorang tak perasan yang Forever dah pun dalam perjalanan untuk mendapatkan pemain-pemain daripada R2K. Jadi itu satu masalah yang mereka dapatkan, di mana tak silap saya Ziggs yang di knockdown terlebih dahulu ataupun Aizen tak berapa pasti, tapi salah seorang daripada mereka di knockdown. Kemudian saya tak pasti mana pemain, tapi synchronization tersebut kurang daripada R2K dan diorang ada number advantage di mana situasi 3 lawan 2 tak silap saya 3 lawan 2 antara pasukan R2K dan juga For Rivals, tapi disebabkan satu telah pun di knockdown, kemudian jadi situasi 2 lawan 2, tapi bila synchronization tersebut pun tiada untuk pasukan R2K di mana satu lagi di knockdown, kemudian jadi situasi 1 lawan 2. R2K ada high ground yang cantik, For Rivals diorang di kawasan low ground, tapi synchronization ataupun orang kata koordinasi lah yang ada daripada pasukan For Rivals ni lebih cantik daripada pasukan R2K, dan itu salah satu punca ataupun sebab yang memberikan mereka advantage ataupun kelebihan lah untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner di pusingan kali ni.
Yep.
Alright. Okay guys, terima kasih untuk analis yang sangat biasa-biasa juga luar biasa yang selalu kita dapat dengar daripada mereka. Alright, sekarang korang rindu Tash Bunny tak? Sis nak tunjuk tentang Coach Trash Talk. So let's go and take a look at the clip.
Let's go.
Tash Bunny, and today we're gonna have some spicy takes for this season of PMPL. With me, I have two very special guests from two prestigious teams. Let's see who they are. Alright guys, as you can see to my right, we have coaches actually, from teams RSG as well as Anti-Circle. So let me know in the comments, who do you think they are? Come on. Put their names in. Let's see if their hot takes is actually worth listening to. Kita tengok siapa antara dua-dua coach ni yang paling pedas dan paling can bring the heat to the table when it comes to the opinions of PMPL Season 4 teams. Are you guys ready? Alright guys, ini dia kita punya special guest for today. Kita ada coach dari RSG, kita ada Chill, dan juga kita ada Aiman ataupun Didi from Anti-Circle. Welcome guys, how are you guys doing?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, so for today, because we're gonna be super toxic and kita orang akan jadi betul-betul honest. Everything that you say today is honest. Segala apa marah, you geram, semua we are gonna put it on the table for everyone to see. Okay, so we have gone through 3 weeks of PMPL together. Mesti you guys have something to say about the teams, betul tak? About all the teams in PMPL right now. So you guys, I expect honesty. I expect the truth. Even, and you know what they say kan? The truth hurts. So on a scale of 1 to 10, rate korang punya toxicity level, because as people say, tanpa toxicity itu bukanlah esports. Let's start with you, Chill.
Alright, so introduce myself. What's the question again?
Just your toxicity level.
Okay, my toxicity level. I guess I go for 9 out of 10. Right now.
Okay. Why do you say you're 9 out of 10? Why do you say that?
I think I've been in this sport almost 3 years and I can be as much salty, I guess.
Fair enough. Okay, Didi, what about you?
I mean, if Chill's 9, I guess I'm 10.
Oh my god! Apa yang you buat sampai dapat 10 tu?
You know, because I'm just gonna use some facts. So...
You know, as they say kan, coaches will tell you nothing but the truth and the harshness of truth. For me, my toxicity when it sounds like that, so it's absolutely nothing lah, nothing to you guys lah. Okay guys, so we're gonna start off. Let's talk about the top 5 teams currently. Currently on the top 5, we have Team Axis Red 1, Farang Lejund, Team SMG, Team Secret dengan Team 4 Rivals. And currently memang nampak banyak spotlight on them and everything lah. So through these 5 teams right now, which team do you guys think tak deserve to be on the top 5 regardless of standings? Start with you, Chil.
I think I'll go for Team Secret. Among 5 teams. Yeah.
I think that's quite bahaya, you know, like you're like poking the beehive right now, but you know what? Let's bring it in. Okay, why Team Secret?
Okay, kalau if we look back on apa yang diorang ada, so basically like they have everything, facility semua lengkap, and we have 6 players yang semuanya berkualiti tinggi. But like I said earlier, bila saya tengok Secret, I teringat balik macam pasukan bola sepak All England. Dari striker pergi ke goalkeeper semuanya all-star player, but they didn't get nothing. You know, same goes to Secret, diorang banyak sangat all-star player yang, and then end of the day, diorang semua nak jadi hero. That's my side. So I think Secret will be having a trouble to, you know, how to mix and put them together.
Actually kan, when you put it that way, it does kind of remind me of if you guys tengok NBA, you have the Golden State Warriors from last season, all-star, everyone all-star, but still tak menang championship. So are you trying to equate it to something like that? Because everyone is trying to be the best?
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to say?
The best. Yep, exactly.
Okay. So among all those players lah, to you, which player is currently the most try-hard lah?
Try-hard? I think I changed my mind. I go with Matoy.
Matoy? Why Matoy?
Yep. Okay, so basically he's an alpha in the team. So recently I see his play time among the team is getting less, and might be the problem in the Secret because Matoy itself sekarang ni kita tengok kadang-kadang dia tukar dengan jumper, kadang-kadang tukar dengan I shot. So I think Matoy is trying too hard to, you know, help the team, but end of the day dia kena tolak tepi. Hopefully he understand tolak tepi.
I felt that pedih. Okay, you know what, I give you a 10 lah. I'm giving you a 10. You can take back the 9, I'm giving you a 10, okay? Okay, so now let's move on to our other coach. We have from Team AC, we have DD. Okay, in your opinion, which team does not deserve the top 5 right now?
I think I'll go with SMG. I mean,
why?
That team has been around for like 3 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. It's the same players. They've never won anything. I mean, I don't know, man. Have you been staying for 3 years, 2 years, and still can't find that team chemistry to win? I mean, come on.
Ooh. Okay, so what do you think is the problem dengan Team SMG? What is lacking actually?
I think could be the coach. I mean, they somehow was doing better before the coach, but ever since the coach came in, and there's like no like improvement or anything in terms of achievement. They never won the league, not even the grand finals. Always in the top 5, but come on, where's the championship, man?
Ooh, so now coming back to that, Ken. Chill, do you agree with Aiman saying?
Yes, 100%.
Do you have
Absolutely agree.
anything? Do you have anything to add to that?
Okay, so tengok balik previously dia punya last season is kind of the one of the bad performance diorang dapat. So macam cakap diorang dah bersama like having together like almost 2 years and never chance of anything, just an additional of the new line up, but still diorang tak boleh nak figure out what is going on with them. So they are kind of a so-so, not that ada apa pun. Yeah.
Understood? Okay, I see your point. Okay, so Didi, do you agree with what Chill said about Team Secret?
I would say around like 90% because having Mak Toy in the team, there's definitely going to be language barrier. And then when it comes to chaos situation, where everyone just want to say anything, I don't think other than Mak Toy understands Thai, so Mak Toy is going to be forced to be using language that he can't really speak that fast, that accurate, So yeah.
Okay, that is something that I think a lot of people never figured out. Okay, so now let's move on from teams. We go a little bit more micro lah. Kita cakap pasal players pula ya. As far as we know, all these 5 teams, players dia quite superstars lah, as you can see right now. All the spotlights on them kan. So out of all these teams punya players, which player is currently being hard carried by their team?
Start with me first. Hard carry.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go with Kit. That one definitely I'll go with Kit.
What? Kit has a lot of kills though. How can you say that?
Okay, in terms of like I would say based on the facts or numbers, recently we saw that he gets like how many kills? 7 kills, 9 kills. So basically, back to the damage, he score at least like less than 700 or 600. So in terms of like movement, I can see that the way he did some decision making also compared to Yuhai, I think Yuhai is more powerful than him, I'll say. So Kid is struggling to blend in with the team and try to click with them together, but still for me Kid is not that at the best par for me.
Okay, so basically everything that the casters and the analysts dah bercakap dalam PMPL is something yang you disagree with.
Yeah, basically when you saw macam Kid kan dalam game, he's the fragger and he's the frontliner for the team. For still they pick up that SR, which I don't really understand. Why would you take the SR whereby you can take 2 guns, maybe 1 gun SMG or double AR, DMR at least, but you are taking, when people ambil SR kan, dia akan jadi automatically akan jadi orang belakang dekat in that kind of formation team. But dia ada satu je gun yang ada untuk di close combat, whereby dia tak ada secondary gun for him to at least backup dia any Uzi or UMP or something. But still I nampak dia macam that kind of basic things pun dia tak boleh nak faham, apa lagi tah dia nak cuba jadi macam Yuhai. Dia nak ganti Yuhai punya spot tu, you see, dia ganti Yuhai punya spot tu.
So are you trying to say yang Kid ni basically just the clean up crew? Tu je?
Yep, basically.
Oh, tukang di PKL dipanggil. Pedih.
It's like he's getting all the killing angles lah.
Yeah.
Like PUBG is a very subjective game, So it's like there are times where you get most of the angles, you get the targets, those who's proning, all those sakit perut on the road, just KS. So most of the games, most of the time probably Kids like, his game, his day maybe, everything just goes his way. He doesn't have to think, he doesn't have to do stuff, people doing it for him. All he does is just shoot.
Wait. This is very interesting. Sebab sekarang ni, Didi is actually agreeing. Like 100%. Are you 100% agreeing with Chill?
Because
Oh
I've
my
been there.
god. Wait, you've been there as in you were the DBKL also?
No. I've been there where I just, it's my day. I get all the angles. Killing is going in my way. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So we've heard it. We heard the teams that don't deserve to be here is SMG dengan Team Secret. We heard the most hard carried player, which is currently Kid. Okay, jom kita cerita sikit pasal, the superstars that's always been mentioned by the casters lah. We hear about Boki, we hear about Mika, we hear about Adik Luke. So, in your opinion, do these players deserve to have the spotlight casted on them like that?
Definitely, I will agree with that.
You agree? Okay. What about you, Didi?
In a way, yeah. I can go on with it. Still, you have to. PUBG is all about consistency. If you can do it one time, you can do it the second time, then sure.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, jom kita cakap pasal the bottom teams right now, the ones who did not make it. Do you think they deserve to be down there? And if they don't deserve to be down there, which team needs to be down there?
I think, sorry Arman, I'll go with your teams, and yeah, so you guys, I don't know, but something's happening in your team. Maybe you can explain and tell me, but I'm quite disappointed as well. You are one of my favorite player during our PUBG PC era, so yeah, I'll circle.
Do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say to that?
Can I have no part in this section?
Okay. I rasa dia terasa, so it's okay. We go next. Okay, let's talk about the newcomers lah. We have so many newcomers, we have so many teams yang main garang. So, let's talk about teams yang main garang. We see teams like GeekFam main garang. We see teams like Al-Ikhlas R2K main garang. Out of all these teams yang main garang, which teams yang main garang and deserve to go to be up there? And which teams yang main garang tapi you rasa diorang bagai tembak aja and just got lucky?
Okay, so I'll take 3 teams basically. I go for Axis, I go for Farang, and I go for, like you said, R2K, Al-Ikhlas. Yeah. For me, Team Axis, yeah.
So Team Axis is the team yang bagai tembak je and gets lucky. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not really, but they are doing good, basically overall, in terms of overall.
Doing good. Okay, fair enough. For you, Didi?
I think Farang kinda deserves to be up there because the way they took their fights is actually quite impressive. But Axis and R2K, I think, like I said, can be just their day.
Keep going.
Because, when you're playing on the edge, you will force yourself into, if there's no team in the entry point, then it's fine. And if there's team and good teams that knows how to, really guard the edge of the circle, I don't think they can pull it off like they're doing it now.
I see. Okay. So that's all. So right now, before we go, I have one final question. If you could criticize each other's teams, name one big flaw from each other's team. I want to bring some toxicity between you guys. I'm gonna ruin some friendships here. Start with you, Chill.
Okay, but I think you go first, one.
RSG, yeah. I mean, Pacak Tengah is good, Chill. But come on. Pacak Tengah is good, I know. Come on lah. Takkanlah sampai tak boleh nak handle other kind of situation kot.
Yeah. I'll take that.
and Chill?
Alright, so for NT Circle, it's kind of a upset juga but back to the others previous past month ago, I think I wanted to take one of your player, but your player said I want to bring SE to the PMGC. But look at your player. Yeah, mana dia? Sayang. It's kind of a wasted talent there, but you don't know how to develop him. It's kind of a sad for me. But, yeah.
Okay lah. You know what? Okay, you know what? I give this one to Chill. I rasa Chill wins this toxicity. I'm so sorry. You're going back to a 9. Anyways, guys, that wraps up our coach toxic trash talk for PMPL Season 4. So you guys, thank you guys so much for spending time with me and just trash talking, because you know this is what you guys do best and I love seeing the drama. So for now, guys, we are gonna be going to the grand finals of the country league soon. So we'll see who will be going home with the champion title. Until then, stay safe and we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye, guys.
Bye.
Farang Lejund, confirm chicken.
Yup, itu memang sudah pun pasti.
Bodoh terjatuh.
Kita dah pun nampak. Adik Lu.
Mana?
Adik Lu.
Dalam rumah ke?
Bawah. Adik pandang bawah adik. Adik pandang bawah adik. Bawah kanan. You masih lagi tak nampak di manakah keberadaan pemain trail daripada Four Rivals?
Mana itu orang?
Kalau tak nampak juga. Masih lagi tak nampak, mungkin adik Luke merasakan bahawa
Aku naik lampu tau. Hai.
Akan jatuh ke macam mana adik Luke?
Kalau dia jatuh dia akan bagi dekat Forager yang itulah dia. Bye bye. Break kill
sebenarnya. Dekat saya.
Weh, jangan
hujur ada sini. Sini bodoh kau. Kau bodoh kan sini.
Sangat bahaya. Bayangkan kalau pemburu dapat semua daripada pasukan Farang Lejund. Maka chicken dinner percuma untuk rival sebenarnya.
Dan chicken dinner mereka yang pertama untuk PMPL MY season yang keempat kali ini. Tapi Dola akan serbu cari satu pemain. Belum lagi dapat sebenarnya Foreign dah menjatuh. FBB mode mengelirukan mata. Tapi winner chicken dinner.
Ya, tapi sekarang ini ditukarkan pula kepada perspektif Axis Red One dan juga SMG Jenny. Wow. Berbahaya betul daripada Jenny. Hampir-hampir sebenarnya kepala dia kena dekat situ. Tetapi Ziso. Wow. Ziso dapat baris dekat situ. Terkejut ke bang. Terkejut kan bang. Hilang terus 10 tahun nyawa. Tapi Ziso tempat untuk gunakan persen. Datang yang kedua. Dapat dilepaskan. Ziso ada kena dapatkan lagi. Tak dapat. Ziso out. Kita datang ke tempat orang. Of course enemy tu lebih bersedia untuk menantikan kehadiran anda. Betul-betul detect apa-apa pergerakan renangan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan musuh, di mana yang GeekFam pun akan berlalu pergi pada waktu ini. For rival boleh menarik nafas kelegaan.
So diorang tunggu je si NC gerak dulu, tapi ketika ini wih. Satu squad rata, bos. NC percaya untuk meratakan GeekFam.
Camera roll.
Stage stop, sign.
Take 1, 3, 2, 1.
Kepada Rash Pak Isaiman, saya daripada dulu kenal dia. Dia daripada dulu sampai sekarang tetap lemah.
Okey, untuk Mika nak load, tengok dulu yang mana bucu-bucu jauh tu ada tak aku. Tengok hati-hati, takut tiba-tiba knock menyusahkan bokeh pula nak angkat.
Saya Mos Goku. Saya cuma nak cakap satu benda je lah. Pada team yang biasa-biasa tu, Homebois tu saya nak bagi tahu satu benda je. Sebabkan ada bos kat situ Bos tak bos lah Daddy, standby lah Daddy. Nampak je Daddy masuk tu, saya pun masuk di. Siapkan mental kalian.
Saya nak warning dekat Waze sebab banyak kali dalam scrim Waze kacau drop spot Homebois. Jadi saya bagi warning awal-awal lah sebab hari tu Nuk dah pernah clash 1v4 rata semua. So kalau nak buat kat PMPL tu better fikir guna otak, okey Waze, sebab kalau main dekat tunggu aku bantai apa semua, okey.
I think our rival is EVOS VIP.
They always kacau our draw spot. I want to tell Insanus something in Chinese word. 我跟你讲，你身后再来我的点我一定补你盒子的。
来呀，来打过啦！
来。
Dan saya ada kata-kata untuk ex-teammate saya Cindy. Mimi ni dia mah 很厉害啊，相信我的 Mimi 14，我打爆你的头。
Orang kata 80 lah, saya rasa pemburu yang paling lemah lah sebab dia selalu mati. Saya rasa dia dah boleh tukar nama lah, tukar mati.
Tak apa, dua orang tak kisah apa dua orang nak cakap. Kita jumpa PMPL nanti, dua atas atau dua bawah.
Manfaat lah daripada SEM9 Dia power tapi dah tua. Dia power tapi terlampau nak menyelah.
From daylight till midnight, that's how we went. Watch from far away, but we knew we were walk to play. It was just a dream, you say. All the hard work we paid. Not to get rankers down, we were always crowned. I'll be at cool down, focus on the path side, yeah now.
Teamwork, yeah, that's the key. Jangan tinggalkan member kemain sendiri. We're not born to win. 365 days left stick, that's true, it's for the win. We never sleep, just to keep our what have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being trouble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi orang begini sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Bukan mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar.
We play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream is speak banyak fake ni, never look down on me. Emang buat hari ini hancur tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know, kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but cuma, jangan takut selalu pasti kita cuba, Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, cause from SEM9.Gank. He's went to better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end.
I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for all the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day.
Pick up the weapon, face it. No, I'll stop it, ain't no break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising no rate. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up. Damage, never fighting, yes, it's it. Shoot up! Amigo, we're psycho. Stop being someone, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, so acting like a hero.
Maju lagi, tegas dan berani, jangan sakit hati, pastikan lari. Orang begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit testing me, otherwise rest in peace.
Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Welcome back once again. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 4. And now we are halfway through our final Super Weekend. And by the end of it all, we will be crowning our champions of the MYSG region. Now, as we have already seen through so many of all these great chicken dinner, we're bound for another one here as we'll dive right back into Angel. Sir Cloud, alongside me here, Contra, we will be your casters for the entirety of the evening. And all of this is hosted by PUBG Mobile, as well as co-organized by BSPN. So far, all looking good for 4 Rivals as well as Axis Red One for the past 2 games. And we have witnessed there are a few more teams on the rise. And also, we will have to keep our eyes on not only the leaderboards when it comes down to the Super Weekend. We want to tally up all the points together on top of the PMGC points. So 3 factors here in order to make that way into the C League and also for that PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Yeah, so it's still in the running. No, we are now somewhat at the halfway mark of our Super Weekend. It's starting to shape up a little bit, but then again, anything can happen. You just bring in like what? 1, 2, maybe even 3 chicken dinners like what SEM9.Gank yesterday, and the chance to flip again, even from like maybe like the bottom or somewhere in the middle, it will flip again. But talking about flipping performances, DX and FANX, I have to give them this shout out again because I think they have been putting up a remarkable performance. Again, another top 5 finish for them. Super consistent for DX and FANX. Yes, they have nothing else to play for, but it's always a good feel to be on the roll, and maybe once the points resets in the grand finals, they will be the one challenging for the top spot.
I do believe so, because they have been doing well on the weekdays all the way into the weekend, and if they could just keep this one up, and 2 weeks later, that's where the grand finals will happen. So if they are having a good showing now, who goes to say that they won't take that crown by the end of it all, because this brand new teams such as VX and FANX as well as Farang Legends have been there out impressing all of the audience here tuning in. So far, Sir Cloud, I think that it's really hard to pinpoint which team can actually take it all the way home when it comes down to MYSG finals. But at the very least, by this weekend, we will confirm one of the teams here to join the C League.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been asked like predictions like day after day after day, and that's the reason why I don't like to do predictions. That's why I leave it to the wheel, by the way. I don't really like to do predictions. It's just because it's so hard to decide who will be on top, because there's just so many surprises. Like even before the start of the Super Weekend, we're talking about the top 6 actually eyeing for that first spot. But after that triple chicken dinner performance by SEM9.Gank, now we have 7 teams at least in contention for the top spot. So in that sense, that anything can happen. And now that we are down to the second half of the day, we have the last 3 games. Every team has gotten their well-needed break. They rest, they recuperate, and who knows, more surprises could come for us.
That's right. I think from this point onwards, it's all about that race here that will eventually conclude at the very least to give a gauge on who exactly will definitely prove themselves worthy enough with consistency. And this is very important for whoever to not only place the MYSG finals, but heading to C League is not going to be that straightforward 3 days of game to make the cut. It's another race to the top as well. So that itself is definitely going to be a daunting challenge, but there are teams who have definitely had that experience. And even with the teams without that experience, I think that they have already shown us the top level quality of play that they deserve to be there. So I'm looking forward to see how does this all add up by the end of it all, as we are getting ourselves ready for Game 3 of the day. So far, I think that if we look back into the past game for Rivals, now taking the win, they're not exactly on the top of the overall charts, but at least for the PMGC points, I think that they have something to offer.
Yeah, they definitely have something to offer there. So, let's see how it's going to pan out, because it's really hard for us to tell, right? I mean, we've been talking about this over and over again, and every time we do a prediction, even if we do a prediction, the prediction seems to flip. Like, oh, we thought that this team would do well, and then suddenly other teams start to step up. And it's just how the game goes, right? Like even like VXM FANX, like who would have thought that they will be on top of the weekly charts right now? And they are the first team to actually break the 3-digit barrier as well. So it just shows that like you can't even look down on the underdogs. Yeah, again, they're not eyeing for any championship or anything, but if we just talk about good performances, they are putting in a good performance, which is also entertaining for us. And on the other side as well, if we look at the last standings, I would say like teams like SMG, we expect them to put in a performance, but so far out of the top contender teams, they are at the lowest bracket of the top contender teams. So how things flip, I mean, even the top can fall.
Indeed, so far, definitely there's no clear answer. The last season has proved that even the RNG, who have so many stumbling blocks during the league, has been able to at least show us on the grand finals what it takes to be crowned as champion, make their way into the C finals for the very first time. And even if they go in again, they've already learned a whole lot on how to maneuver their way into taking up fights, taking a lot of all these great sector of play to secure chicken dinners. So whoever wins MYSG finals, whoever managed to get a cut into the PMGC points, as well as the direct invitation to the C League, I think all the fans out here, whether they're from MYSG or all over the world, they will definitely be proud enough. Now, we get ourselves ready for Erangel. So the last time that we were in Erangel, it was a classic movement coming from Axis Rate 1. Go over onto the west side of the bridge on Sanaska Island, and then head over to what we call the minion houses. And that's where they slowly move up the hill and got themselves that chicken dinner there. Very direct rotation, but I don't think that this match is going to give them that smooth cruise.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be that easy, especially when it comes to Erangel, just because of how the terrains are and the circle as well, right? So most of the circles we've seen, like they start off on the right side, and just now we saw a centered circle. So far, based on the record, it's mostly on these two sides. We don't see much. We see a little bit on the left side. We've seen some military base, but we don't see much on the northern side. So who knows if I go on the northern side? But looking at the trend of PUBG Mobile, when we see a particular map or particular pattern of the circle, it's normally the same. But of course, that's for later for us to find out. Now, this flight path will start from military base up to shooting range. It looks familiar. I think we have seen this sort of flight path yesterday or earlier today, and that means that Yasnaya is probably going to be vacant.
That's right. And when we go into the stats, you just look at the left side of the screen, right? Farang Legend's 416 on the top, access rate 1 very close by 390, but the rest of the teams have so much inconsistency here in this map that no matter how many games you play here, it gets unpredictable, it gets difficult, and it's a far cry from SMG to Axis itself. That's like 76 points. That's a lot. Well, I mean 86, just to first correct my own math right there. So, Farang Legends, I think the day before, they've shown us that they can definitely get very high frag volumes per game. But last match itself, they didn't really get anything too much out of it. Adik Luke, definitely the main man that we're looking at here, and the analyst has brought up very interesting points where many of all these teams, they definitely have very quick rotations out there. Matoy chooses to pay Small Boy a visit. He steals one vehicle away inside of Pachinki. Wow. Small boy. A thief in broad daylight.
The fact that it never goes to night in Pachinki, gotcha. But yeah, it may look like a small thing, like Small Boy just taking off a vehicle. Ooh, Apu taking on Insomnus. Not too sure what's happening here, but looks like it's Apu alone in this shack. He will finish off Insomnus, and EVOS Rappy will be playing with 3 team members. But coming back to the point where we did see, coming back to the point where we talked about Small Boy taking that vehicle, it may seem like a small thing, but then again, the vehicles outside of Pachinki sometimes are hard to come by, and by stealing the vehicle, it could mean that it's going to be hard and for Team Secret to recover in terms of getting more vehicles.
Very much true. And can we all just talk about how powerful was Pamburu in the early game? Only with a revolver, taking on Insomnus. Now, EVOS VIP, they lose firepower. And last round, it seemed like we may not actually get a glimpse of how EVOS VIP crashed out in the early game. Their vehicle seemed to detonate by itself. But of course, that is entirely bad fortune to start off the game 1. Game 2, it seemed like they have managed to recuperate. They got 7 frags inside Miramar. Going into at least a top 5, top 6 finish is not too shabby of a deal. Now, Axis Red 1. We're keeping an eye closely on this team, who have definitely led the pack for multiple times already. So they are here to try to maintain consistency. Farang Legends giving chase. Same goes to Team Secret. So as we currently look at the very familiar circle over on towards the mid-eastern side, it definitely is a tough call to answer. How will this actually end up? Sometimes it goes back to Rozak as well as school. There are times where it goes down to the farm and shelter as of late, and also into the middle of mansion as well as Lipovka. So before option, it definitely depends on what the priorities are for each team. With maybe EVOS VIP starting on the deficit, all they have to rely on is to really book the right compound or a sector to take more points. So for Legends, this is a team that is kind of stuck with 4 rivals as well as EVOS VIP many a times in the middle, but always seem to survive to tell the tale.
Yeah, they always do, and there's a lot of head-to-head between these two teams, right? And Farang Lejund seems always have the upper hand against EVOS VIP, so that is an interesting point to note, especially now that the circle is on the right side again, and Farang Legends would normally rotate in a bit later. Considering that EVOS VIP, they are not a team that rotates in fast, that late. So the chances of them bumping into each other might be a little bit slimmer in this round. Unless if the circle is on the left side, then yeah, probably they will bump into each other just because of the timing of rotation is there. But Farang Legends, despite being a team, they are a team with a lot of firepower, right? So regardless whoever they meet, whether it's EVOS VIP, whether it's other teams, I think a lot of teams should give them some level of respect as well. And what's interesting is that earlier I did mention about Yasnaya being vacant. So there's a change of drop spot here for SEM9.Gank. Now into Yasnaya. Now, I'm not really a fan of them playing there, to be honest. I felt that they weren't comfortable playing Yasnaya the last time we saw them.
I agree, and haven't really see big results coming in from them dropping into Yasna Polyana. When they go into Sovereignty, I think that they have a very classical way of moving late into phase number 4, at the very least. Because of the safety net of Sovereignty not being surrounded by other towns, you won't have any sort of contests, and that gives that room for, other teams to fight it all out. First, you won't be the first team to drop. Now, that guarantees SEM9.Gank quite a significant amount of points if teams were to contest very early on. But then again, the navigation into the circle is what makes SEM9.Gank special. Not every team that plays in Sovereignty gets to hit directly to Sanaska military base ever so safely. They've been able to cover majority of the map. It feels like the exact same as what we can compare to Axis Red 1, who's been going into the right direction most parts of the match.
Yeah, that's right. So Axis Red 1 as well, talking about how they move. They always have a particular way of moving, and they like to make those very, very late rotations as well. It's understandably why they do that. It's because they don't want to get caught at the bridge, especially by VXM FANX, who caught them on the game number 1 yesterday, and they clearly weren't too happy about that. But I guess today, looking at the first game, how they managed that is that they rotate in super, super late, and they kind of evaded VXM FANX, and that's what they needed, because the only team that can stop them is VXM FANX, because they drop in onto Ferry Pier. As long as that's clear, they can move in, and that's the start of their chicken dinner run for game number 1.
That's right. Now, VXM FANX takes a very interesting position. This hill right here is where Team Bosco likes to play. Team Wills back then like to hang over onto this corner. Same goes to WULF, AROV. Now with that setup, look at RSG. They're passing right by. It might just be the crosshairs all directed at them. There's also TABAH NC at the back, but they're not revealing all too much. Small Boy might have actually sniffed out something, and he might have suspected a little movement. He saw that buggy right there. Now there will be grenades being lobbed. Same goes to Iftar. A little bit of trading. Oh, that looks good! And it immediately hovers upon them. Small Boy immediately getting those numbers out there, while TABAH NC, they were the ones to steal the kill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. What were they doing there? So they take out Small Boy. Okay, that's a good start for them. But at the same time, we can see that Calamity takes out Batman. VXM FANX gets one of their own. So that means that RSG, yes, they still have 3. Batman should be able to be picked up based on their location. But Oleo will go in for the rush. So he wants those points on the back. But then again, he's going to take this slowly. Oleo still at the forefront. Batman will be picked up, and they will retreat back into the compound.
Still, the compound is not exactly the safest place to be, especially with TABAH NC, the one that has get perfect view against them. Now, they can definitely pot something up. VXM FANX, maybe they might feel a little bit more hungry to take them all down, especially being a little bit mad of how the first kill went over to TABAH NC. So, with that said, either they play safe or they have to play aggressive. It's two ends of the stake here for them to decide. Meanwhile, Team Wheels, they've already cut across Gatka. The entirety of the south side of farm is going to be extremely safe for Team Wales. Can't say the same for EVOS VIP. Never really left school, still doing all the studies, and maybe all those lessons could have actually brought some good news back to them. And the very second circle here that has been revealed doesn't really tell too much. There can be hardship, there can be the circle heading all the way to Lipovka, which can still throw off many of these teams currently directly into the center. So for rivals, they're just taking a little bit of a checkpoint right there in the middle of the shelter fields. So across that Medusa intersection, definitely a very difficult place to contest other team. But now with SEM9.Gank joining into the warehouse here, for rivals, they're definitely going to be pretty okay with this. That if SEM9.Gank ever leaves, there's a chance that they can go in for the pickoff, Voki OP. This time, instead of going in for the western bridge, they choose the eastern bridge, they cut across the shore, and Wolf AROV completely misses this opportunity for a pickoff.
But lucky for Axis Red 1 though, so they don't always use the right bridge. So this one, the Red Tans, they actually use this right bridge and they managed to secure themselves a spot at the edge of Milftar. So what a good rotation there. Wolf Arrow, they weren't ready for that because they majority of the time we see Axis following the left side regardless of where the circle is. So they kind of got caught off guard. But well, at least the good news is that they weren't hunted down by Axis Red 1, or they weren't pushed by Axis Red 1. That's a better word to put it. So Axis Red 1 also not the kind of team who likes to take on early fights generally. So it's kind of like an okay-ish move for both teams. Kind of like almost like a win-win situation, I guess.
True enough. I guess for now, most of the teams here is going to have a lot of scouting action going on. Shots being fired out there towards SEM9.Gank, but won't be able to actually get too much. Everybody's behind walls for now. Most troubles by Rebel Boy being a great support alongside with Adik Luke. Now Kid, with the K9, finds a player off of 4 rivals. Pemburo now down on the ground. So I don't know where exactly Team Secret is. Usually moving off of Pachiki. They have so many options on the table, right? And they choose to advance upwards, or should I say northeastwards, into this fields here. And I guess this has been done many a times by Team Secret. That pick won't be able to secure the kill against 4 rivals just about yet, but without that helmet, you know that it makes things a lot easier for Team Secret.
Yeah, it will. So interestingly, what makes things easier for Team Secret as well is because they're currently in the middle and they moved in fast. So a lot of teams, they're starting to move in and they will meet each other on their journey into the circle. So like what GeekFam is currently, what GeekFam had for a while with 4 rivals who did their rotation. So now it's Team Secret having that prime position, I can say, in the middle of the circle. So far, it is favoring them. And on the right side, we can see that Homebois as well as Axis, they'll bump into each other. That's why sometimes it's not bad to be right in the middle of the circle because you don't really need to move and everyone will start to fight and you guys can chill.
That's right, and you look at the rotation of Axis run once more. They're all by separate vehicles. They have swerved all the way up into the north. Homeboys now trying to push them away from this open field. This is going to be a very difficult place for Homeboys to play out from. But they're taking different angles out there. Psycho as well as Sandcorn. They can actually bring in some numbers. But Axis Red 1, they have found a place to camp out. 4 members versus, a few of Homeboys. This is very doable. And AIG R2K, they gotta get those elevation as well. Now, I'm not too certain if this is gonna be a good case. Thank goodness they're not being caught out just about yet. As they opt to just secure a vehicle, goes back to the same compound. Still takes a lot of time for them to make certain decisions to happen. Voki OP now catches Psycho off, and that was what we were discussing earlier about Homeboys being out in the open field.
Yep, in the open field and Axis Red 1, they do have a high ground advantage. So now with that one knockdown, they're probably going to go in for it. And yes, they will start in the fight. Hey, Noob right in the forefront, 50% of health. But at the same time, we can see that Boki is here. Micah, of course, the Fragger coming in now and get one knockdown. Psycho being knocked down as well. And now Homebois, they are falling for the fortune for them. But Micah will be knocked down. And here we have it. Axis Red 1 ready to fight up against Homebois, who's trying to fight back.
Immediately, all three players all fell to the ground. Micah, of course, takes a little bit of damage out there, but it definitely will be easily picked up. But look at Psycho, though. He's still surviving. Kacang Susu now crashing right in. They haven't spotted a hit out. The smokes upside!
Oh! That was so close that he almost did spot on Psycho, but that also means that Homebois is out at 16th place, the first team to be out. Did not manage to get a single elimination point from that push.
Indeed. And that definitely was a tragic scenario. It's as if they were just giving 3-pointers to Homebois, if I want to be very straightforward. Not the best place to even open fire. And the worst team that you want to challenge during that moment as well. Now, I guess for Axis Red 1, they don't really have to circle. And Al-Ikhlas, he finds that pick with the DP28, lobbing another grenade. Just a short lob. I don't think he'll be able to connect all too well. But now, he's swinging up in the air. Perhaps just trying to scare off the rest of WULF AROV. Asan, he hasn't been able to reset Al-Ikhlas just by the corner of the stone, and he knows so well on how to protect himself with so little room of coverage. Now, WULF AROV, you want to still continue with the contest, with a 2-2 split going on. And I don't know if Zuli can actually make it out safely, but at least that buys time. Al-Ikhlas, he's done enough damage, now leaves Zuli behind over on the blue zone. And Zuli, he gets blocked out of the blue zone!
Oh yeah, and that won't be any elimination points for Farang, to say the least. And now Team Wales, they are still playing on the outside. They see Farang moving in, and it looks like Team Wales, they're interested to actually move in onto Farang Legends. But Farang Legends, they have the high ground. But look who's there, VXM FANX, the team that's super consistent since yesterday. They will be onto the Damn Cutie, will be knocked down by Helton. And now WULF AROV, they have only 2 team members left, and they are in the circle.
That's right. Now, this EVOS VIP driving into a very dangerous spot. There's so many teams out there. And over on this hill, you got Wills, Farang Lejund, and with EVOS over on the top, I think they can definitely play as third parties to bring in a little bit of damage towards both VXM FANX as well as Farang Lejund.
Yeah, they managed to spot out VXM FANX from afar with Al-Ikhlas shooting onto them. Helton managed to get a knockdown. Oh, Helton being knocked down by Luxy from EVOS VIP. So it's Farang Legends now with long range pick coming in. Red Bull Boy managed to get another knockdown. So that is a revenge coming up from the captain himself, Red Bull Boy. Luxy will be knocked down by Ricky. At the same time, we can see the Hano with a vehicle elimination. EVOS VIP now, they are stuck right out in the open. Sam will be knocked down by Red Bull Boy as well. Looks like EVOS VIP, they are caught in the low ground. It's not good news for them. Razor, the last man standing for EVOS VIP.
It's getting shot from all angles, and it's Boy to stop them on the track. Oh my word. Every team is here to party, and we heard shots after shots. Boy just pulling off a sick clutch, but they did lose 2 members, but secured 4 points instead. Axis Red 1 now with a flurry of grenades being lobbed out from Team SMG. Boki down the ground. Micah, Mark. Now it's on the same shot of smoke. Micah from the back gets shot. He's going to be falling off there. SMG, they have some speedy recovery. Axis Red 1, they got 8 points before falling out.
And here we have it. SMG, they still have company around them. They cannot be too complacent with their current location. At the same time, we move over to Team Wales. The circle actually moves away from them. Team Wales is focusing on the rotation at this moment. TABAH from Yoodo Alliance, the team that's still trying to fight for the survival into the grand finals. One of them have been knocked down. 4 rivals being caught outside of the zone and not being pressured by GeekFam at the same time. Appy will be taken out by the play zone. But we have Rift here still alive. 50% of health. Rift are taking out the zone at the same time. They've been locked down by GeekFam. Rift can't go anywhere, and Rift may just give himself to the zone.
This is going to be pretty difficult, but he still has a few steps here to take. GeekFam now lobbing those grenades. It's going to be hard for him to survive, but he will try regardless. And surprisingly, Team Wales lasted so long, they didn't have to chip into any of all these fights, and they did manage to also get 2 points out of it. So I guess that's definitely a great start for the team. Now, just look at some of all the rotation. Some of it has been questionable. Some of the other teams instead just opt to start picking up fights. Now, Team Wales, nothing to lose, but more to gain. Luke now stuck there all alone. The only member surviving from Farang Lejund, while Yoodo Alliance now tries to go in for a long haul drive into the center, and that's not exactly all too safe.
Yeah, it's not safe for these teams, especially for the teams that we see on screen right now. The long reach coming in from Stewart 9K. Sinbi has been out, and now we're down to 3 team members here for the side of Team Wales, but Drags have been knocked down. Aisha have been knocked out by Putra at the same time, so it looks like SEM9.Gank going up against Team Secret. The El Clasico between the both of them. Fredo will be taken out by Mamparang. Mamparang is back in the house here, ladies and gentlemen. And at the same time, we can see one team member from R2K will be taken out as well. Farang Legends only left with Luke, the star fragger, right now playing for positioning points for Farang Legends.
Oh, now to get a bird's eye view. There's just too many fights happening all across the map. Now it will be VX and FANX finding RSG as well. While Echo takes down Ziso of Team SMG. SMG having a stellar run this time. Oh, he runs over Echo. 1 3-pointer in. Crushes it over with the buggy as well. But with shots coming from Eyes, and he is blinded up. And with all these bullets flying into the smoke, it's going to be pretty hard for him to survive. But Six definitely has it in the back already. Grenades, though, from the back. Who is it coming from? Rex!
Where did it come from? Oh, it's RSG! Where did it come from? RSG came in from behind. 2 nades, taking out 6. And now it's down to Bart, the last man standing for SMG. Now they have 8 elimination points on their side. But then again, Team Wales, they still have 3 team members. Thelma from Yoodo Alliance will be eliminated by Iftar from VX and FANX. Yoodo Alliance now left with 2 team members. They need more points on the board because they need survival into the grand finals. RSG is here as well.
But SEM9, this is their best game throughout the weekend. Here with 8 pointers in. All they have to do, make it into the top 5, and then they can start chasing up once more. SEM9.Gank, though, some of the players are outside of the zone, and SEM9 still has a full squad to take on fights. VX and FANX, I don't know what is the strategy right now, but they always seem to have the perfect position, perfect angles here. And all they have to do is just wait. SEM9, they're on the far fledge of this current scene, so they have to make drastic rotation and maybe needing to take out Yoodo Alliance first to get right in.
But talking about SEM9 now, Depp is trying to find a way into the circle together with Drax. Depp now with 50% health. Mamparang is still alive at the same time. GeekFam still with all 4 team members from their side. RSG with the nade coming in from Bard. Almost taking out Rex. That was a close call there coming in from Rex. And now Bard, the last man standing as well from Team SMG. Yoodo Alliance is still in this. The next have been knocked down, but Lex is still alive in the whole of positioning points. And he's playing by the edge of the circle. Just look at how compact it is right here. Lex with Will!
Now the spray going on. Mama will fall instead. What a turn of event, and now Stewart 9K tries to suppress him though. No points being secured, and SEM9.Gank can also turn-wheel their way into the seed. Mamparang takes on Miracle. 1 member down from the side of GeekFam. And GeekFam, they've already got for everybody getting all those sort of kills. Mamparang, 1 HP left with him. He's still left surviving. He will have to heal up. Now, coast is clear for RSG. Now, looking at RSG's position, this is a perfect place to be, but VX and FANX have already heard those shots, so they have to pay attention on what happens onto their left, and Drax just goes in for some random shot. Might as well try than never. With a grenade flying towards his direction, he managed to dodge a huge one right across. Lobbing another towards GeekFam. Oh, this is an overshot. It could have actually been something here. Dameron now taking that perfect angle there. Everybody of SEM9 gets caught out. And it might just be Draxer who gets the lead by the very end.
Oh, Dabro, there's one more for Dabro. There you have it. Drax versus Dabro. Dabro with the full life there, but then again, the circle, the zone. Actually, pressure Drax. Drax will be taken out, and there you have it. Sent against so, but Dabro reveals his position. RSG notice where he is. He will finish off Dabro, and that. In a blink of an eye, we will have our top 3 teams. It's VX and FANX again at the top 3.
My, oh my. Just look at this team. Playing the perfect game, and you know what? They've already got one chicken dinner yesterday. Today, they're looking for another. Steward of all the other players now has survived all the onslaught that was happening on the west side. But now with a challenge. Going in towards this corner of the hill, where usually teams have had a lot of scuffles from, is going to be difficult. You see, there's a lot of open areas here for them to spot out SW3D2 if he ever moves into the open ground. And VX and FANX definitely has to focus down RSG first. RSG, they have those even numbers, but they need to find that player inside that Harry Potter tower. And I don't think it's all going to be also clear-cut for the moment.
Well, it's definitely not going to be clear-cut. Now, they have their own advantage and disadvantages for all these geographical locations, right? But right at this moment, we can say that VX and FANX probably has the best location, because for them to go at VX and FANX, they need to go a little bit on the downhill, and when they're on the downhill, whoever's on top of that sniper tower can take anyone out. So RSG, with the most team members in hand, they have the better chances compared to Wales, with only SW3D2, the last man standing. RSG doesn't seem like they have any vehicles, so they're going to go for the wrap around here, and they're going towards SW3D2. They have one vehicle though, but the problem is not SW3D2. The problem now is VX and FANX.
Indeed, VX and FANX here with a really good area of play. No matter how the circle closes, it's going to be pretty difficult for RSG because they're hit by the corner. Now, SW3D2 against an entire squad of RSG. He's walking towards his direction. Batman now getting caught out. Now he's going for a straight. He might just take down the whole squad of RSG. Now, perfect moment for that cleanup crew to arrive to the scene. Calamity now going for a spray. Doesn't really connect the shots. RSG somehow survives with Kim, the only member left remaining. Maki taken down. But VX and FANX can quickly go in for a reset, and it doesn't really take all too much. Now, the smokes are going to help Kim for a little while, and Stewart is just going to hang by. It's not too worried. I think that VX and FANX must be confused that it might just be two players of the same team.
Yeah, they might think that it's two players on the same team, so you can't blame them. But VX and FANX, they came out of the circle, they're going a little bit greedy, but actually, the moment they kind of realize that, hey, there's actually one more person, because from the elimination pin, you will know that Stewart is there. That's the one he takes out 2 team members from RSG. So now he knows it's 2 separate teams. They cannot go out simply like that, because if they focus on one person, the other person can shoot. So it's going to be a 3-way battle here. So they decide to come back into the circle. Just hold on to the circle. They don't need to be too aggressive, and they just wait for RSG and Stewart to come to them.
That's right, and with the circle closing all the way in, it's going to be Team Wills on top to finish, and that's all that VX and FANX could get, and also with a chicken dinner. I'm surprised. It's only 3 frags that have been in the bag for FANX, although there was so much commotion happening on top of the hill. But this is still very well deserved. They have been able to sniff out the very final few zone for all the 3 games that have been played out so far. Now, I want to hear what's the thought of the players, because they have been the most consistent team of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I want to hear it from them. I mean, this is a very underdog team that we're talking about amongst all these giants and amongst all these teams that have been super consistent over the course of this tournament. So VX and FANX, second chicken dinner in the final Super Weekend. Yesterday they got one. Today they will bring home another. Yesterday was in Miramar. Now it is in Iraga. Who knows? Tomorrow it could be sign out for them. So whether it's 3 elimination points, whether it's 13 elimination points, it doesn't really matter for them at this point. What matters for them is that they got this chicken dinner, they get the interview, they get the poster, they got the eyeballs onto them. VX and FANX, again, this team is beat everyone everyone should give this team attention. This team is now the team to watch.
It's just absolutely crazy on how PMPL Season 4 here in MYSG have so many talents that you just can't leave anybody out of it. And with this underdog team being the heroes on the rise, I think that they can definitely take home the title if they keep up with this performance. Now, let's have a look into the highlights as we will slowly break it down right after this. I'm lost for words, my friend. I don't know about you, but this team somehow, out of those 2 weeks of play, they never seem to be the most incredible team. I think on week number 1, they definitely have shown significant strength. And then week 2, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. So heading into week 3, this is their time to shine. Is this a super weekend buff for VXM FANX, or it's just them just knowing that secret formula and finally starting to show their true colors?
Yeah, so even in week 1, when they joined the Super Weekend, their total amount of points that they managed to get throughout the 3 days is even lesser than their current performance. So we can say that they have doubled their performance based on current standards as compared to week 1 in terms of the points gathered. Week 2, of course, they did not manage to get themselves to the Super Weekend, so that's fine. But when they did get into the Super Weekend, they didn't get as much points as this. So it just shows that the significant achievement, significant increase in terms of the performance for VXM FANX. I think that after today's performance, they have to get a lot of attention. This is a team that deserves to be mentioned across social medias.
Indeed, and I hope that there's going to be a little bit more coverage coming in for the team, because they're not those rising superstar that was hired from all the big teams to put together in here. So VXM FANX, of course, having the backup of a local celebrity, now is in the running to maybe take home that title out there. So let's talk more about this. 3 elimination points, we can put that all aside. It was more the pressure that they gave against all the other teams that were hoping to get that circle over the hill. You saw WULF fall out, TABAH NC crashed out as well, EVOS VIP move into all these sort of sections and didn't even get any sort of room to play. GeekFam also getting into the crosshair of the thick of things. And yet again, it's VXM FANX out of all teams to take home that chicken dinner. Although we do see a higher average number of kills from 2nd to 4th that we're seeing here, RSG, T-Wheels, as well as GeekFam, they took 6 elimination points each. SEM9 with 7, SMG with 8, Axis with 8. I think there's a lot of big winners in this match.
Oh yeah, I think all around everyone, a lot of teams wouldn't be happy with their performance, even for SEM9.Gank, although they went out fairly early, but they got 7 elimination points, so that's okay for them. And we have Moki here from VXM FANX as the MVP. 2 elimination points, 2nd MVP for Moki. Now, we do notice that VXM FANX, they're an all-rounder. One game you saw Calamity, one game you see Moki, one game you see Iftar. So they can switch around, and the stats just shows that this is a balanced team, and this is what makes a good team. Because if you're balanced, you don't depend on one person. If one person doesn't perform, you still have the rest of them to cover. This is now the strength of VXM FANX.
Indeed it is. Now we take a look at the head-to-head record where Rex he managed to secure a lot of kills by taking on all the other teams that were on that slope of the hill. So I think that he definitely is the main player of RG to watch out right now, other than him, Small Boy, as well as Batman, where he has always been the one to not only start off the fight, but to also secure all these huge numbers out there. It's definitely a very good comparison when we look at Al-Ikhlas here being the player with the most knockout. As per usual, I think we've seen him a whole lot in all these Erangel matches. And look at Rex. 21 throwable usage is something out of the ordinary.
Oh yeah, it's a lot. That's 3 above par from SMG, right? And just look at the gap there. And Drax with 15, which is like 6 difference, and then followed on by Deb, which is 10 difference. So Rex have been throwing a lot. Good thing that he doesn't have the hand on the kitchen sink. If not, that will be something that he throws as well. So that's all right. But what I must say here is also that Mamba, we don't mention him a lot. He's been the fragger for Team Wales, now showing up as one of the top elimination in terms of distance. But again, this is where it all matters. We accept FANX. What else are we going to talk about this team, right? 190 elimination points, topping the charts. Second place, SEM9.Gank, 101, breaking that 100-point barrier. Third place goes to RSG, 84 points. Fourth place, Team Secret, 80 points. Fifth place, Axis, Red1, 61 points. TABAH, NSEA at 6th place with 60 points. 4 rivals as well as GeekFam, both of them 53 points. But 4 rivals is above GeekFam because they have that 1 chicken dinner as the tiebreaker. So it's 7 for 4 rivals and 8 for GeekFam.
Can we also talk about RSG's very consistent rise? Now they're in the top 3. It feels like it's similar to the past season where they're late bloomers, heading into the final Super Weekend where they first managed to make the cut out towards the top 16 by the very final day. Now it's a different story. It's them chasing for that number 1 spot as well. So you cannot sleep on RSG at all. Now hitting into 9th place all the way down to 16. We see a little bit of improvement coming in from Team Wales as well as SMG. Now they're heading in towards the 40-pointer ratio. Meanwhile, WULF, AROV, EVOS VIP both having a little bit of a slump of performance, while Homebois definitely got taken out early, so they didn't get any points out of that scenario. Same goes to AIG R2K, while Alliance here find himself 27 points over this weekend.
Yeah, 27. So Alliance, they need 56 points in total. So for now, they are at the halfway mark. Boss Group will be looking at this as like, okay, they are still being a threat to us. With now like 7 more games to go, it's still doable for Yoodo Alliance. It's just that I hope they step up their game if they want to go on to the next round. But again, this is where it all matters. Axis Red1 still in the top spot, 377 points. Second place, Team Secret, 363 points. Third place goes to Farang Lejund, 354 points. Number 4 goes to SMG with 331 points. 4 rivals at 5th place with 326 points. SEM9.Gank as well as EVOS VIP tied on points, 304. But I guess because of the number of chicken dinners, SEM9.Gank is on top, taking over that number 6 spot from EVOS VIP. Now they move down to 7. TABAH NSEA 8th place with 266 points. AIG R2K 9th place, 262 points. 10th place goes to RSG with 261 points.
Very stark difference for EVOS VIP. They only got 36 points over Week 3. I definitely think that this is a far cry from what they could usually achieve. Now we're looking at the second pager here as we want to compare. VX and FANX, the biggest performer for Week 3, and yet they are on 12th spot. I think maybe by the end of the weekend, it might just be them hitting into the top 10. Maybe overtaking GeekFam, but I'm not too certain. There's too many games for us to slowly calculate, but in this current hot form, yes indeed, they can do exactly just that. Now, Yoodo Alliance needing just about 41 points, 42 points still, but it will still be within grasp at the very least. So with that all being said, I think that there is still a lot to look forward to, and I guess that climb to the top once again is what is going to make all of this interesting. Now, VX and FANX will receive the limelight as they will be interviewed by Dear Sis Jenny.
Kembali. Assalamualaikum Nishi.
Hai.
Okay, Nishi adalah VXM punya manager, betul?
Betul.
Awesome. Okay, tahniah pada kemenangan tadi. Banyak bau ayam dari semalam dengan hari ni. Sama Okay, based on game tadi, banyak kat tepi tu. Game tadi, VXM kejar circle ataupun apa, sebab elimination dia point tak sama macam biasa?
Untuk game 3 hari ni, saya rezeki circle lah. Luck circle. That's why kill pun tak banyak kejar circle, tak banyak jumpa orang juga. Memang tadi tu rezeki.
Rezeki, insyaAllah. Okay, Nishi terangkan dalam konsistensi VXM daripada game Super Weekend semalam dengan hari ini.
Sebenarnya kita orang punya reason for our consistency is because of the mood players lah. Mood players memang tengah have fun, tengah seronok. Memang this Super Weekend just masing-masing nak have fun je. Yeah, that's why mood player pun on, confident pun on. So that's why I think that's the reason for the consistency lah.
Betul. Macam senang kata, kalau semua have fun, insyaAllah result tu akan terkeluar dengan luar biasa. Okay, I agree. Alright. Soalan ketiga. VXM ni cara mereka main perlu dengan kelainan. Adakah game strategi itu berubah dengan semua circle yang ada?
Saya percaya yang our team VXM main with adaptive. Diorang jenis yang adapt to every game. Diorang boleh adapt. Every team yang masuk pun diorang boleh adapt. So yeah, and even during our meetings pun kita selalu tengok balik games and tengok checkpoint team lain. So that's why every game strategi lain-lain. Yeah, because kita jenis yang adaptive lah.
Alright, power. Memang cantik lah. Pasal memang adaptive tu something yang I would say bonus tau team awak ada. Okay, alright. So last, apa yang VXM mengharapkan pada minggu ini punya Super Weekend?
Because kita orang pun tengah konsisten. So we all harap that dapat masuk first page lah for overall ranking. Ya, tu je.
Overall ranking first page kan hari minggu ni korang dah first tau tadi. Kalau korang tengok balik nanti live kan, korang dapat first pada minggu ni. Alhamdulillah tercapai juga ya. Okay lah, itu saja. Thank you so much Nishi dengan congratulations with VXM. So kita jumpa lagi insyaAllah kalau benang ayam. Alright, korang kita pergi table analyst. Cik taunting tu. Begitu guys. Iftar. Okay, anyways, hello Tok Kais dan Khairul. Kita bincangkan pada game tadi lagi sekali. Okay, so game tadi kita ada nampak perubahan dalam rotasi banyak team. Especially, I think, actually not especially lah, tapi sis nak cakap pasal Axis. So maybe Tok Kais boleh terangkan, diorang macam dah reset tadi.
Kalau kita tahu Axis memang dalam mindset reset daripada sejak kejadian dendam kesemat semalam. Ini diakui oleh IGL aka Buaya IGL mereka sendiri. Iaitu bila mereka memang betul-betul kata game keempat tu adalah seakan-akan hukum kurma untuk mereka apabila mereka terturun dekat tempat yang mereka tak nak turun. Dan pada kali ini mereka memang reset, main macam biasa sebenarnya untuk Axis. Main slow-slow kalau circle jauh, dan kalau ada ancaman, settlekan ancaman terlebih dahulu. Dan disebabkan itu, saya rasa Axis still on the track. Mereka masih lagi leading, tetapi VXM sekarang ini kita dapat lihat mereka tak tahulah rezeki apa. Tadi J pun cakap circle lah aku rasa pergi VXM. Sekali memang betul-betul circle tu memang lepak dekat VXM. Jadi saya rasa lepas ni J kena minta pergi kat tempat lain, maybe dia akan pergi kat tempat lain lah. Circle tu yang menyebabkan VXM dapat chicken tu sebenarnya.
So mulut dia kira satu doa yang makbul lah. Okay.
Ya.
Alright, Khairul, sis nak sembang tentang VXM. So tadi saya ada tanya tau, and diorang jawab yang diorang satu team yang dia dapat adaptasi something like that lah. Dia boleh adapt to certain situation. So maybe Karul boleh terangkan.
Adaptasi ni memang sangat-sangat perlu untuk semua pasukan yang bermain PUBG Mobile, sebab kita sentiasa akan berjumpa pihak lawan di setiap kawasan yang berbeza. Kita sentiasa tak tahu apa strategi mereka sebelum permainan tersebut bermula. Jadi adaptasi ni penting. Yep, kita ada banyak meta. Jadi dengan adaptasi terhadap benda-benda baru ni, perkara yang diorang perlu untuk titik beratkan lah. Nak lagi, kita tahu VXM FANX pasukan yang baru saja menjejakkan kaki ke dalam liga profesional ini, dan diorang mengadaptasi gameplay. Walaupun kita boleh kata ini dah penghujung minggu yang ketiga untuk liga, tapi kita kena ingat Grand Finals masih ada, dan kalau VXM dah pun bersedia untuk menghadapi Grand Finals, diorang boleh saja untuk jadi salah satu candidates untuk melayakkan diri ke SEA ataupun menjadi champion untuk Grand Finals kita dengan gameplay sebegini.
Okay. Topcast, looking at the graphics kat sini, Team Secret tempat pun cantik, tapi diorang masih dapat bau-bau ayam. So maybe Topcast boleh elaborate further.
Tak tahu, saya sebenarnya sekarang ni apa yang kita tengok, saya tak tahu sama ada benda ni wajar untuk dicakapkan ataupun tidak, tapi yang ada rezeki circle tau. Team Secret walaupun mereka ada circle dekat sini, tapi circle tak ada dekat VSM. Tempat VSM tu memang boleh lepak, sebab Wiz dengan Farang tengah bergaduh. Macam cendawan untuk digunakan. Dalam masa yang sama, dekat rumah cendawan tu ada lereng. Jadi lereng tu pun circle last pergi dekat situ juga. Situasi dia sama macam Team Forever dekat Miramar sebelum ni, yang mereka ada satu, orang kata macam bunker semula jadi yang diletakkan untuk mereka pakai dekat situ. Kalau kita tengok, Team Secret kena lawan dekat depan dulu, menghala ke arah VSM. Dalam masa yang sama, VSM boleh lepak, chill. Team Secret kena hadap dengan GeekFam, dengan SEM9. Sebab tu SEM9 langgar Team Secret. Kita tak nampak apa yang berlaku sebenarnya. Tapi akhirnya SEM9 pun, walaupun dia datang daripada tempat Team Secret tu dengan 4 orang kita tengok sebentar tadi, still gagal untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner disebabkan circle yang agak sukar sebenarnya untuk mereka masuk, sebab terlalu banyak tim datang daripada situ, dan VSM berjaya clear dan defend tempat tu, mereka mendapatkan chicken dinner. Kesimpulan dia nanti J cakap, tapi kesimpulan kan Team Secret punca dia adalah dia gagal untuk mempertahankan compound tu daripada SEM9, tu satu. Tapi kalaupun dia dapat pertahankan daripada SEM9, circle tarik dekat tempat yang suka untuk dia. Kesimpulan.
Alright, kesimpulan dia di situ. Right, Khairul. Tadi kita nampak Farang, sis ada nampak satu highlight yang mantap pada Repo Boy. Maybe Khairul boleh terangkan positivity yang dia dah buat tadi untuk Repo. Good points.
Repo Boy, dia seorang IGL lah. Dia seorang IGL yang sangat-sangat baik untuk Farang Lejund. Dia yang akan menjadi, orang kata, mastermind ataupun brainer untuk tim tersebut bergerak ke mana. Dia akan kekalkan disiplin dalam pasukan tersebut, dan benda ini diterima dengan sangat-sangat baik oleh teammate beliau iaitu Ricky, Adil Luke dan juga yang lain. Jadi benda ni cukup penting untuk pasukan Farang Lejund, sebab kita pun nampak cara mereka bermain dalam setiap pusingan begitu sistematik, begitu berdisiplin, dan sentiasa mempunyai posisi yang baik untuk cover satu sama lain. Walaupun buka besar, still diorang boleh mampu untuk cover fire untuk rakan-rakan beliau. Tapi pada waktu ini kita nampak Adil tinggal berseorangan, mungkin adalah tersilap percaturan mungkin daripada Repo Boy, dan benda biasa berlaku dalam PUBG Mobile, sebab kita tak ada info. Kita tak sentiasa tahu siapakah di depan kita, tak sentiasa tahu siapa di belakang maupun kiri dan juga kanan. Jadi untuk Repo Boy, dia sekarang ini melakukan kerja yang sangat-sangat baik untuk pasukan beliau, dan kita nampak daripada segi overall standings, Farang Lejund antara pasukan yang baru saja masuk dan sekarang dalam pengejaran untuk mendapatkan tahta liga tersebut, dan dia mempunyai firepower yang sangat-sangat baik juga untuk Repo Boy. Jadi dia punya balance daripada segi menjadi IGL dan menjadi pemain untuk sudut diri dia sendiri juga bagi contribute begitu banyak kepada pasukan tersebut.
Okay, let's look into this graphic. Okay, sis nak tanya Topcast pada Yoodo Alliance. Tadi nampak yang grafik sebelum ni, diorang buka yang besar, lepas tu diorang boleh masuk. Maybe Topcast boleh terangkan.
Yoodo Alliance ni satu benda sekarang ni, kita tahu, dan mereka dalam mindset yang seboleh-bolehnya mereka nak kutip sebanyak-banyaknya point dari sudut placement kalau boleh, sebab banyak kali terbukti yang apabila mereka cuba untuk berlawan, mereka dijatuhkan. Jadi mungkin itu sedikit sebanyak bagi confidence yang kurang kepada mereka. Mereka sekarang ni lack of confidence. Jadi disebabkan itu saya rasa sewajarnya mereka tak boleh buka terlalu luas kalau mereka tahu sukar untuk pertahankan kawasan yang macam ni. Cumanya bila mereka buka terlalu luas, satu persatu mereka dijatuhkan, dan itu menyebabkan mereka gagal untuk mendapatkan satu persatu squad yang berada dekat depan mereka. Kalau mereka ini adalah Axis, kita tahu Axis macam mana cara mereka main. Ataupun bukan Axis kah, kalaupun mereka ni adalah Farang Lejund kita katakan, ataupun For Rival, apa yang mereka akan lakukan adalah yes, mereka buka luas, tapi buka luas dengan satu tujuan untuk dapatkan mana-mana tempat yang sedap. Dapat tempat sedap, langgar dan pertahankan tempat daripada tempat sedap tersebut, dan kemudian farm kill. Tapi untuk Yoodo Alliance mungkin mereka kena reset balik macam MJ cakap tadi, untuk check balik, jangan terlalu bermain. Saya rasa mereka kena dapatkan balik gameplay PMNC mereka. Mereka sebenarnya ada satu pasukan yang hebat, tapi belum jumpa lagi rentak tu sebenarnya.
Belum jumpa rentak. Adakah ini sama situasi dengan Team Wales, Khairul? Tadi game yang perakhiran tu Steward ada macam tolong FBXM untuk mendapat ayam. Khairul boleh elaborate?
Ya, terbantu secara tak sengaja lah, kita boleh katakan. Benda ni okey tak? Kalau kita tinggal seorang-seorang dalam permainan PUBG Mobile, kita akan lakukan sehabis baik untuk menambahkan jumlah placement, jumlah penyingkiran untuk kita dapatkan untuk pasukan kita. Dan at the end of the day, SW3D2 dia lakukan kerja yang sangat-sangat baik untuk menambahkan lagi mata tersebut. Dia dapatkan 2 pemain daripada RSG, dan kita pun tahu RSG mungkin ataupun dah tahu ataupun mungkin tak tahu mengenai keberadaan SW3D2 yang berada berseorangan di kawasan lereng sebentar tadi. Tapi SW3D2 dia memang bersatu dengan alam. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 2 knockdown. Dia berjaya juga untuk dapatkan tempat yang kedua jika tak silap saya selepas skim dikeluarkan oleh zon biru. Tapi apa yang dilakukan oleh SW3D2 ialah perkara yang paling terbaik dia boleh lakukan pada situasi yang sangat-sangat tegang sebentar tadi.
Ya. Okay. So memang the key is really real for that last player. Betul tak Top? Maybe Top boleh terangkan lebih pada waktu-waktu circle terakhir buat kitanya penonton.
Ya, macam yang Khairul cakap tadi sebiji lah. Saya copy balik jawapan dia, saya tukar sikit supaya saya dapat lulus Turnitin. Tapi memang untuk VXM kan, macam saya cakap, ini adalah circle kurniaan kepada mereka. Circle tarik kepada mereka, jadi mereka boleh relax, tak perlu untuk tergopoh-gapah. Sebenarnya RSG bijak saya cakap, sebab tadi mereka dah jatuhkan seorang daripada VXM. Mereka tahu inilah fight yang bukan 3v4. Ini adalah fight 3v something, 3v2 v2 or maybe 3v3 v1, macam tu lebih kurang. Dan apa yang mereka lakukan adalah mereka clear terlebih dahulu blind spot Steward. Mereka nak cari Steward. Kalau ikut game sense pun kat situ je the last player atau the last 2 players yang boleh lepak dekat situ. Sebab mereka dah habiskan VXM, so mereka tahu VXM bukan full squad. Disebabkan itu mereka tahu ada lagi 2 squad at least ada lagi 2 squad. Kemungkinan ada 3, mungkin 2-1-1 lah kan. Tapi dengan sifir tersebut yang digunakan, RSG bijak, dia nak clear dulu Steward. Tapi disebabkan itu Steward dia ada satu low ground yang mana dia boleh menembak orang yang berdiri, tapi orang yang berdiri sukar nak nampak dia. Low ground tersebut yang membantu dia menggunakan UMP, suppressor pula tu, dengan tidak adanya sound visualization. Jadi sebenarnya agak sukar untuk mereka mencari kat mana Steward, dan disebabkan itu Steward berjaya mendapatkan RSG. Dan kemudian Iftar dah tak tergopoh-gapah, tak macam semalam. Dia bersabar dan dia berjaya mendapatkan chicken dinner dengan sangat-sangat mudah pada kali ni.
Alright, baik, mantap. Harap-harap J memaafkan, tapi itu analisis yang sangat mantap buat penonton kita yang tengah tengok ni. Okay guys, so let's go to the custom table, that is OTG, J Hunter and Contra.
And now we are ready for game number 4, as we are here to cast all the matches. It's Contra and Sir Cloud. And all of this is hosted by PUBG Mobile and, of course, organized by VSPN. Before we get into all the action, of course, we gotta give our thanks to our good partners as well as sponsor for making the PMPL Season 4 happen. To start things off, of course, we give thanks to our official smartphone partners, the Redmi Note 10 series, where you can challenge your boundaries. And on top of that, you can pair your brand new Redmi Note 10 series with the official digital telco partners, Yoodo, where if you switch to Yoodo today, you can get those free in-game rewards. All you have to do is scan that QR code right down on your screens right now. And that's definitely more great stuff for you, as Yoodo powered by Telco is the most customizable mobile data plan out there, where you definitely can adjust according to your needs. Now, according to the charts right now, it definitely looked like VXM FANX is just sweeping everybody else off by storm and taking the #1 spot for the Super Weekend. But still, the chase is on for the total ranking points of all Super Weekend.
Yeah, so of course that is for a later discussion, right? Whereby it could be for tomorrow or it could be during the grand final, depending on which one that we want to keep focus on, to whether it's the PMGC points or even the league points. For the league points, of course, VXM FANX, I think they're just too far off for the championship. But what is mentioned by their manager earlier on is that they're playing with a good mood. So that is their secret to success. Not really much of a secret if you can think about it. It is more about like getting the good vibes in the team, and that's what brought them success. And I do believe that this actually plays a big role, because if you walk into the game and you don't feel like yourself, you feel down, naturally that will translate to the gameplay of the game. And for them to get this positive approach is something that all the teams should take note of. This is actually a very important factor, and VXM FANX is just showing it in their games.
That's right, no stress and more chicken dinners. That's the golden rule out there for FANX. So far, I think it has been working well. They should just keep themselves even happier with all these celebrations. Maybe they can walk away with another one by the end of this Sanhok round. Now, I guess that when we move in here, there's a lot of empty space after some teams did not make the cut. Now, interesting enough, last time we went to Sanhok, it's Access Rate 1 that dropped into Kampong to hunt out VXM FANX. That costed Access Rate 1 a whole lot, and now they're having a little bit of struggle because they don't want to be chased by Team Secret as well as Farang Lejund. So these three teams still will be on the watch. But with this flight path here, Sir Cloud, it's all the way up north, heading to Camp Alpha. Do you think this is going to give difficulty to any teams that want to drop in the south side?
Probably not that much, because if we talk about the southern side, let's say Sami or even Camp Charlie, there's a lot of vacant room in between Nakam as well as Hainan. So there should be enough room for them to navigate around. It should be okay, even if going down to docks as well. So there's enough room. There should be enough room for them to play in around the areas of Quarry, because it's how big it is. And just looking at like EVOS VIP, they drop into Langkawi, doesn't seem to be a big problem for them. VXM FANX as well, they can go through caves, so it's going to be okay for them, despite this being a small map. But there's just enough room for these teams to find way into their original drop spot. Now, talking about this circle revealed to us, this circle reminds me of the circle where EVOS VIP got a chicken dinner in Sanhok. Was it EVOS VIP getting a chicken dinner? But yeah, it was something like that. EVOS VIP, they managed to farm up the amount of elimination points. Of course, right now, based on the performance, they are on the second last spot in the table. So they definitely need that boost back up.
That's right. So it definitely is very vital. And I noticed something interesting about Team Wills. Like, going into Sanhok, they're taking this very wide diamond formation. Snappy, all alone, having RSG Kim to deal with, and he possibly have no weapons in hand. And fortunate enough, Kim was more busy looting as compared to focusing on the surrounding to pick him off. So Snappy might just be able to survive. And that section where he's dropping at is very close to Paradise result already. So other than Snappy, you see Sinbi all the way down south, somewhere close to Cave as well as Quarry. So I don't know, like they're playing security guard to whoever wants to be moving into Quarry. Circle moving down towards the southeastern side, or should I say far east, as it's still yet to be told. While EVOS VIP has just arrived to the picture, slowly looting back into Langkawi. Now, let's have a look at EVOS VIP's performance. This weekend, honestly, is their current worst weekend. They only got about maybe 30 over points for the past 7 rounds that was being played out. Or should I say 8. It is going to get even more difficult if they're going to be going into this sort of pace for the moment. So EVOS VIP got to really buck up on how they usually play the game. And we can't really blame them because last round, Insomnus gets picked up way too early by Pamburu. Only that revolver. He doesn't have any weapons to contend with, and that leaves EVOS VIP with so little members to work with. But at the very least, there was a glimmering hope back in Miramar. So I wonder how well can they do in Sana.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy turn for EVOS VIP, right? So there are some occasions they do well, some occasions they don't really do well. So it also depends on how things goes. I mean, this game is also partly a game of RNG. It depends on where the circle goes, but hold that thought for a second. Looks like there's a fight here. RSG against Team Will. So RSG making that quick run into Kuwari and Ricky. Looks like he's interested to nade himself for some reason. And wait a second, what? Repo Boy burning himself? Okay. R2K. This reminds me of something that we've seen before.
Does it call for a remake already? Or will they just take each other out? I am honestly unsure. But we'll be waiting for the officials here to let us know. And names after names appear on your screen. Don't worry. Don't be too freaked out, as this will be an all-out fight between both RSG as well as WULF AROV before we get ourselves perhaps a little bit of remake.
Yeah. Normally that's a sign for a remake. And yes, so it looks like it is confirmed that it's a remake here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be coming back to our scene. We know you miss us, we miss you, and here we are again. And we'll be looking at another Sanhok after this.
Yeah, and I guess that it calls for a little bit of reset. I'm not too sure what exactly is the technical issue that is currently happening. But don't worry, we are here for competitive integrity. If one team couldn't perform based on some of all these issues that were met, I guess it's only fair that we start all over again. We had nothing much going on in the early game until, perhaps some casualties going out there. I think the only time that we saw was a confrontation between RG as well as Team Wales early on. And suddenly, Farang Lejund kind of took themselves out from that point onward, so it gets a little bit awkward, but we have seen this, back in the days, in the past, where the dark ages of Season 2, remakes after remakes, but I'm glad that, this season so far has been smooth sailing, and it's all down to how we will keep ourselves posted with what goes on. So, as we saw in that past match, Wales, they kind of drop into this very, very wide position. And I don't know if this is going to be a good option if they were to even go in for a reset of this match. So, RSG, they usually have a little bit of a tutus as well. They take by the corners of the bridge all the way up north, and then they send their 2 members right above boot camp. So, perhaps this might just be a little bit of a change when it comes down to how Team Wales want to approach this, because now they know, okay, this place is off limits and they got to stay away from RSG.
Yeah, and the fact that RSG is a fast rotating team, they like to go into the middle of the circle early, and of course that depends on the circle as well. Now, if the circle is somewhere, let's say around Camp Alpha, then you will see RSG immediately going onto the side of Camp Alpha very quickly. So it really depends on the circle. If it's the same circle, then maybe Team Wales, they want to switch up on the way they kind of defend themselves or be prepared for the oncoming RSG. So either way, it really depends on the circle. Like what we saw earlier, the circle was on the side of Someone Quarry, in the middle of it. That's why we did see an early skirmish. So if we see a similar circle, I won't be surprised if we see the same thing being done by RSG again.
That's right, and I think RSG today has been looking on fire. Like, basically, having the best sort of rotations. I think from day one of the Super Weekend, they've also stashed up that chicken dinner, and that have already set up a really good pacing on how RG is supposed to take many of all these sort of approach. So we know them as a very tactical team, and with the addition of Rex here, who have just gotten a lot more highlights from the past few rounds out there, I think that if he continues with this tempo, maybe he might just be looking to challenge Adeklu eventually. So far, I think it's between a little bit of a tie of Small Boy, Rex, as well as Kim, and usually there's a little bit of shift. I haven't seen Batman with an MVP title just about yet. Have we seen that before?
No, we have yet to see that happening. Not even Kim, to be, if I remember correctly, not this season. And he was last season's tournament MVP, if you do recall. But for this season, it's a little bit of a different showing for him. But at least they do have Small Boy together with Rex actually stepping up to the game, and they've been performing fairly well for RSG. And like what we saw, right now, RSG, they are in the 3rd spot. So far so good for them. And it felt like last season, whereby during the early stages of the league, they did perform that well. Later stage, then we did see, so RSG is shows their good performance, and at the end of the day became the overall champion. So I mean, could this be another story again for RSG, another Cinderella run for them? We'll need to wait and see. RSG could be up there.
That's true. I think that VXM FANX, of course, also got inspired by this, heading into the PNMC, now qualifying to the PMPL. On this final week so far, I think the results have shown us all too much that it doesn't need me to even amplify it even further, that this team is definitely here because they are extremely talented, and on top of that, they have that huge determination and still that fighting spirit to continue into fighting on this final Super Weekend. Although most of the teams in this sort of scenario, if they're not going to be in the first page, they won't bother that much, so long as they're not on below 16. So currently, we will get ourselves back into Sandok as well. So, Sir Cloud, are there these few teams mentioned? Who do you want to set your sights upon?
For Sandhawk, I'm a kind of guy I like underdog stories. So if VXM FANX can come up with another superb performance in this Sandhawk, well, again, they deserve more mention. That's all I gotta say about VXM FANX.
That's right. Now we definitely take a little bit more time to stare down on that Sandhawk map. And the last time we had a Sandhawk matchup here, it was SEM9. That was the King of the Hills once more on top of the temple where Camp Alpha is. So that Alpha Island itself definitely is a tough place to go up against SEM9. But if it goes back to the mainland, honestly, it's always anybody's game out there. And now, going back to the shots of who could possibly be the sharpest shooter here, we've already seen Adeklu being extremely consistent. Last season, it was EVOS VIP there that has gotten a lot of good volumes of kills and stuff. And that's also credit to Sam Z, that was their main marksman last season. But with the addition of Insomnus, I think that they are an all-rounded team. There was not one guy that's always better than the other or so, because, you know, good days you see Razor, and of course, other days you have a little bit more of Insomnus, Sam Z, Heiko as well. They take turns to take that MVP title, including Bugsy.
Yeah, so the only two members from EVOS Rapid that ever got an MVP title is Yakuza as well as Haikal. But of course, we still have games to play, and who knows, they could be the one to get that MVP title. But that's not going to be important. What's going to be important is that they need to rank up the points, however it is. And hopefully it starts back in Sandhawk for them. And now we'll see a slightly different flight path. This time it's coming in from Hardpin, going all the way down to Langkawi. So earlier teams that what we saw, EVOS VIP, they have a little bit of a traveling needed to do to reach Langkawi. This time it's not going to be a problem for them. on the side of Cam Charlie and Sami, I don't think it would be a problem for Axis Red One as well as Homebois. So I do think that being a small map, it's going to be okay for them to reach their desired places.
That's right. Interesting enough, you look at the top 5 limbs, it just touches the double-digit mark. Majority of them heading 10 to 11. 11 being Mika, Micha, whichever one that you prefer.
Whichever one it is. Yeah. I always had a question though.
Taking the top. Yeah. Well, what's that?
Like, it's Mika, Micah, or I don't know. That's a mystery of life.
Let the chat decide if that's going to be the case.
As
we continue on, TABAH and NSEA so far is a team that is in the middle of everyone else. 366 points overall in the current standings of the league. And it's going to be tough to chase up against EVOS VIP. But it's also not impossible. But if they chase up, there's also not too much of a reward. It's more about keeping a certain sort of play style, a certain momentum of something that they really want to try over this weekend. They have no worries. Even if you slide downwards, it's absolutely okay. You still qualify to the grand finals of MYSG, so hooray to that. With all the points being gathered, Team Secret just needing a huge swing of a game. And you know, Team Secret, once they do pop off, it's always that double-digit volume of frags out there. So I'm not too concerned for them. But Farang Lejund though, today they are starting to tremble already.
Yeah, that's quite a good point as well. I mean, we don't see much of Farang Lejund as what we've seen in last week's Super Weekend as well as the weekday as well. I mean, they performed superbly well that time, and that's why they topped the charts at some point. But at this time, so far since yesterday, yeah, they've been okay, but okay doesn't bring you the championship, so that's one thing. And now they slipped down to third spot, as you can see on the charts on the right side. Thank you so much to production for providing this for us, so we don't need to keep guessing. And I mean, if this happens for maybe like 2 or 3 more games, even SMG could catch up to them.
That's true. So honestly, it's not too bad. We've seen certain days within one span of a day. If you get back-to-back chicken dinners like how SEM9 did yesterday, hey, 100 points is never out of reach, right? Like, as we currently see, SEM9 now tying with EVOS VIP is also quite an astounding feat, especially when EVOS, they were like what? Top 1, top 2, top 3 in the early stage of the league. As much as they have a little bit of a shakiness when it comes down to getting all of the games going for them, SEM9, that one spectacular day that we have all jaws all dropped to the ground, watching them back to back winning games, it just revives the memory of how they used to perform back in the SEA Championship.
Yeah, that, and also I remember there was PMWL as well, like the first day or something like that, they got a triple chicken dinner during that time as well. So it reminds me of that too. So far today, it's been it feels like Farang Lejund, right? It's an okay performance for them, but because they were in the 7th spot and their gap is it's quite a significant gap for them to go on to the first place. Yes, mathematically, they could still challenge for the championship, but they need yesterday's level of performance to actually go for that championship. Now we're moving on to the 4th stage of the 4th round of today's game, and it's an okay performance for them. That's how we kind of see them start to have a gap with the top. So now the gap is like what, 73 points. With only 7 more games to go, they need definitely more than 11 points, because we must consider that the teams at the top will also move at the same time. So they need to get like, I don't know, almost a chicken dinner every time to catch up to the first spot.
That is true. Very difficult to do. Now, RG pulling off this strat once again. that's been shown by us from multiple teams before. So this sort of elevation, you could definitely abuse those angles, take the fight against WULF AROV, but Smallboy might just be revealing a little bit tad too much. As much as they come in with all these engines roaring, with the buggy climbing upwards, there's no punishment being set upon by WULF AROV. While we look at the other side, you know, AROV, this name has been significant since PMCO days, where after the PMCO days, they've consistently changed their name. And they used to have this tiger logo with them, and then they changed to, what? Let me just calculate. They changed to Red Aliens. After the Red Aliens, they became J8 Esports. After J8 Esports, now WULF AROV. So they're like shapeshifters, you know. Like, it's just interesting that the logos might have changed, but the players hardly have. As you have Old Man Boyka, or some calls him Baby Boyka, who's always the staple player of the team. True enough. True enough.
Yeah. I mean, well, not that baby. Oh, come on. For people who... Okay, he does have the baby face look. But come on. He's like, what, 30 this year? Not that baby. Come on. Only I can call him Baby Boyka because I'm older. For maybe
that's gonna be quite
everyone
strange,
else in the community will need to find... we can't call him that. Okay, it would be strange if I call him Baby Boyka. Imagine if I have a conversation and I go, hey, Baby Boyka. No.
You know what will hurt him?
No.
Just calling him Uncle Boyka, coming from you.
That is more like it. That is more like it. I will call him Uncle Boyka from now on. There you go.
Anyways. Speaking of old men, let's go to the boys. Homebois. So far, this team definitely have seen better days. Last season, top 5 ratio. And this season itself, they go back to the old ways. Now, let's take it all the way back as well. Homebois previously, before being picked up by Daddyhood, they were known as Dingo's MZ. So, Dingo's MZ, they used to have this sort of thing going on where they don't exactly play too many scrims, but somehow they perform day in, day out inside of the league. So they are kind of like that wild horse running into the league out there, and nobody knows what to expect. And if there's going to be a horse race, it's like, this is a nameless horse that nobody saw coming to be able to sprint into the pole position. And I guess that past season out there gave a lot of players out there hope that, you know, it's not always going to be Team Secret. It's not always going to be Yoodo Gank or SEM9.Gank. It definitely came to this stiff competition that every one of the 16 teams, which we saw GeekFam taking the last season, and also now SEM9.Gank going into their prime. It might just be Bravo here that may just be able to pick up that kill from the corner if Aduka pops his hit forward on those rocks.
Aduka, okay, no, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do the overpeak. So he's going to still stay safe here. That's so far so good for him, and he shouldn't get knocked because we can't see where his teammates are at. But talking about teammates, Aduka's teammate, Banks, today's his birthday though, so I gotta give him a birthday shout out here. So happy birthday to Banks from TABAH NC. And he happened to share the same birthday as Boyka as well, which is also today. So the Uncle Boyka, see, now it gives me another reason to just call him Uncle Boyka.
Well, still waiting for the birthday present to arrive. And Bamburu, as per usual, hunting out onto other players out there. This time, it's going to be the Tigers right across the river. And he's just going in for suppressive shots and just throwing the whole clip at him. So he has no regards of how much he needs into the back heading to the final few rounds if he does make it. But I think at the very least, SEM9, knowing that there's a little bit of pressure if they really want to cut across to the river. So 4 rivals have already played a little bit of a mental warfare against SEM9.
Mental warfare, yeah, maybe. But the moment you give those warning shots away, it's a bit of a mental warfare, definitely. Like, don't come near us. And someone that you don't want to come near to is Pomburu now. 83 elimination points just from them. And ever since being introduced in Season 1, he has been one of the consistent performers around. So I can say that from then on, it was ESG, if I remember correctly. That was his team that time.
That's right.
Then, correct. Thank you for reminding me. And moving over to Axis and PX, well, it's technically the same team, but hang that thought for a second. El Clasico is happening. Team Secret as well as SEM9.Gank.
They're staying as silent as possible. I don't think that SEM9 knows that Team Secret is already at the outskirts. Now the whole full squad just passed right by. Fredo might just be able to come in with some mischief. Look at Ziso. He's also inside. It might just be a three-way battlefield. Ziso immediately gets picked up. Dab immediately goes in for the refrag. Quick action coming in from the youngest member of SEM9.Gank. Now Team Secret wants to party. And that's where iShots open things up. SEM9, they're sandwiched in between. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Bravo is down. iShots with the first blood.
Oh, that took some time for the first blood to come in, considering this is Sandhawk, and now Kid will get the second blood, taking out one team member from SMG as well. SEM9.Gank, and the long range are coming in. Looks like counterfire from Rush. Wait a second, this became a party. Now we have 4 teams in the same area, and here we go. TABAH is here. They want points out of Team Secret. The nade from Rush, taking out Fredo, and Rush definitely really safe. He's going to rush in there. He's going to finish up the job, taking out iShots. Fredo now will be finished up by Rush, and TABAH immediately gets 2 elimination points.
That's what I call a fatal 4-way, and definitely felt like a wrestling match right now. And Kit, he's already being spotted out. He immediately detours, and with Bar chipping in, make it 5. Well, I hope Gideon's watching right now.
Ooh.
While TABAH having those nades lobbed at him, Matoy to the rescue, knocks out Aduka, not getting a kill secure just about yet. Does he know that Rush is above? I'm not even too certain.
I don't think he has information because he's at the lower ground. But he's going to go in for it. Locks out the nade onto the side of Aduka. Aduka will not be faced. But there you have it. Looks like Team Secret, they're out. The first team to be out. But at least they secure 5 elimination points. SEM9.Gank, they were out. The first team to be out. 1 elimination point for them. Now we move over to WULF AROV. They're up against 4 rivals. 4 rivals. Trying to get the championship. They want points on the forward side. Now tosses out the nade on the side of 4 rivals. The nade coming from Muru. We just talked about it. Now he managed to get that knockdown. But Rainbow without a mile. With a shot with an M4. And Muru will finish up the job, securing 1 elimination point for their team.
Here comes another grenade. This is going to lob towards Pamburu. Going to be a little bit hard to connect though. But does chip a little bit more health. Zoli as well as Damn Cutie, the only members left alive. And that connects! Hits perfectly on the face. And boy, oh boy, might have actually burned his mustache for a tad bit. Rift doesn't really have too much health. April all too far away. Every single team now looking to cut through the corners of Paradise Resort. Now, EVOS VIP is taking center stage. Wills haven't revealed themselves, while RSG is going to share that section with the rest of Team Wills. It's definitely a little bit more interesting to see how other teams are actually rotating their way. Axis traditionally takes a very slow approach, while Mamba gets a little bit of catch, and that's 1 member down for the side of RSG while this is currently happening. This fight is not over just about yet. Appy! What an angle!
Wow. What fast hands he has here, Appy. No wonder he's the multiple-time MVP for his team. At the same time, we can see that Damn Cutie will be taken out by Rift, and looks like WULF AROV now down to the 2 team members, Zoli as well as Mael. Only 2 left here, while 4 rivals, they still maintain 4 of their team members. At the same time, we can see that the zone is still centered out in the main peninsula. Now we move over to RSG. They have the high ground advantage against Team Wales. Team Wales holding on to the spot. The spot, I believe this is one of the houses that RSG likes to go. So if Team Wales is there, RSG will be interested to take it away from them.
I think that RSG expect them to be inside. That's where the push comes in. Isaac, he didn't even check the corners. Damn it, with a huge punishment. AIG RTK only having 2 more members still sustaining. I don't think they're in any sort of position to fight. Now that grenade should be able to catch off NSP, who's currently retreating, and yes, he will. Damn it adds 2 more points to GeekFam. While we go up to the cave, Statcorn looks for Axis Red 1.
Oh, so Sandcorn as well as Homebois as well as Axis Red 1, they are on a similar path here, so it's not surprising that they bump into each other. I now can manage to get a knockdown to Faris, and now Kacang Susu is on the other end. He still survives, but he's taking out the blue at the same time. Now this is the 3rd circle. Homebois, they are not in the circle yet. Same goes for Zix. Together with Echo, they are still on the outside, but in front of them, GeekFam knows exactly where they are.
It's definitely difficult for them to even go for a retreat. Well, not the vacation kind of retreat, but at least salvaging this entirety of the situation here is going to be proving vital for AIG R2K. So far, we see very early skirmishes, something that hasn't happened in Sandoff for a very long time because everybody chose to become a doctor. You know, I guess like every parents wanted them to become, but instead they are now superstars in PUBG Mobile. Still a great thing. And I guess that there's not too much conflict on the earlier weeks, but this time, on the final week, it's about stashing the maximum point that you can get. So might as well just take those fights.
Talking about fights, definitely Echo wants to stay alive. He needs to take this fight. QB still putting pressure to Echo, not letting him go. So GeekFam, they want their momentum as well. Another team that's not really playing for much, but then again, they want their momentum. They want a good feeling. Echo, as well as Zix is still on the outside. And 5 first aids for Echo. It's not going to last that long outside the circle. The circle does move away. GeekFam will still need to move on. Miracle, no first aids on him. Probably he passed all his first aids on to someone, so we're not too sure who at this moment. But let's check this out. Only 2 teams currently in the circle. That's Team Wales together with EVOS VIP. EVOS VIP on the side of Ban, whereby Wales is at that crossroad that we saw earlier in the same area, that same house where we can say that that's one of the pit stops for RSG. Now RSG is just beside them. They have the high ground, and that's their normal spot. They might want to go there. Damru will be taken out by Ziggs, and GeekFam will try to find that revenge.
Small ball now finding Miracle, so that might just be a green light for AIG R2K to move off if RSG gets a really good pick-off against GeekFam. Now, Snipe still watching the back, while 2 members bleeding out, the circle shrinking in as well. Is he going to save them or what?
Well, not too sure if he's going to go and do it, but now we must consider that this place is still outside the circle. Miracle will be taken out by Small Boy. So RSG, that's like what you mentioned, RSG just butting in. RSG, they are not in the circle though, but GeekFam, they are still not letting R2K go despite they know they don't have the circle. Such a risk taken out by them. Zix will succumb to the play zone, meaning that now Echo is the last man standing here for R2K. Aduka will be taken out by 6 from SMG with an M249, and Aduka will be finished out by Bart officially. He will be waiting in the lobby. Riv will be taken out by Small Boy. RSG in prime position to actually farm kills from the location, but Buru will take out Small Boy, and Wolf AROV is out of 40th place. No points on him this round.
And it's VX and FANX that destroys that vehicle right now. Adik goes in for the shot, and who caught him out? Look at what we have. Iftar here to trade right back. Johnny Boy outside of the play zone. You can't see him. His time is now. And Maki running in the open field, and he catches a little bit of a glimpse of Rapper Boy, and now down to Jimmy OP to save the day. But VXM, they're confident with the push. They want to set the score straight to get those kills in.
Yeah, they definitely want to get those kills in. They want to get the scoreboards in, and at the same time, most of the teams, they want that as well. Homeboys want it onto Iftar, and Iftar will be knocked down, but then again, we see that QB will get the spray onto Rex. Managed to get the knockdown to Rex. RSG is out with just 1 spray coming in from GeekFam. RSG out at 30th place, only 1 elimination point for them. 4 rivals now. Without Rift, they will continue on with 3 team members, but they need to be careful. On their right side, that's GeekFam. GeekFam can still recover themselves. QB, not too sure. Can he actually stand up? Who's the last team member for GeekFam? Where is he? We can't really see where he is at, but at the same time, we can see that Jimmy, he's still alive. He has 7 first aids with him, but the long range shot coming from Lex, putting pressure on to Jimmy. Jimmy can't move at this moment.
This is such a great game for Yoodo Alliance if they could just keep themselves safe. And Jimmy, I guess that he's already bleeding out a lot outside of the play zone. All they have to do is hold on. But EVOS Rappi now turning the crosshairs towards Homebois. Well, they are hiding inside the smoke. I don't think they will last for long, but GG will be able to tank it for the moment. They're just by the edge. They just need to advance for it, and EVOS Rappi not giving them any room to breathe.
Yeah, EVOS VIP, they still have the circle at this moment. R2K coming in at 12th place with 0 elimination points for them. So the GeekFam gatekeeping has worked onto R2K. So R2K is out at this point. Now we move over to Yoodo Alliance. They need the points. They need the points. They need to finish off SMG in order to collect maximum points for themselves. TABAH now managed to pick up his buddy there and he'll finish off Bart. And Bart, oh wait a second, Bart managed to eliminate himself. Oh wait. Bart needed himself. He got knocked and TABAH finishing him off. Okay, so that's 1 free point for Yoodo Alliance.
Well, I don't know what exactly happened in that scenario. Maybe he was expecting the full rush coming in from a team, and he chose to commit a seppuku for the greater good, still keeping his pride intact. Now Dizzy gets shot right there. Samzy, wow, on top of that roof. Man, he's got sharp eyes. Now, it's more of whoever's outside the zone that EVOS VIP have to be careful of, because I remember a game where EVOS VIP, they got backstepped on the top 2 spot. Could have actually been an opportunity for them, and for Rivals, they were like, that's the easiest game of my life. I didn't have to do anything at all to secure that chicken dinner. Now, Palm is on the low ground. I think that Insomnus might just be caught if he were to keep moving. But Yoodo Alliance, look at that split. It's a 3-1 split, and it doesn't really favor Yoodo Alliance right now. They have to move in, and I think EVOS have already got them all cornered.
Yeah, EVOS right now has Yoodo Alliance corner, but the good news for Yoodo Alliance is that EVOS, together with them, is on the outside the zone, so they need to move as well. And now we do see that Palm is not EVOS, but actually Farang knocking it all up. Then Jimmy will be taken out by the zone, so Farang is out at 8th place, 1 elimination point for them. Trying to play the healing game, but probably not enough first aids. And now Insomnus will move in. They still have some other circle. They're playing by the edge of it. 3 team members on the outside shouldn't be a problem for them to move in. They have Sam to open up ways for them. Micah from Axis is still alive. Not the usual healer that we see. But Pamuru, actually he sees Micah right about him. Pamuru on the left side. Will he shoot? When will he shoot? Does Pamuru know that he's there? Micah behind you. Pamuru is not moving. He's only focusing on the healing game. He can take on Micah, but he did not.
And look at Appy is getting shot as well. Things are not looking all that great. Maybe he should have actually taken that shot. And Kachang Susu still survives, but where exactly is he? Okay, he spots up Pamuru as well. Trouble for Rivals. Now Micah takes him down. Here's all that footstep. While EVOS Rappi, the ones with the most memory, making it to the circle alongside with Yoodo Alliance. Definitely a good sign for both of them. And now Lex just coming across. Shots being fired from the side of Sam Z. With all that sort of ruckus, it will be a knock coming out of that corner. So Sam Z now getting all of that highlight reels. But the rest of Yoodo Alliance is still around. While everybody else is playing the healing game, we have Team SMG who dropped out, and that's going to be top 5 for them.
Okay, Axis is clearly playing the healing game. We just don't see where he is on screen at the moment. It's probably going to be Kachang Susu. Yes, it's Kachang Susu on the other side, but not too sure how many first aids he has. EVOS VIP now having full squad together with Team Wales. Also having full squad. It's going to be a 4-on-4 matchup. And it's going to be Insomnus versus his own teammates. And here we go. They both want to be the king of the hill. But at the same time, we can see that Yoodo Alliance. Where's the last team member? Kachang Susu.
7 more!
7 more first aids. That might not last him up until the chicken dinner, but then again, that might last him up until 2nd place.
He could actually backstab EVOS VIP if he finished off that 7 first 8, comes through the back, and tear them all down without them looking. That is a potential. Meanwhile, Lex drops his back. He's going to be the one to try to cause havoc on the back of Team Wales as well. Grenades being locked in. Luxy barely surviving. And he's by the edge. I think he might just actually be knocked right there.
Unless he can actually crawl himself to safety. But now the circle actually favors on Team Wales, but EVOS VIP, they have a little bit of the high ground. Lex, now if he can shoot Stewart, maybe that would turn tides onto EVOS VIP. Now Lex, what is he going to do? Is he going to stay put here? But at the same time, we can see that Sam will be knocked down with a shot coming from behind. Actually, the one like what you mentioned, backstabbing, getting one knocked down, but Lex is still alive. Lex can backstab onto Team Wales, and now we can see that Raza together with Insomnius, the last two team members still active now. Team Wales can move on, but Yoodo Alliance, they are still in this. Insomnius in 50% health. Raza gets one. Sinway is down. Now we're down to 2 versus 2. Silver, Mamba versus Raza as well as Insomnius.
This is definitely a good chance for Yoodo Alliance to also make a move on either side. And that will be a big factor for them. The quicker on the reset, the better for the likes of these two teams. Now it's still EVOS VIP getting outnumbered as well. Yoodo Alliance, he goes for Samsi. Now he goes in Spectre on top of members. He does get the member off the side of Team Wales as well. Playing with fire. And now Insomnius just by the corner. Running against shot by Lex! Lex! My word, he's unstoppable! He's also looking for Timmy! And they go! EVOS VIP! That's insane! Now 1 versus all! Can he make the clutch? Can he clutch it? No, he does not! Team Wales, they take the chicken dinner! What a game this is!
What an insane finish this is! Team Wales take the chicken dinner with 4 elimination points. But Lex, just as his name, Lex, like Lex Luthor, is the villain in this round. For a moment, he was the villain for Team Wales, and for a moment, he was the villain for EVOS VIP. My goodness, Lex, and yes, we have Kachang Susu to be his henchman. What a game this is, what a plot this is. This was, they say, could have gone either way, Katra.
A sweet vengeance for Yoodo Alliance. You saw the rest of the members of Lex was taken out by EVOS VIP. And as he proceeds forward, not only did he disrupt the tempo of EVOS VIP, he took out members from Team Wales, proceeds forward, while EVOS VIP was just tunnel visioning on top of Wales. I want to understand what could have actually gone better or worse for either side of the team. But of course, the one to really top off the fort right now, we gotta give it back to Team Wales here. Because they start from quarry, they didn't go too far, and they managed to clinch it by the very end. Let's have a look as we go through the highlights eventually. Well, Sandhawk continues to surprise us, and that's our last Sandhawk round for the day. Tomorrow there's going to be another one. But I see your eyes wide open, Sir Cloud, so I know that you were holding back a few words to say before we got into the highlights. So I want to hear your thoughts about this chicken dinner for Team Wales.
Should I say that I should put my eyes like on top? It's like, this round, it's like, that sort of feeling, right? Just because of how the plot twist is. Yoodo Alliance now, if they manage to pull off another performance, just one more performance like this, roughly, they would secure themselves into the grand finals and would overtake Team Bosco. So one of the highlight teams definitely in the top 3, top 4, top 5 is definitely Yoodo Alliance. So they definitely need those points. And one more point is that Sandhawk, it's like this wildcard map, right? Whether everyone plays the healing game or everyone plays a regular game. So it looked like earlier, most of the teams played a regular game. Not many teams played healing game as much as we've seen in last week.
Indeed, and we saw that everyone was giving it a go, and they were taking out those fights. Especially what happened in Paradise Resort was something that was out of the ordinary. 5 teams, I repeat, 5 teams. We got SEM9, we got Team Secret coming in with El Clasico. Then we got SMG, TABAH NC. Who else joined in the party? Oh, I forgot. Could have been WULF, could have been anybody else, but that itself took quite a while to wrap up, and then we move into the later stages of the game. So, EVOS. Let's talk about EVOS VIP a bit, right? Like, they have the perfect elevation, they have the perfect angle, they basically were the first movers into BAH, while Wills have to cut across that road to get to where they need to be, and they were just watching their back, they got that side covered. EVOS, I think they kind of knew, okay, eventually we have to take them on, but there seems to be a little bit of this habit where nobody's checking outside of the play zone after so many of all these phases. And everybody's just pulling off those crazy eye shots moment like how he did back in the PMWL. Kachao Susu was the first one to knock a member down. Samzi on his knees, and then that also opens up so much opportunity, not only for Team Wills to strike, but Lex to have that perfect pick. It's like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which player should I go for at the end? So I think that this story build up for Yoodo Alliance here is perfect. Because now they got themselves about, 16 points in this match. And Wills here comes in with 19 in total. And EVOS VIP with a total of 15.
Oh yeah, it's definitely... it is definitely the best performance from Yoodo Alliance in this Super Weekend so far. And, well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, they both have their own villains, but the same villain turns up for EVOS VIP again, and it's Kacang Susu again. He did that before in one of the Sandhawks in the previous Super Weekends, and he does it again. And like what you mentioned, right, it's kind of like the same story all over again. EVOS VIP, they focused too much in front, had a little bit of a tunnel vision against Team Wales. You kind of understand because it's a 4v4 scenario, right? But it's not the first time as well they got backstabbed like that. So I guess they forgot to check their backs again, like what you mentioned. And Team Wales, they didn't have an easy game as well because they had Lex just had to be that snake and eeny, meeny, miny, mo them. And yeah, it was kind of like a 50-50 towards the end. But because Lex had that another knock onto Razor, leaving Insomnus alone, and that's how Team Wales actually took advantage of the ending scenario.
I actually like the fact that you look into the jersey of Sydney right now, the MVP of the team. It's like the name on this collar is meant for himself to read. So that definitely is something that I spotted out, where if we change it, it looks like boinks. So anyways, back to what we were saying, right? Team Wills, we have a little bit of question of how they should play Sadok, and look at these bars. It feels like a little bit of a musical chair where AROV was the last guy to take that seat. And same goes to Axis Grid 1 along with Al-Ikhlas R2K and also SEM9. Axis playing the healing game, at least made it into the top 4. But everybody is basically trading kills, like 4 for each of them. Like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams with 4 points, 4 teams with 5 points, and it's pretty much even. So it felt like this Sandhawk round kind of didn't happen at all.
Well, if you put it in that way, it feels like everything balances out, right? So, I mean, maybe it's not significant changes just because of how balanced the elimination points are, and it's just like kind of spread across. So it could be, but I'm more interested in the fact that you spot out Zinbi's name actually the other way around. Now I'm curious to know for the rest of Wales, are their names as well spelled the same? I gotta keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Well, I think that if we get it signed, of course, if we pass it to the fan, they'll definitely remember it for a very long time. Now let's have a look into the overall stats. I think this is very typical Sadok. Many of all these players taken out by the play zone. and you have a lot of healers out there. One AROV looted 5 total headshots. I think this is on the higher spectrum of headshots that we're seeing inside Sanok. Not the highest for sure, but you gotta give credit to Mamba for pulling off those long shots out there. Now let's take a look. Super Weekend ranking now tabulated, and VXM FANX is at the number 1 spot yet again. But look at Team Will, so they now tie in with 4 rivals with 62 points.
I know, right? So it's still 3 digits for VXM FANX as well as SEM9 with 102 points. Third place goes to RSG, 87 points, and fourth place Team Secret, no movement from 1 to 6, frankly, and 85 points. And for Axis Grid 1, 5th place 70 points, TABAH NC 6th place 65 points, and the 2 chicken dinner winners throughout the Super Weekend, Team Wales as well as 4 rivals, 62 points each, 7 and 8 spot. Of course, what differentiates them is the rank points. That's the first tiebreaker. That's the next tiebreaker after the chicken dinner. So no surprises why Wales is above 4 rivals. And Team Wales, actually, they've been doing fairly well so far in the Super Weekend. But let's check out how the page 2 is doing.
That's right, and the points are still pretty much close by to one another. GeekFam now getting pushed down under. It's 59 points for them, with total 30 elims. 56 for Homebois, 54 for Farang Lejund. Now, this is concerning. They haven't got too much points out there. This match itself, they drop out early for only 1 frag, but EVOS VIP finishes top 2. So now they proceed, at least with those good scorer, to contest with everybody in the middle of the pack. Same goes to SMG, they remain unchanged, while Yoodo Alliance, a little bit of a leap here, and now it pushes WULF AROV down to 16.
And this is where, again, this is where it matters the most. Overall rankings, number 1, Axis Red 1, 386 points. Number 2, Team Secret, 368 points. Number 3, Farang Lejund, 357 points. Number 4, SMG, 340 points. Number 5, 4 Rivals, 335 points. EVOS VIP coming up to the 300-point mark. Number 6 with 319 points. Number 7, SEM9.Gank, 305 points. Number 8, TABAH NC, 271 points. Number 9, RSG, 264 points. 1 point below them, AIG R2K, 10th place, 263 points. And so far, there's still a small gap between Axis as well as Team Secret.
Right now, we look at Yoodo Alliance here. Chasing right in. They only need about, what, 25 points? Now, this is very doable. So, all the hopes here for Yoodo Alliance to make the cut is still within grasp. So, fans of Yoodo Alliance, rejoice. Now, VXM FANX still is on 12th place. I don't think there's much movement here on the second page at all. It's always about the first pager, and Team Secret needing to play catch up right now. So, with that being said, let's have a look at what will the final game actually offer to us here. We've been witnessing all these matches go by, and now that also means there's only about 6 more chance for teams to get those chicken dinners. So, Team Wales probably has a really good run this time around. So, let's see what is their next objective here, as Sis Jenny will eventually lay out all the floor plan of what they want to become, of course, by the end of the NYSG finals.
Yeah, we're gonna hear it from Sis Jenny as well as, well, we haven't heard it for quite a while from Team Wales, right? So I'm interested to see, probably going to see Sydney, but I hope we see more of them. But let's see who's on the table. Sis Jenny, please introduce to us.
Hi. Okay, so we've got Snappy and also Jack, which is the manager of Team Wales. So congratulations for your chicken dinner earlier.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, so let's make it easy. Sis ada 4 soalan. So the first question is, what was the focus of the earlier game?
You mean the previous game just now?
Yes. Yeah, the early.
Actually, we play quite relaxedly and there's a sort of luck also. The circle close to us. So we end up get the chicken dinner. without having much pressure.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't take any 4v4 fight. Just came there only.
Tapi memang Wales ni sangat konsisten tau. Macam almost every match you will see a kill feed from team Wales itself. So we know that you guys are fighting antara korang hidup ataupun tidak. Itu sahaja. Betul tak? Kan?
Yeah, go big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, correct. Okay, soalan nombor 2. Question number 2. Kesusahan Wales buat season ini.
We didn't take 怎样讲呢？我们打了很多架，tapi
I think we lose most of the fight due to some communication issues.
communication problem and also the rotation problem. We will drop a lot of people during the rotation.
But we are slowly fixing it lah and improving.
Slowly.
Correct.
Definitely. What about kekuatan team Wales? Your strong key points.
Basically, we actually made a lot of work on fighting, but but tiba-tiba ada banyak accident lah, macam communication problem lah. Banyak problem kat communication.
Alright,
So,
okay. Okay. Alright, so soalan yang keempat, what do you wish for di Super Weekend? Apa korang mengharapkan for Team Wales?
I think our priority now is to get as high points as possible, because we are considered quite stable already to get top 16 into the grand final. So at this point, I think the only thing we need to focus is to gain as many points as we can.
Nice. Alright. Do you want to say anything to your fans and your enemies out there?
Do you have any words?
Any words?
I think to all the fans, thank you very much for supporting us.
Yeah.
Regardless our ups and downs. Yeah, and I don't think we have enemy though.
I don't. But I have to say thank you lah. At like last game for the Younger that we get top 2 there, I still see even if we are the bottom of the ranking, but they are still supporting us like to get the top 2 and they say GG Wales, mantap Wales, like that. So quite happy about it.
Awesome. Alright. I'm sure they will support you all the way till the end because that's your supporters have been since day one. Alright, so I wish you all the best. Hope to see you in the grand finals with good scores and inshallah, hopefully we'll see you soon, okay? If you win another chicken dinner. Right, come. Let's go into the analyst table. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sama. Salah cakap insyaAllah. Hai Top Kaz dan Khairul. Jomlah kita sembang lagi. Okay. So memang actually sis tak nafikan lah yang Team Wales ni memang sangat rajin tapi memang kekurangan something. Maybe Top Kaz boleh terangkan.
Saya rasa apa yang dia kurang adalah chicken dinner dan tadi dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner tersebut.
Wow.
Okay. Khairul, apa pendapat Khairul tentang Team Wales?
Pendapat saya mengenai Team Wales, diorang dah lama dah bermain bersama-sama daripada zaman Team No Recoil lagi pada awalnya. Kemudian diorang tukar pula kepada pasukan Team Wales. Banyak dah sejarah. Diorang nak kata baru main bersama, tak juga. Dah begitu banyak pengalaman bersama-sama daripada PMPL sebelum-sebelum ni. Dan di musim yang keempat, diorang berjaya untuk dapatkan chicken dinner di map Sunhawk dengan jumlah penyingkiran sebanyak 4. Pasukan yang saya memang nantikan lah sebab diorang sebelum ni memang salah satu pasukan yang sangat-sangat kuat untuk melanggar pihak lawan diorang. Kalau nampak dapat knockdown, macam kita tengok Axis lah. Axis, WULF, begitulah sebenarnya gameplay yang selalu ditonjolkan oleh Team Wales. Tapi macam yang mereka katakan, kadang-kadang kurang menjadi. Tapi bila menjadi, diorang memang satu pasukan yang cukup berbahaya.
Alright. Alright, pada top, siapakah sebenarnya yang key? Memanglah kita akan cakap semua bagus. Key player sebenarnya Team Wales ni yang terserlah yang top nampak.
Oh, kalau ikut terselah sebenarnya dia macam Wales ni tak ada siapa-siapa yang boleh menjelah. Dia memang keempat-empat dia mainkan peranan yang sangat penting. Satu mati pun sebenarnya mereka dah boleh dikatakan agak tempang lah dalam perjalanan untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner tu. Sebab selalu kalau kita tengok, kalau dia orang chicken ataupun good placement mesti kena ada 4-4 ataupun at least 3. Kalau seorang-seorang memang susah sangat nak nampak mereka survive macam mana tim lain buat. Seperti ni sebelum ni kita pernah tengok Axis pernah survive dengan Mika. Kita tengok Yoodo Alliance survive dengan Lex. Kita tengok Farang Lejund survive dengan Jimmy. Tapi Wales tak ada seorang-seorang yang survive. Wales perlukan ramai-ramai sebab ikan paus memang sifat dia mungkin berkelompok kot. Saya tak pasti apa yang saya sebut. Betul ke Khairul?
Betul. Secara saintifiknya saya setuju lah.
Wow, okey.
Okay, Khairul, kita nampak dekat ban EVOS dapat circle. Actually, sis observe kan, dia daripada circle 1 tau. Dia jaga circle tu cantik. Ini Khairul yang terangkan.
Ya, checkpoint ni memang checkpoint yang famous lah sebenarnya untuk EVOS. Diorang turun di perkarangan Langkawi. Dan kalau zone naik ke atas, diorang memang akan duduk dekat bayang ban. Dan semua pasukan rasanya tahu pasal perkara ni. Sebab sebelum ni, daripada season lepas pun, inilah checkpoint yang memang sejati, abadi untuk EVOS VIP. Dia memang akan pergi dekat ban dan beruntungnya dia tak bergerak banyak. Dan itulah salah satu sifat yang perlu ada untuk setiap pasukan di map Sunhawk. Kalau anda dapat circle dan kalau anda rasa anda tak cukup tengah, tunggu sahaja sebab kadang-kadang circle tu akan datang kepada diri anda sebab bila ada map Sunhawk, map yang kecil, terlampau banyak pergerakan, itu akan menyebabkan anda bertarung dengan lebih awal seperti yang kita lihat ketika berlakunya perlawanan di kawasan Paradise Resort di mana melibatkan SEM9, melibatkan Team Secret, melibatkan SMG dan juga melibatkan TABAH NC. Satu pergerakan saja, satu bunyi tembakan saja akan menarik semua yang dekat tu untuk join third ataupun fourth ataupun fifth party.
Betul, sis teringat memori sis main Sandhawk, terjumpa EVOS daerah sini, sis mati tapi dapat revive, loncat-loncat cakap hi Sams, rupanya kat sini tempat dia orang. Macam tu. Okey, kepada top tadi punya Paradise fight, lepas satu tim datang, so maybe top boleh terangkan.
Itu memang timing yang sangat-sangat nice lah. Actually kebijaksanaan trigger disiplin daripada Team Secret sebentar tadi menyebabkan mereka tak termasuk perangkap SMG yang memang SMG ataupun mana-mana penunggu Paradise memang menunggu je orang masuk daripada situ. Dia banyak tempat untuk trap kalau dekat Paradise tu. Dia boleh dikatakan kalau bahasa PUBG-nya ataupun selalunya kita panggil lah, banyak monyet dekat situ. Saya tak cakap tim tu monyet, tidak. Tapi banyak pemanjat-pemanjat dekat kawasan atas untuk menunggu sahaja mana-mana pasukan. Sebelum ni masa YSF pegang pun YSF akan lepak tempat sama untuk tunggu je kemasukan daripada mana-mana pasukan. Dan tadi kita nampak SEM9 macam ada, saya tengok dalam satu meme ni, dia kata SEM9 masuk Paradise macam check-in hotel. Selama je dia datang, yes, dia berjaya untuk deflect Ziso, tapi mungkin sebabkan dia tak clear belakang, dia tak clear dulu betul-betul Team Secret yang dekat belakang tu, menyebabkan SEM9 menjadi antara pasukan yang pertama untuk terjatuh.
Right, baik. Khairul, kita akan kita akan berbual tentang yang last tadi kita nampak tentang Lex Yoodo, that player. Maybe Khairul boleh terangkan the positive things that he did dalam gameplay tadi yang cantik sangat.
Ini apa yang dilakukan oleh Lex lah, kita boleh katakan ialah satu norma yang perlu untuk semua orang adapt dengan sangat-sangat cepat sebab ada banyak doktor kat luar. Memang ada banyak doktor yang tak kita nafikan. Doktor kacang susu, doktor Jimmy, OP. Kita kali ni pula ada doktor Lex yang positifnya dia duduk memang dekat dengan circle. Kemudian dia tahu dia tak dapat masuk, jadi dia main healing sebentar, dia main healing sekejap dan dia nampak pula pasukan-pasukan ke depan dia. Jadi dia lepaskan tembakan yang cukup-cukup baik untuk menjatuhkan beberapa pemain dan dia sempat untuk masuk dengan selamat. Benda ni dah banyak kali berlaku dan dia berlaku lagi di mana kita dalam circle yang kecil, kita lebih fokus untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner. kita fokus untuk mencari orang yang berada dalam circle. Tapi sedar tak sedar kita diperhatikan daripada belakang oleh doktor-doktor yang beraksi ni. Dan kalau doktor ni dia tahu nak cari jalan yang cantik untuk dapatkan high ground ataupun cari ground yang dia boleh nampak pemain dalam kawasan zon selamat tersebut, itulah yang akan berlaku. Dia akan tembak orang dalam. Dan kita nampak tadi sebenarnya EVOS ada peluang untuk dapatkan chicken dinner. Tapi malang Yoodo Alliance ada dekat situ untuk mengganggu. Dan dia menyakitkan hati lah. Tapi penghujung dia nak tak nak kena terima. Siapa tu tak jaga belakang tu perkara yang orang kata kita pahit untuk ditelan lah.
Betul. Top agree ke yang EVOS tak dapat jaga belakang sebab sis perasan pun macam banyak kali kat Sandhawk benda yang sama terjadi pada mereka.
Dia saya rasa malang lah. Betul tak boleh jaga belakang. Cumanya benda ni tak dapat nak dipastikan. Contoh kalau macam sekarang ni kalau betul ada kacang dekat kawasan Laksi tu, ya, dia takkan buat kerja sia-sia hidupkan kereta untuk cek dekat kawasan bawah tu. Dia just macam kalau kita overthinking sangat pun susah juga. Tapi kita kena bermain dengan apa yang ada kat depan. Dalam masa yang sama keep in mind yang ada lagi healer-healer ni, ada lagi doktor-doktor ni dekat kawasan-kawasan ni. Kalau nak terpaksa untuk di flash shot je lah. Sebab kalau terlalu berjaga-jaga pun bahaya. Tapi ini adalah malang untuk EVOS sebenarnya. Tu kesimpulan dia lah. Wales tak terkena benda tu disebabkan mereka yang kena masuk zone. Para doktor ni dia akan fokus untuk cari zone terlebih dahulu yang high ground supaya kemungkinan untuk mereka mendapatkan tempat kedua tu ada. Jadi disebabkan tu EVOS, saya rasa ni bukan game mereka. Memang mereka dah buat yang terbaik tapi tidak ada rezeki untuk mereka.
Yep.
Khairul ada nampak apa-apa yang mengejutkan tak tentang last circle ni?
Mengenai last circle ni 4-4 situation lah kita nampak antara Wales dan EVOS. Yang saya rasakan dengan keberadaan Lex dekat situ pun saya dah dapat bau-bau something. Dan bau-bau tu memang terjadi betul-betul depan muka kita. Dan Lex hampir juga untuk clutch tadi. Cuma malang lah kan sebab dia masuk pun memang dia dah tak ada first aid kit langsung. Nak heal up pun memang tak ada masa. Waktu tu 1v2 situation dia boleh untuk pick untuk dapatkan satu lagi knockdown. Tapi yalah nyawa dia rendah kan. Kita pun tahu bila nyawa kita rendah kita lebih prefer untuk mendiamkan diri, bermain secara pasif dan berharap pihak lawan tak cuba untuk pick maupun cuba untuk mencari kita. Tapi dalam situasi tersebut saya boleh kata yang Lex tak banyak option. Dia pun agak ragu-ragu dengan decision yang dia nak buat sama ada untuk pick, cari orang lagi ataupun tunggu sebentar heal pakai bandage. Tapi Wales diorang bergerak dengan lebih pantas sebab diorang ada lebih banyak pemain. Dan inilah punca kejayaan untuk Wales dapatkan chicken dinner di pusingan kita yang keempat.
Cantik. Sis selalu look forward for every Sandhawk game sebab actually dia ending dia cantik sangat. Tapi apa yang lagi cantik adalah caster-caster kita dekat VM iaitu OTG dan J Hunter dan juga VI Contra dan Sir Cloud.
Let's go.
Nak dengar?
Let's go into our fifth match of the evening. This is the end of day 2 here with the final game remaining. And let's see who gets the final piece of chicken dinner. All of this part of the PMPL Season 4 is brought to you by PUBG Mobile, where they, of course, are the hosts of the entirety of the event, as this is also co-organized by BSPN. Now, for our fifth match, I'd like to give a huge shout out and thank you to our official media partners here with Esports Fight Club. You can watch and earn with Esports Fight Club. And on top of that, you can watch all the best content for free on WeTV. Always more. And you can choose from drama series, variety show, anime. It's all available right there on WeTV. Download it now on your Google Play or Apple App Store. So, down to the final game. We've definitely seen a lot of huge surprises into Sandhawk. So, Sir Cloud, now we're going back into the classic Erangel here. So, is there going to be big surprises still in store for us?
Well, what I was surprised is that since Jenny called us beautiful, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of that. Yeah, looking at you as well, I think you wouldn't mind with your new clean shaven look and your new nice haircut, except for the sideburns. Well, that's for other people to guess what's happening. I know, right? Like, you might want to give everyone a preview, like how your sideburns look like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not the best look, but it's okay. It's okay. I can manage that. So, putting sideburns aside, now I see some of all these teams crashing, burning, sometimes getting outside the play zone, also tumbling, and we saw even the EVOS Rampy having a great area to work with, but getting backstabbed from all across the corner. There's Kachang Susu, there's Lex. I think that this could actually happen in any game to any team out there, but well, it goes to show that you need to always be alert in every single match in order to win it. So Team Wills, they took that chicken dinner out there. Now, that puts Team Wills in the front pager at the very least for this weekend itself. But there's still more games to go. So one more chicken dinner, and we saw that the FANX playing some really great games out there. I'm still keeping my hopes up to see them get another one.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they can get another one, it's going to be a great story, although it's nothing to play for at this point. I want to see Yoodo Alliance actually doing well in this next round, because they're just getting that close. 6 more games and that close into the grand final spot. Team Bosco is sweating at home right now.
That's right, and I think that they may have just shut off their TV, their monitor screens, and their phones anywhere far from first looking at this and sulk over it, because there's still going to be a few more games to be played out. Yoodo Alliance finally getting the groove going, and I definitely do fancy their chances right here, right now, in Narangel. So, with that said, we are about 15 minutes before we take off on our flight. So, we haven't seen too much of a circle going to Zarky. Just saying. Can we please have that one day?
Yeah, actually, it's been a while though. Even in scrims, even before the PMPL, I haven't seen much of Zarky circle. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting if that goes there. It changes the dynamics of this team, and it changes the creativity for these teams as well. And talking about creativity, on the right side we see the top 5 eliminators in Erangel. So we have Adelu, we have Maika, Boki, Paburu, as well as Stamroot. Now, these players, they are super creative. That's how they got the elimination points on the board. So I expect to see a good show up from them, considering that this is the last round. So it's all out for all these teams.
That's right. Now, many of them have already hopped off the flight. Well, the flight path has shown us early on. It goes by the waters of Sadaska military base on the western side. So, Team SMG needing to find a vehicle, get back into middle power, or opt to drop somewhere else safe. But then again, nowhere is exactly safe. I think RSG is also there to contest for those vehicles, so Team Secret, they're not going to be that happy with that. So, the last time we saw, it was Homebois snatching off the four-wheelers of the buggy away from Baptoy, and it's like, what can he exactly do at that moment? Just staying alive is already good enough. And look at this. Final game, I see a lot of them somewhere in between. And speaking of in between, look at the circle. Half mainland, half island. This is what we love.
Yeah, so this is a circle where they need to play the guessing game. Unless the second circle tells us if it moves our way up north. But if it stays this way, then it's going to be super interesting. They're going to start playing the guessing game. Do they want to go down or do they want to go up? But Riff, hang on. He drops into the water town alone.
That's right. Now you got a Mosin gun coupled with the double barrel shotgun. An interesting setup coming from Jimmy OP. So you got long range covered, you got short range covered. Nothing in between. Nothing in between at all. So it means that he wants everything to be in precision. As we hit into Yasna Pollyanna, this is the brand new home base for SEM9, while just saying hello for a tad bit, and shots being fired at Small Boy already as he chooses to go on the trike. And wow, wait. That actually connected? Did you just see that swing?
I know, right? Yeah, that recall, that... Whoa, wait, hang on a second. So it's a micro Uzi on a moving vehicle, and Small Boy is the first one to go out. Partly karma for stealing Team Secret's vehicle. But then again, NC... Yeah, well, that's the only way to connect the dots, I guess.
Yep. And somehow we will bring upon an unpleasant news. So we are here staring down at Contra as well as Sir Cloud again, as apparently there will be yet another remake going on. Riff, I think there might just be the parachute bug where he somehow detoured. He might have not chose to be there, and it floats him all the way into enemy lines. But then again, he's staying alive, right? So consider Small Boy very, very lucky. But then again, I think that we may or may not go in for a remake. So now, with the confirmation being set, we will go in for Erangel Take 2.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to Erangel Take 2. So for Take 1, at least what we know is that some of these places, we know that somebody, and that's the sign. So we know that some of these places are hotspots, like what we saw earlier, just now, Small Boy being taken out by TABAH and NSEA. So for the second time around, I'm pretty sure that they'll think twice before they go using the same route again.
Yeah, and we saw what happened early on. The circle being right smack in the center of the island as well as the mainland. It could have been somewhere by the water by the end of that circle. But I guess all the players, they're kind of relieved that, we go for a different circumstance. Fair fight, open grounds, or will it be an open ground? So this time around, as we try to navigate our way, if it's going to be something of similar sort, with same flight pattern out there, this contest for vehicles will remain the same. So it's always first dibs. Whoever gets their hands first on those vehicles will be able to actually make an exit safely back into their own township. Problem was, Small Boy, he got himself one. TABAH and NSEA got themselves another one. And it seemed to be a perfect scenario for TABAH and NSEA, who dropped it too far. Loot up as quickly as possible, set up that trap, and caught out that RSG member. So I think that maybe they need to detour if they manage to even secure the vehicle. But then again, are you going up the hills for a very long route? I don't know. What exactly is the bigger plan here? Because there's TABAH and NSEA, SMG, and RSG doing exactly the same thing.
True. Well, it depends on the flight path, right? So it's going to be... we wouldn't know how the flight path is for the next round until we see it. But what is also interesting is that the circle. We got a circle that we want to see, but unfortunately, we couldn't get to see the ending of it. It could have been interesting to see how these teams actually make that play the guessing game of 50-50 of being either in the main island or in the bottom island. But yep, we won't know at the end of the day unless we get the same circle again after this. But for that kind of flight path, to me, it's the same. But assuming it's the same, I'm pretty sure we'll see like RSG will move on to use a different path. But ladies and gentlemen, before we come back to our game, we'll take a short break. So we'll see you right after this.
Top 2, pemburu berenang. Farang Lejund, confirm chicken.
Yup, itu memang sudah pun pasti.
Bodoh terjatuh.
Kita dah pun nampak. Adik Lu. Adik Lu.
Dah aku marah.
Bawah. Adik pandang bawah adik. Adik pandang bawah adik. Bawah kanan. You masih lagi tak nampak di manakah keberadaan pemain daripada Four Rivals?
Mana itu orang?
Kalau tak nampak juga. Masih lagi tak nampak. Mungkin Adik Lu merasakan bahawa
Aku naik lampu tau. Hai.
Akan jatuh ke macam mana? Adik Lu.
Kalau dia jatuh dia akan bagi. Yang itulah dia. Bye-bye. Break kill sebenarnya. Dekat saya. Weh, jangan jujur ada sini. Sini bodoh kau. Kau bodoh kat sini. Sangat bahaya. Bayangkan kalau pemburu dapat semua daripada pasukan Farang Lejund. Maka chicken dinner untuk rival sebenarnya.
Dan chicken dinner mereka yang pertama untuk PMPL MY season yang keempat kali ini. Tapi Dola akan serbu cari satu pemain. Belum lagi dapat sebenarnya Farang dah menjatuh. FPV mode mengelilingkan mata. Tapi winner chicken dinner.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni ditukarkan pula kepada perspektif Axis Red One dan juga SMG Jenny. Wow. Berbahaya betul daripada Jenny. Hampir-hampir sebenarnya kepala dia kena dekat situ. Tetapi Ziso. Wow. Ziso dapat baris dekat situ. Terkejut ke bang. Terkejut kan bang. Hilang terus 10 tahun nyawa tapi Ziso sempat untuk menggunakan first hit. Datang yang kedua. Dia bakal dilepaskan. Ziso dia kena dapatkan lagi. Tak dapat. Ziso out. Kita datang ke tempat orang. Of course enemy tu lebih bersedia untuk menantikan kehadiran anda. Betul-betul detect apa-apa pergerakan renangan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan musuh, di mana yang GeekFam pun akan berlalu pergi pada waktu ini. For rival boleh menarik nafas kelegaan.
So, diorang tunggu je si NC gerak dulu. Tapi ketika ini, Wih. Satu squad rata, bos. NC percaya untuk meratakan GeekFam.
Camera roll. Take a shot, sign.
Take 1, 3, 2, 1.
Kepada Rush, Pak Isaiman, saya daripada dulu kenal dia. Dia daripada dulu sampai sekarang tetap lemah.
Okey, untuk Mika nak load, tengok dulu yang mana bucu-bucu jauh tu ada tak aku. Tengok hati-hati, takut tiba-tiba knock, menyusahkan bokeh pula nak angkat.
Saya Mos Goku. Saya cuma nak cakap satu benda je lah. Pada team yang biasa-biasa tu, Homebois tu saya nak bagi tahu satu benda je. Sebabkan ada bos kat situ Bos tak bos lah Daddy, standby lah Daddy. Nampak je Daddy masuk tu, saya pun masuk di. Siapkan mental kalian.
Saya nak warning dekat Waze sebab banyak kali dalam scrim Waze kacau drop spot Homebois. Jadi saya bagi warning awal-awal lah sebab hari tu Nuk dah pernah clash 1v4 rata semua. So kalau nak buat kat PMPL tu better fikir guna otak, okey Waze, sebab kalau main dekat tunggu aku bantai apa semua, okey.
I think our rival is EVOS VIP.
They always kacau our draw spot. I want to tell Insanus something in Chinese word. 我跟你讲，你身后带来我的点我一定补你盒子的。
来呀，来打过啦！
来。
Dan saya ada kata-kata untuk ex-teammate saya Cindy. 因为你爹妈很厉害小心我的 mini 14，我打爆你的头。
Orang kata 80 saya rasa pemburu yang paling lemah lah sebab dia selalu mati. Saya rasa dia dah boleh tukar nama lah, tukar mati.
Tak apa, dua orang tak kisah apa dua orang nak cakap. Kita jumpa PMPL nanti, gua atas atau gua bawah.
Manfaat lah daripada SEM9 Dia power tapi dah tua. Dia power tapi terlampau nak menyelah.
Welcome back once again, and you know there was a little bit of turbulence in our flight, and we'll be going in for another round inside of Arangel. So this is going to be our final flight, I hope, as we will take this into our match 5 or match 10 of this super weekend. So Sir Cloud, you know, it seems like quite a long day for both of us for a bit, but hey, I've been chilling. I've been enjoying myself throughout the whole entirety of this weekend's run. I don't know about you, but I think that...
Well, it wouldn't be a long day if, well, I'm with someone who had a new haircut, we had a new clean shave, and new sideburns as well. But nevertheless, it's been super exciting so far today. A lot of plot twists that we have seen throughout the day. We've seen, like what? Name your storyline. The rise of VXM FANX, Sanha, again, backstab by Axis Red 1 onto EVOS VIP. Team Wales getting that chicken dinner in the final Super Weekend. Name it. There's a lot that's happened over this past few days, really. And other than that, of course, yesterday we had the storyline of SEM9.Gank getting a triple chicken dinner. You name it. But and also right. And again, credit to Team Secret. Fairly consistent. Okay. Yesterday was even more consistent, but fairly consistent. Okay. And what we saw is that they haven't got their chicken dinner yet, but that's okay. If they can manage to be consistent, they'll be fine. Now for Axis Red 1, also, yesterday they didn't have a good run. Today, they're fairly good. So they seem to be the Axis Red 1 that we know of last week. That kind of performance they show it in today. So it's been so far so good for them. And Contra, I know you stop at when you try to show your side. I know you show the other side of your side, but I really like it. Although you don't really like it, but I tell you, your sideman's awesome.
That's. I guess I should appreciate that of course. So far, I think that, I was speaking halfway through my point, and I think you managed to caught on the release, right? Like this weekend itself, a huge shift. Just like how before Contra's haircut and after Contra's haircut, there are teams like RSG, VXM FANX that has been able to secure a better performance over this week. So I'm definitely all in for this kind of storyline that's just shifting towards the teams that definitely have certain struggles out there. To put RSG in the category of struggle, maybe not entirely so as compared to VXM FANX, who was fighting for that last chance survivability on the final day of the weekday here on Tuesday as well as Wednesday. And then they come back onto the weekend here, freshen up and ready to just blast at everybody. It's something special. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, just like me looking at Contra's new haircut and new shape. I don't get to see that every day. It'll probably last for just a week. But for those teams, you know what? If you kind of think about it, right? Like, there's like this shift in terms of power, like starting BXM FANX as powerful, Team Wales as well, getting that chicken dinner on the board. We haven't seen it got a chicken dinner for a long time. Maybe this is because of Contra's haircut. Now, I'm curious to know what will happen if Contra goes bald then.
I don't know. Then
let's find out.
Then it feels like the criteria to be casters on the English and Malay does is to not have hair, huh?
Well,
food for thought.
Food for thought. But then again, I still want to see Contra bald one of these days. But we'll find a way because we want to know what happens if Contra goes bald as well.
Don't worry, I have pictures from the past. I've been shaved off before. Let's go to this interesting story, right? Since we do have a lot of time, and we are not going to be having too many flights, just about yet. Yep. Match 5 here into Arangol as we take this flight. Now, story time. So,
okay, pictures of the past.
Yeah. Let me cover the flight first before you get there. So, now flight from Novo all the way to Quarry. And this is where the story starts, right? So, I had a brand new haircut. I went to school. And usually my school is kind of strict with maybe certain hairdos or so. And I thought that my haircut was okay, was short enough and such. So suddenly I got called into a teacher's office and he was checking on my hair. And I said, I just had a haircut. He says, your hair's too thick. And I'm like, what do you want to do about it? And he says, what if I cut your hair? I say, well, do I really have a choice if that's going to be the case? You can't say no to the head of discipline. So I said, okay, just go ahead, do your thing. And while he was cutting my hair, he says, it's uneven. And he tried it again, it's uneven again. And he tried it for the third time around, it's all over the place, right? Definitely, he's no barber. So I said, yep, might as well just shave it all off. And everyone else in school was scared for their hair because I was the first guy to go bald out of that scenario. And yep, that was the story of how I went bald when I was 17. Anyways, this is match 5, Arangel. Take two. Action.
What a good excuse to actually try their hands on some, how should I put it, hairdo art. Like, hey, your hair looks thick. Let me cut it up for you. And you're like, oh, I have no choice. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So now it's like, I'm going to try my Picasso masterpiece on Contra. Oops. Now I realize that actually haircutting is not for me. So, okay, I'll forget about that hobby. Well, that's funny now. And the funny thing is it happened during school time, right? And you see, the moment you talk about that story, where did the circle end? The circle is centered around school. Aha, conspiracy theory.
Well, maybe I should tell this story a little bit more, and then EVOS VIP is going to be extremely happy. Same goes to Four Rivals. I think Four Rivals is still on the right track. Just needing to get back into shape. Definitely not the same sort of a playstyle that we've seen them from yesterday or even throughout the weekday. Long float into Rozok. Now, that's going to take quite a while before they start looting up. So, just hanging up in the air. If EVOS VIP sees this, they will be already sending some shots up in the air. But then again, you know, school students are just a little bit too obedient sometimes. So, they carry on doing what they do. And now, Luxy, though, he's just by the outskirts. I guess he's there to secure vehicles. And you saw the previous game in Cyber Angle. It was Insomnus that gets caught off. Not going to repeat the same mistake again.
Yeah. If that's the opportunity, I'm sure EVOS VIP will want to take those shots, but maybe it's just about timing of them not being able to loot up at the right timing. And like what you said, maybe they're just good boys who go to school without their overly thick hair. And I can't say the same for Luxy. He has a luxurious hair, but he got
Really
it
long
cut
hair.
though. So yeah, he used to have this really long hair, but actually for this season he got it cut. So yeah, he's now being one of the good boys. He's not being a Contra. Just saying.
Well, I was a good boy. I was a prefect, in fact. On top of
Wait
being
a
a
second.
prefect,
Wait. So a
that
prefect
new?
got haircut by the disciplinary teacher? Wait a second.
Yep.
Wait a second.
So that's why everybody was scared.
Wait a second. Okay, that's story of the Super Weekend for me.
Story of the Super Weekend for you. Now, I have another story here. Mika. 97 frags. He just needs 3 more to get into the golden triple digit that every marksman of the game has been eyeing for. So far, Mika following the footsteps of Voki and even at times outshining Voki. Insomnus, you know, I thought he actually learned his lesson, but apparently not so. It's going to be moving up ahead. So, as for now, just taking a little bit of a slow cruise. Homebois, finally getting into the containers, as well as the warehouse over on the southern side of George. While on the corners of Primos, it's all fine and dandy for VXM FANX. So, as it currently is, it feels like everybody is just going to go on very separate ways, very quiet cities, and that silence is now disrupted by Putra.
And also, Putra onto Sam. So that one knockdown, then Putra will finish off Sam. So it's going to be first blood for SEM9.Gank, who I think they choose to drop around areas of Yasnaya, if I'm not mistaken. So Insomnus getting the signal, he will retreat. So he's not going to play in that area. He's going to go back into home grounds of school. And this will be his current stay point. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy to go to school, not like most other kids.
Well, they don't have a choice sometimes. But then again, you know, now everything is virtual learning. Everybody learns whether if they're in school, in a classroom, or just by the bedside, you know. I think that's absolutely convenient, where times definitely have changed throughout, you know, the current circumstances of what's happening around the world. I'm not going to go deep into that pool, but at least it goes to show that everything sometimes needed a little bit of change in order to still function perfectly. So I would say the same about this current situation where all the teams are currently contending, right? Like you have teams who need to adapt to many of all these scenarios that to stay with the same sort of plan, game in, game out. If you're doing the same thing all over again, that's insanity, right? Like it's basically not showing any sign of improvement. So I guess this is what makes PUBG Mobile always interesting. Every game scenario is going to end a very different way for all the teams out there. But it's definitely impressive to see teams that are on the top there maintaining their composure, always adapting to every scenario to get to that chicken dinner.
But you know what else is interesting?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay, it's a prefect getting a haircut from the disciplinary teacher. That's what's interesting, I tell you that. Yeah, you're gonna hear that from me. You're gonna regret the day you told me the story now that we're going up on broadcast. So, ladies and gentlemen, now you know prefects are not perfect. I'm just saying.
Yep, that's why they misspelled that word, I guess. Somebody must be dyslexic to come up with that. And somehow put it all together. Well, nobody's perfect, if to really put it into context. I know we're going far and wide, but currently nothing going on other than a dropout coming from EVOS VIP. So, now, perfection. What is perfection?
Definitely Contra's haircut, although he thinks it's not. But what's also the other perfection is that how VXM is definitely playing. They travel all the way from Farapia, now they're close by with school, they're going in the middle. So you can see that also the fact that they move into the middle, it just shows that VXM has now a very, very high confidence when it comes to playing. Before this, they played passively. But right now, it's like, okay, let's go smack in the middle. That's how things have changed for them. And this is the perfect scenario that they want.
Indeed, and now speaking of perfect scenario, that's a perfect shot coming in from Maki. Red dot sight and ready to take them all on with the M416. Yoodo Alliance having a little bit of a tough call at the very least to get right by. At least they're safe only for this temporary measure on top of the hill. Remember this, any teams opt to like this current place where Yoodo Alliance is currently camping out. Meanwhile, other teams looking to dock by into Rozak. It seems like for rivals, they're getting surrounded by Homebois, Farang Legends eventually, and also Team Secret. SEM9 still holding in towards the northern east side. Now heading more towards the central areas at the very least. Sandcorn just playing with a little bit of the drift. And maybe he's just doing a popcorn delivery. So if you guys haven't heard yet, Sandcorn sells popcorn. Just head to his Instagram and you'll find out more. Not trying to promote him all too much, but it does taste good. Just saying, you know.
Well, I'm still waiting for my sample. I'm just saying. But what we're also waiting for is what will happen to RSG versus SMG. Now, they're passing by with each other. Same goes for GeekFam. Now, they are on the outskirts of Pachinki, this seems. And they're going to go to Team Secret and move out of Pachinki, playing at some of the hills. GeekFam somehow stops around the areas of Pachinki. So it could be a fight between Team Secret as well as GeekFam.
This feels like deja vu all over again. GeekFam's rotation this season have put them into some interesting spot. And oftentimes, they try to contest that same compound. So Team Secret should be very much ready to take them on. Now, only 2 players taken out by SEM9 as well as VXM FANX. SEM9 now upon that hill, just trying to catch a little bit of glimpse of any sort of movement coming from the rest of the team as it still stands. Phase 2 seems to be a little bit of a slow run as compared to what we have had for the past few matches.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right? And also considering that this is the last game for today, but maybe because it's not the last game of the entire Super Weekend. So everyone's still playing as if like, okay, we are still at the early stages, whereby everyone plays a little bit more safely. But for Team Secret, looks like it's not going to be super duper safe for them. They try to make the first move onto GeekFam, just giving out those warning shots. So this will ensure that GeekFam doesn't try something too fishy and try to maybe put that aggressive move onto Team Secret. So far it's going to be okay for these two teams. It's just going to be an exchange of shots, but don't expect anything big for them, at least for this circle.
Not at all. Still not going to benefit anyone even if they get a pick. It's easily negated with a simple pickup. EVOS VIP playing with 3, just like how they did in the past match. Now, defending school with 3 members, not that easy, but we've seen it before. That they only have 2 members left, and they still make it into a certain top 5 standing. And I think this is the EVOS VIP special throughout this season. They picked up perfect opportunities to come in as third parties, and I think EVOS VIP is one of the best defensive team as well when it comes down to compound security. It's like they've been learning throughout school to become security guards. Well, of course, that's still a great job. And now with the spray down, getting shot from where though? Oh, it's coming from Zizo. Here goes VXM.
So it's going to be a 3v4 scenario. VXM, they are hot at this moment, but in some this match get a knockdown to Eta, so that's going to be a 3v3 scenario. Match get another knockdown. Luxy now super low, needs to recover himself. Razo is going to come in for the backup, and they'll finish out Maki in the process. Razo will take out one, Maki will be out, and now it's going to be a 3v2 scenario with Eta calling out for help.
Insomnia's coming in with confidence as well. He's going to be pushing right in. There's only going to be one corner where VXM can actually play in. Here goes Wolf AROV as well. They are about a corner now to get on that fight. And this is going to be a huge wave of teams that will be crashing right in. Mile is the first one to drop. Calamity tries to secure the kill. But we're big wraparound side. He falls as well. Here comes the cavalry arriving as Wolf AROV wants to put in. 1 HP left. No, John wants to secure the kill.
One more shot.
Yet he will get one more.
Oh my goodness, my heart almost fell off. John managed to get a final shot there onto Mile, and now looks like VXM, they consider themselves winning this fight, although they lost 2 team members in the process. But now we move on to R2K versus Team Wales, and Stuart 9K with a long range shot coming in, but he cannot spot out where his opponents are at. At the same time, we can see that Insomnia's with a grenade eliminator. Wolf AROV is on the 16th place, no points for them for this round, but we're not done yet. NSP has been knocked down. Ziggs trying to find his target, but he cannot locate them. It's going to be a 3. Wait. What? So Team Wales, only Stuart 9K left. R2K managed to win the fight at the hill.
And look at this. EVOS VIP still surviving. Team Wills just getting crashed upon by AIG R2K. You know, all that silence for a little bit definitely was worth the wait, as we got massive fights happening across the center. First AK now being popped. Stuart 9K still stuck by the corner. No vehicles left for him. Aizen looking for those angles by the tree. And he's only down to what? 1 first aid. An energy drink just to charge up. Now he's gonna be picked off. So Team Wales, are they gonna survive though? Seems like it.
Well, yeah, for now. So still at 9K, that was his last first aid at this moment. So now he has no more first aids. If we look at the position of Team Wales, he's on the outside, and this is a confirmation. Team Wales is out. Still at 9K was the last team member. Now we move back into school, whereby the headmaster is not around, the disciplinary teacher is not around, and the boys are running wild. Still a 3v2 scenario, but VXM not interested to be caught by the disciplinary teacher.
Well, I guess that is a little bit of a tight shave right there. Calamity is by the broken wall. This is where they will start lobbing grenades at Luxy 98. And it just bounces off the wall. Could have lined it a little bit more properly. Well, Team Secret knows there's a little bit of an action going on. They're not butting in just about yet. So, VXM FANX, they say, okay guys, we're going to play truant. We're just going to leave this compound up to you.
Yeah, so they know it's not going to be worth it to extend the fight here because it's not in the circle. And now Razo just scopes out. He probably can see the vehicle, but whoa, check this out. When you thought school was a party place, Razo is the true party place.
That's right. This is where SEM9 climbs right up. Still has Snap on the ground, but they are clearing out Team Secret first, taking down Matoy. What a rush coming out of SEM9. Now able the mayor of the town is not entirely all too happy. Insomnia's now taking out Calamity. So 1 player removed, and that's what you get for running away from school. So RG now lobbing that nade. Snipes now down on the ground, trying to trade right back onto Batman. Well, shots are being fired from the top. I think that's coming from 4 rivals as well. Team Secret on the other opposing end is trying to chip right into the cross. That grenade finds him. Now, Damroot tries to secure the kill. Batman tries to go in for the save, and that's going to clip a little bit more HP. Damroot still protecting himself very well. Zakes now taking the fight against Axis Red 1.
Oh, and Haynoop now is all alone. Haynoop's not alone. So we have 6 all alone right here. At the time, we can see that Damroot moving out of Fredo. Now the long range coming in from Isaac for another angle. Trying to take them out one by one. Bags having out by I now. Okay, the zone is closing in. So 6 as well as Axis, they need to make a move now. Axis, they still have a full squad still intact. Volky will toss out the nade on the side of 6, but it will not connect. And now Axis, they decide to move. This is the 4th circle going to the 5th circle. They need to be careful of the damage coming out of this zone. So Access, move in, and they should be in the clear.
Okay, taking a little bit of drift, but look at Isaac, though. This is a perfect position for him to go in for the punish, but they are looking to crash upon him. He managed to dodge, though. And more 5 angles. Mika will eventually find him, and Haynoop just go in for a crash. That's going to be the vehicle eliminator for the moment, while Fardo continues to do work inside of the town of Rozhok. Now, Team Secret, as much as they're left with 2, they're playing gatekeepers right now. It's like, do you have a free pass? I've been allowed to the city. So, EVOS VIP goes in to take another one. They're already leaving school. Everybody's shifting into the town of Rozhok. I'm glad. This season, we see a couple of all these circles going to Rozhok for multiple times. As compared to Pachinki, it definitely is a little bit more of a different challenge. Now, Sandcorn!
Ooh, that was a really close one, but Sidecor's not letting them go. And now NC, they're being pressured by the zone at the same time. Sidecon now with 1 tick of health left for Banks, and Sidecon will take down Banks. 3 more team members still active, and Sidecon can, if he moves him forward, he can finish them off. But then again, there's a slope there that actually covers TABAH NC, so they can see them. But on the other side, EVOS VIP sees TABAH NC, takes out 1 by 1. Luxy takes out Banks. Rise up, being taken out by Luxy as well. He gets 2 down that man. Looks like Homebois, they want to kill still this. At the same time, we can see that Luxy wants to connect those shots because he want to get those elimination points in the bag. But at the same time, he must consider that the zone is not on their side. EVOS VIP will still need to move. Rush being taken out by Sidecon, and Sidecon being taken out by the other side from, not too sure where this shot come from, but it should be from EVOS VIP. And EVOS VIP, they're still on the outside. They're trying to take out Homebois. They need the points in for EVOS VIP.
The match have also spot out Nai and Aoki. As much as they lose those pointers from TABAH NC, they're glad to take this one. Now they're having 7 frags, and this is without Samzi, who dropped out much earlier from school. I think there's still a little bit of chance for them to go in to revive Naoki if he just crawls right through, but there's not too much time. Phase 5 already closing in. Everybody has to make a move, including EVOS VIP. John, all alone in the middle of nowhere, though. Insomnia's here to pop off once again. While Farang Lejund, they just sweep by the water town, just holding by the edges out there. Well, oh my goodness gracious! That frag coming out of Homebois. They just arrived in the city. Now they are taking on Team Secret with only iShots left remaining. He's got a UMP as well as M4 down. The angles are not right. He gets it. 1 HP clutch. 1 HP clutch. I repeat, 1 HP. And iShot still going at it. It's GG. He finally saves the day.
Oh, good thing that's a GG there. Now we move on to EVOS VIP versus Access. Red 1 is going to be a, what is this, a 3v4 scenario. So we see Razor together with Luxy, but not too sure where Insomnia's is at. But what we're sure is that this place is not in the zone. They need to make a fast move in order to be caught up by the blue zone. But can they move because Access is right in front of them? But at the same time, we can see that Drax takes out Miracle. Inside Rozhok, Luxy will drive inside to the other side where Rozhok is at, but he'll be in the open area. Insomnia's will move in together with Luxy as well, but Katsas to spot them out. Now Access, they can take those long range shots. Access definitely by the edge of the circle. At the same time, we can see the vehicle will be blown up, but you need to be careful. On the left side is Farang Lejund, kind of helping EVOS VIP.
But they're not really in the clear. Look at them getting all this red. And look at that. Haynoop just unleashed that DP spray down. It's Team SMG, they're on the 10th spot this time. Jimmy OP trying to go in for the pick. Insomnia still surviving though. Love all these smokes being utilized and they still cannot even get clearance. Rip Boy is the one to turn party.
Farang Legends now with the tapping with the long range shot, but then again, Farang Legends, they need to move as well, so they can't spend too much time tapping it away. Same goes for the side of Axis Red 1. EVOS happy, actually made a YOLO move, and now they are right smack in the middle of the circle, and everyone else in Rosal will need to move out, including SEM9.Gank, with the seed up here with the long range shot coming out to 4 rivals still on the outside of Rosal. There is 50 more seconds, the nade coming in, taking out Batman. RSJ is out of this round.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. SEM9.Gank has hold on very long inside the city, and they've already got 6 frags out there. 9 points in for EVOS. Well, I wasn't counting at all, and look at them just getting numbers after numbers and still surviving. This is determination to improve, and look at the rest of them. Now, Axis Red 1, they're going on that rotation. Here comes payback time. They're trying to crash right in, and that's where it's heavy punishment. Nemika, he gets shredded out as well. Luxay takes them all out.
They're not done yet. They were trying to take out the entire Access squad. And yes, Access Red 1, they fell. But then the Farang Legends coming as the third party. Now Insomnia is the last man standing now. For EVOS Rappy, we have Rebel Boy on the other side. Jimmy is trying to move in. It's going to be a 2v1 scenario, but Rebel Boy being shot from SEM9.Gank from the other angle. Jimmy moves in, and now it's going to be Jimmy versus Insomnia. Jimmy takes one out. Insomnia still alive. He needs to win this fight against Jimmy. Jimmy with an F4 spray coming in. And Farang Legends takes out EVOS Rappy 6th place, 11 points for EVOS VIP.
It's a daredevil play that actually paid off well and played well for Jimmy. Now it's a top 5 for Yoodo Alliance. Consistency here for the team that needs those points. Farang Legend, they walked out with a huge frag of numbers. And that's 3-pointers by just taking on EVOS VIP alone. They are now taking over the same spot, right smack in the center. But the problem is there's no cover at all. They have to rely on all these broken vehicles to temporarily measure for the moment, while 4 rivals, they are securing all the outskirts from the northern side. So, as it currently stands, SEM9.Gank may not have the best position. They have to exit out of the city. GeekFam now having shots fired from Putra.
And SEM9.Gank, they have a little bit of a high ground advantage here, but they don't really have the circle. They can just play by the edge of it, so we'll need to wait and see where the circle goes. But are they looking at the long range shot coming in? But Snipes with the long range shot, he'll be countered by QB will be taken out. That means that GeekFam is out at 4th place. 2 elimination points for them. We're now down to the top 3 teams. And these three teams have a shot at the title.
Now they're rushing forward as well. They know that they have to push upwards. Not an option to take on 4 rivals just about yet, but 4 rivals wants blood, and they will find it. Crosshair pointed at Al-Ikhlas, needing to find that pixel angle. Al-Ikhlas still hiding behind the broken vehicle, now pops a couple more smokes while the rest of 4 rivals are currently prowling in the middle of open. Trying to restock is going to be Pamburu there, going in for all the level 3 kills that he can get to get an edge against all the enemies. But I wonder what's inside the crate that he could possibly will to take everybody on. If it's going to be an LMG, that is going to be great to just shut off SEM9 from proceeding forward. And Farang Legend, they do have a little bit of cover here. I fancy their chances to get a Nerd Chicken Dinner.
Yeah, it's possible for them, but let's not write off the other teams as well. Let's see what's going to happen here. Now, Jax being knocked down by Pamburu, but he's on the outside, but Pamburu may finish off Jax, and yes, April will be the one to finish off Jax. Now, 4 rivals, it's going to be a 3v3v3 scenario, so it's still anyone's game to get a chicken dinner. The circle doesn't really favor anyone at this point, but April will not run by Jimmy. It's going to be a 3-way war here. Putra still putting pressure on the 4 rivals. 4 rivals can still recover themselves, bringing them back up to 3 if Riff gets the right one, but no, Putra will say no to this, and there you have it, 4 rivals. It's the 1-man down team.
And look at how smart Farang Legends is playing. Whatever vehicles that's still left that's working, they use it as a moving barricades, inching little by little. Now SEM9, they have to climb down. They do have a little bit of the edge of the circle now, having to take on the Farang Legend. Putra confidently pops his head out, not having any regards of Farang with the flank. I love all these smokes being set up. It's gonna be Pamburu now being picked up by Onyx Luke. But the grenades are flying right in from Pamburu as well. Needing for a reset. How much time can be bought here for Farang Lejund? Now SEM9.Gank is the one with the driver's seat. For Rivals, no time to even go in for a salvation attempt. Well, Deb pushing forward. This might just be the perfect chance. The golden opportunity. More points in. 10 frags already for SEM9.Gank. Now they are trying to go for a little bit of a extended trade. On the side, it's Putra taking them on. And they're going for the scissor attack. Deb takes an energy drink. Still has time to just, of course, get rehydrated. Well, the nades are flying right in. This could be a really tough game for either or because SEM9.Gank has that perfect vision.
Yes, SEM9.Gank has that vision. They have the high ground. They have a little bit of the circle. So a little bit of advantage to them. For Rivals, what are they going to do about this? They are on the outside of the circle. They are furthest away from the circle. So that means they will feel the blue earlier than any one of them. It's now down to Riff as well as Pamburu, the 2-star man here, with 6 frags on their side. As compared to SEM9.Gank, they have 10 frags, so they have the momentum on their side. Oh, Putra, almost an overpeak there, but then again, Pamburu, he will be taking out the blue now together with Riff. But at the same time, Pamburu, yes, confirmed, being taken out by the zone. Now Riff is actually taking it out. Is he going to give himself to the zone? This will be the question mark here. But here it is, a confirmation that is now down to the 2 teams, SEM9.Gank versus Farang Lejund.
This is what I love about Rose of endings, because it can definitely turn around at any given moment. Both sides going prone, only Dead by the corner of the wall. So he's gonna be able to spot some of these movement across those grass. A little bit more smokes into the middle. So Mamparang, Putra, they will deny all the vision that's left available. Ricky, slowly proceeding forward. This is phase 8 closing in as well. So now you're really going in for the pick. 1 versus 2, down to Jimmy.
Well, it's going to be a Jimmy show if he can actually do it, but they have the high ground here. Def have the high ground. They're going to move here. Jimmy will take down the shot, and there you have it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner goes to SEM9.Gank. This time with a total number of 12 elimination points for SEM9.Gank. That is a lot there, and that gives them 27 points in total for this Irango game. Congratulations, SEM9.Gank is back with that chicken dinner.
The one, the only SEM9.Gank to stay afloat and further proving a point to those out there that have doubted them throughout the entirety of the season. So far, this is the best week that we've ever seen coming from the Tigers here. So I guess we'll have a little bit more conversation going. Yesterday, it was back-to-back chicken dinners to really put them on the spotlight, of course. So with that being said, we look at the other teams here who took out multiple fights. The one on the lower board is TABAH and C Team Wheels as well as both AROV. And you see, SEM9 remains to be consistent for pure on, and they're poised to make that perfect run into the finals.
Well, absolutely. They've been kind of missing today for SEM9.Gank, but now coming back into the last game, at least they get this chicken dinner. At least they end the day on a high. So this is a good feeling that you want to have before you end the day, so that when you start fresh tomorrow, you bring that positive feeling together. And who knows, this could be that push to the League Championship. We cannot write SEM9.Gank off yet at this moment, but SEM9.Gank, 4,715 damage. Amazing play by them. Let's check out what actually happened in this highlights.
That definitely was a very close call between Farang Lejund, SEM9, and you look at Farang's journey was pretty impressive as well. They have to take that 1v1 battle. It was Jimmy versus Insomnus, and once again, heading to the final battle against SEM9, it was also Jimmy there to be the last member standing for Farang Legends. But yet again, Spotlight is on top of SEM9 because they took over Rozok Hills, and then after that, they managed to shove out 4 rivals at the end, and it seemed like they were the team to really take everybody out of the city.
Yeah, they had the high ground advantage. They had a little bit of the circle at the final building towards the end of Rozok, and it's all vantage point for them. So the moment they had that circle, it was kind of their game to lose. Imagine the circle actually went the other way, went towards the side of Farang Legends. They will be forced to go out. Yes, it's not going to be that difficult because they have that vantage point advantage, but it's also quite tough because they need to be careful of 2 teams on the left side and on the right side. So you need to split your attention to 2 teams, and that's always not good. And when it becomes a 3-way battle, the team that moves first naturally loses. But, well, the fact is that they got that circle, they had the high ground. It was a nice game to lose.
That's right, and that definitely concludes our final game of the evening. That means there's only 1 more day of matches. That's 5 games for you for tomorrow. But before we even wrap up the entirety of the show, we got to take a look at the standings to see who inches closer to be securing the very first slot for the C League itself. So currently as it stands, we are looking at better performances coming from 4 rivals in the final round. We've also seen Farang Legend doing exactly the same. And we really have to count number of frags at the very end of that match because we haven't really seen too much coming out of 4 rivals as compared to all of the other teams. And SEM9 was the one that takes high frag volume, and the other team being EVOS VIP.
Yeah, so I think the top 2 frags was EVOS VIP as well as SEM9.Gank. The rest of them, yeah, maybe they got a good number of frags, but it isn't as many as this. I remember EVOS VIP, the last we saw them was 10 frags, and SEM9.Gank was 12 frags, so they're kind of close there, but we're going to get a confirmation later on. And oh yeah, so here's the confirmation. So SEM9.Gank with 12, EVOS VIP with 11. So these are the top 2 fragging teams in this round, and the rest of them, of course, Farang Legends coming in at 2nd place, and the 4 rivals coming at 3rd place, both with 5 and 6 elimination points, totaling it up to a decent number, and then it moves down the pecking order, GeekFam, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I also have bad news for Team Secret fans out there. Look at this. This is 0 points, and its Axis keeps on climbing every single game. So I'm definitely concerned for Team Secret right now. Now, tomorrow, they will have to continue to push and propel their way upwards. And today, no chicken dinners out there. As much as they have been relatively consistent, this is still gonna hurt their chances here. Not only for that PMGC title, it's for that C League slot that we're talking about here.
And well, again, ladies and gentlemen, again, Putra, 5 MVPs already. So is this the same amount as, how do you compare it again? I kind of forget, but I think that was another one with 5 MVPs in another team. So it's going to be the same amount now, or he's up there, definitely up there. So 5 MVPs for Putra, happen to be 5 eliminations in this round, but the total amount of damage output shows that an average of 200 damage per elimination, meaning that he actually did a lot of work putting out those damages, and his teams maybe, well, they had some fun stealing it away from Putra.
Or it could be every single knock he gets, he immediately tears them down. So, you know, that's 100 HP and another 100 out there, so it definitely all adds up to the table. Now, that's maximal survival time as compared to the rest of the games. This is the longest game that we have as compared to the other games inside Farang, though. So that's definitely a good fact. And when we look into the standings right now, wow! Wait a minute. They are now tied with PXM FANX. 129 points, and because of the back-to-back chicken dinners that they got the other day around, they're currently in top 1. SEM9.Gank, the one, the only, back on that #1 spot.
Interesting. So VX and FANX, well, don't feel too disheartened. I mean, they're the underdog team, they're still up there, so they'll be happy with their performance. RSG coming at first spot with 89 points, Team Secret 4th place, 86 points, not moving. And now we move on to page number 2. EVOS VIP moved up, and now they got 68 points. TABAH NC, 10th place, 65 points. Team WULF, the only team with a chicken dinner on the page 2. 11th place, 62 points. Homebois, 12th place, 58 points. 30th spot goes to SMG, 53 points. And 14th place, Yoodo Alliance, 51 points already. They are just a few points off of taking over Team Bosco. That is a team that I want to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Now we look into the team summary. I want to see how much more points of eliminations Farang Legends can actually get by the end of our final day of the match. So, as it stands, 307 is a high record here. Comparing to the other season, I wonder who actually tops this record right now. So, as we look into the top 3 eliminator, it has to be Al-Ikhlas with 60, but both KLP alongside Wika, they are already catching up.
Yeah, and talking about hairstyles, as our earlier conversation was, just look at our 3 top eliminators. They have pretty similar hairstyle, almost. You know, sometimes I get confused between Boki and Micah.
Yeah, indeed. It's like it's his younger sibling in a sort of way. But then again, you look at Al-Ikhlas, it's like they have this hairstyle that's shelved towards the right. Of course, from the camera, it will look towards the left. So the similarity is this: all 3 players here favors that M416. So this has been the weapon of choice for many pro players out there because it's so versatile that you can put any sort of equipment and you're good to go. But for this weekend, this is your top 5 MVP.
Right, so Putra is top 1. How can you deny this? Highest eliminator, highest, well, not the highest total damage. Is it the highest? Yeah, it's the highest total damage, and of course, highest survivability time. Not the highest, so we have Calamity, but that's all right. So he got 2 categories, the highest out of 3, so that puts him at the top spot. Kid moves on to top 2, Adilut 3, and this is where, again, this team needs more mention. VX and FANX, 2 of their players getting the top 5 MVP. Again, this is a team that is so underrated before this. Like, at least even like Farang Legends coming into the PMPL, people will think, oh yeah, Farang Legends, they have a good reputation. As compared to VXM FANX, VXM Slumber, they called themselves before, this is a big achievement. But talking about achievement, overall rankings, this is where it matters.
That's right, Axis Rate 1 still at the top of the table as Farang Legend have been able to give chase against Team Secret. It's only 5 points of difference between them as well as TS. And for rivals, they're going up and up as well. So any of these top 4 teams still can make the clearance up there. EVOS, VIP, SMG, that will make them in the top 5 as well as top 6. Now, SEM9, look at them go. Remember they were on the bottom of the standings on the early weeks? Now they're on number 7. This is impressive, and it's only 2 points away from EVOS VIP. TABAH NC, they won't be able to overtake SEM9 anytime soon. So this is where we make a little bit of cutoff point, but GeekFam is here to stay. 270, and right behind them, AIG R2K.
Yeah, so far Axis slightly widened the gap, but we're not done yet. Of course, we still have tomorrow. Now, before I go to, you know who am I going to talk about. Number 11, RSG, 266 points. Number 12, VX and FANX, 235 points. Impressive run from them. Number 13, Homebois, 215 points. Number 14, Team WULF, 196 points. WULF AROV at 15 with 176 points. Team Boss, 145. Now, Yoodo Alliance, 128. So they are 17 points behind Team Bosco. So 5 more games to go. Yoodo Alliance just need to get 70 points in 5 games. So that's an average of about, say, 4 games, 4 points per round. Definitely very doable for them, but it's still not comfortable yet. They still need to work hard to get that 4 points average per round. That will happen tomorrow. We'll see how it will turn out.
I hope that they make magic happen right there, because one chicken dinner will definitely secure at least that 16 point, because you got to knock somebody down to get that chicken dinner. So now, not only do we see who managed to make it to the grand finals out there, it's about who secures that C League title. So that is for us to find out for tomorrow. And with that being said, I guess that we will be closing off the entirety of the night right here, as the PUBG Mobile Pro League is still going to be having a lot more for us to talk about here. But let's pass it over to Sis Jenny, because she will be speaking to SEM9.Gank.
Hai, Assalamualaikum Drax.
Hai, Waalaikumsalam.
Hello.
Hai.
Tahniah buat kemenangan chicken dinner for the last match of the day.
Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih.
Alhamdulillah. Sama. Cuba Drax terangkan tentang gameplay tadi.
Terangkan gameplay tadi. Sebenarnya kita orang memang tak tahu orang buat apa tadi. Kita orang bergantung pada nasib. Alhamdulillah nasib menyerbahi kita orang, rezeki orang kata kan. Tiba-tiba Mak dapat idea, jom kita langgar rosok. Aku nak jadi rahsia, nak kill hari ni. Kita orang pun terus keluarkan meta baru. Langgar je. Kita orang langgar kat rosok tu, mati-mati lah. Macam tu.
Korang langgar kat Rozok tu rumah Team Secret yang korang langgar.
Kita orang tak tahu sebab tak ada pula label Team Secret kat atas tu. Langgar lah sampai ada langgar je. Macam mana terjumpa, jodoh lah kot.
Bagus-bagus jawapan tu. Okay, best. Okay, next question. Sis nak tanya, kenapa tak pergi Sebening?
Kenapa tak pergi Sebening ya? Itulah nak abang ni, cerita dia ni. Tadi flight pas jauh. So, kita orang tengok time tengah terbang tu, circle pop belah tengah sikit kan. Lagipun kita malas nak pergi Sebening, jauh sangat. So, kita ambil jalan singkat lah, malah fikir panjang. Duduk je kat Yasnaya atau rumah tepi-tepi. Macam tu lah.
Tu cerita dia, saya tak tahu.
Tu lah cerita nak abang ni. Tu cik tak tahu pasal apa tu.
Masih bilang sis. Okay, ni soalan panas. Apa kesukaran buat SM9 pada season ni? Ada kesukaran tak?
Panas kalau panas kena buka aircon lah jap. Kalau kesukaran dia, kita orang ni macam untuk minggu pertama lah kan. True story kan ni. Untuk minggu pertama kita tak perform ke apa ke sebab kita orang kekurangan motivasi dan confidence dalam diri. Dan semangat dalam team tu kurang semenjak tak ada arwah. So dia yang bagi semangat kat kita orang. Dia tunjang lah. Orang kata backbone untuk team ni. So bila dia tak ada, benda tu jadi kehilangan lah untuk team. So kita orang start semangat dah. So bila ada datangnya ada orang bagi semangat macam tu. So bila dah dapat semangat dah balik, insyaAllah kita dapat perform lebih baik. So kita belajar lah daripada kesilapan yang sebelum ni. Kita buang, kita reset, buka buku baru, tulis benda baru.
Bagus. Manfa tak kasih semangat ke? Dia kan
Manfa pun tak ada semangat.
Tadi kan ada orang give up. Dia kata lepas dia knock kan, dia keluar badan dia.
Itu pun dah tunjuk dah contoh yang tak semangat.
Apa? Siapa itu?
Putra. Dia kena knock. Tak ada orang tembak dia pun. Lepas tu dia, aku malas main game ni tak suka aku doh. Aku buang barang aku semua. Padahal tak ada orang pun bunuh dia. Saya habiskan 10 smoke untuk dia tau. Lepas tu dia tak cakap terima kasih pun.
Tapi dia dapat MVP tau, top Terminator. So sebab dia tak payah nak koyak sangat.
Sebab saya revive dia. Kalau tak ada saya, tak ada orang nak layan dia. Dia tak cakap terima kasih dah tu.
Comel. Okay, last. Apa yang korang mengharapkan pada penyokong-penyokong SEM9?
Kita harapkan janganlah berharap sangat kat kita orang. Sebab kita orang ni biasa-biasa je. Tapi bila kita orang bangun, kita orang ganas. Team kita ganas kan. Ingat kau kita ganas, aku pun ganas tau. Walaupun tak ada kill, tak apa. Ganas dalam game, tak ada kill tak apa. So kepada family SEM9.Gank lah yang menyokong kita orang daripada dulu sampai sekarang. Terima kasih. Sebab korang, saya baca lah komen-komen yang bagi semangat apa semua. Walaupun kita orang start daripada slow sampai dah sekarang kan, naik sikit-sikit. So benda tu bagi semangat juga, bagi impact juga kat kita orang. Kita orang baca, ya korang still support. Walaupun kita orang tengah jatuh ni, dah kena bijak dah pun, still korang support. So kita bersyukur lah ada family macam korang ni. Terima kasih sebab support. Teruskan menyokong.
Baik, Drex. Perbualan yang sangat panjang dan cukup pasal viewers selalu nak lebih pada SEM9. Okey lah, so that's all. Thank you so much dengan Tanya. Next kali insyaAllah besok kita menang ayam lagi ya untuk tim awak.
Esok insyaAllah kita orang tak target tinggi pun. Kita orang nak juara liga je. So insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki tak ke mana orang kata. So kita orang takkan minda yang kita orang tengah selesa. Sebab kita orang nak lebih lagi. Putra dengan Dek ni nafsu kuat, so dia nak lebih lagi. So kita bagi.
Okey, kasih yang terlebih. Tapi buat masa ni kita kasih lebih pada analis. So thank you so much Rex. Thank you. Jumpa lagi insyaAllah. Okey, jom guys.
Kita jumpa banyak kali lah. Kita jumpa banyak kali lah nanti.
Tak habis tu. Aduh.
Dia buat macam Omer
Dia belum bilang lagi pasal cerita apa-apa lagi sampai dia tak buka. Aduh. Okay, so Khairul dengan Top jom kita sembang a quick one. Sorry. Tiba. Okay, tadi circle ni kita nampak orang atau banyak team yang actually push dekat school. So, saya terangkan Top.
Actually sebab bila simply because they see English pula. Sebab dia orang nampak dekat kill feed, nampak satu daripada EVOS dah dijatuhkan. Dan dia tahu EVOS punya checkpoint antara dua je, apartment ataupun school. Tak ada orang lain yang akan langgar situ kecuali circle memang tu kecil-kecil dekat situ. Dan apa yang dibuat oleh VXM dan juga WULF AROV adalah calculated move. Dia orang nampak, dia orang tahu dia orang sedang mencari kubu yang terlalu kuat sebenarnya, school yang ada 3 orang je. Jadi 4 victory sepatutnya mereka ada satu kemenangan kalau ikutkan trading system yang agak mudah, tapi disebabkan pertahanan daripada EVOS berjaya untuk menghalang. Dan sekali lagi saya rasa tak ada lagi yang berjaya untuk mencerobohi kawasan school daripada EVOS.
Kak Irul ada nak tambah ke tentang yang tempat school? Sebab tadi highlight tu memang mantap.
Ya, begitu banyak fight sebab mungkin ni pusingan yang terakhir untuk hari ini dan kita nampak pasukan yang masuk mengganas di dalam school ialah pasukan VXM dan juga WULF. Kita punya orang kata pemegang tahta tak langsung masuk ke perkarangan school iaitu Axis, kita boleh kata For Rivals, Farang Lejund, Team Secret. Diorang tak endahkan langsung perlawanan yang berlaku. Diorang lebih bermain secara selamat kita boleh katakan. Tapi apa yang berlaku di school ialah pasukan-pasukan yang memang mahu untuk menghabiskan hari mereka dengan satu fight yang memuaskan hati mereka. Jadi itulah pandangan saya mengenai perkara yang berlaku di perkarangan school.
Alright. Top ni pada pada yang terakhir tadi kita nampak EVOS dia macam gamble tau. Dia terus pecut masuk tengah. Maybe Top boleh terangkan tentang situasi tadi.
Satu gamble yang sangat-sangat pay off. Actually it's a calculated gamble. Sebab kalau dia nak langgar dekat tempat axis, kalau kita boleh ditunjukkan dengan grafik tu maybe, tempat axis tu adalah satu tempat yang kalau langgar lepas tu circle memang confirm bukan dekat situ sebab terlalu bucu. Jadi apabila mereka pergi ke tengah tu dan terus baling smoke, gamble untuk mendapatkan placement adalah tindakan yang sangat-sangat bijak. Nak langgar kat compound dah tak boleh sebab SEM9, For Rivals semua dah berkampung dekat situ. Dan tempat yang mereka langgar tu pun bukan calangan-calangan tempat. Belah kanan adalah bukit, belah kiri adalah low ground. Buat bunker menggunakan kereta dekat situ, baling smoke, hancurkan kereta. Sebenarnya mereka ada satu tempat yang cantik, tapi disebabkan terlalu banyak tempat yang menembak kawasan mereka. Jadi saya boleh katakan sekali lagi lah kan, EVOS ni dia kurang bernasib baik walaupun dia dah buat benda yang betul. Itu adalah satu benda yang saya boleh berani nak cakap lah. Walaupun mereka dah buat benda yang betul, tapi luck ataupun rezeki bukan milik mereka menyebabkan mereka tak dapatkan tempat yang cantik. Tapi so far mereka sangat konsisten dari segi decision making.
Alright. Khairul, pada grafik yang kita nampak depan ni, tempat mana actually is a good fishing point untuk farm kills?
Tempat yang paling baik saya rasa ialah kawasan untuk pasukan Axis sebab diorang di kawasan high ground, tak perlu untuk lihat belakang pun sebab belakang dia tu memang kawasan yang sangat-sangat terbuka. Sekali pusing pun memang nampak tak ada orang. Kalau ada orang lalu pun dia akan dapat tembak dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Untuk pemandangan di hadapan mereka sangat-sangatlah luas. Diorang boleh nampak daripada kawasan Farang Lejund, dia boleh nampak daripada kawasan dalam Rozok, dia boleh nampak kawasan yang berada di hadapan mereka itu kawasan lapang tengah tersebut. Tapi bagi saya, Axis dah pun lakukan yang terbaik untuk memancing seberapa banyak kill yang mereka mampu, seberapa banyak elimination yang mereka boleh dapatkan, dan kemudiannya kita nampak zone mengecil ke depan, jadi itu memaksa untuk Axis bergerak ke depan. Tapi kalau dalam persoalan untuk sis sebentar tadi, pada waktu ini kedudukan Axis yang paling terbaik untuk mengutip begitu banyak kill.
Okay. Topcast, tadi kita ada nampak permainan yang open macam ni atau no man's land ataupun tempat yang terbuka lah. So apa yang taktik yang paling cantik atau paling baik untuk main dalam circle yang begini?
First adalah cari compound. Selagi ada compound, lepak kat compound, sebab walaupun pondok kecil pun boleh menyebabkan hidup dengan agak lama sebenarnya. Macam mana SEM9 mendapatkan chicken dinner pada kali ini adalah mereka dapatkan compound tersebut. Saya tak pasti sebenarnya apa yang berlaku. Adakah compound itu adalah compound for rival? Sebenarnya saya rasa tidak. Tapi sebabkan compound itu adalah compound yang berbeza mungkin. Dan itu menyebabkan SEM9 mendapatkan chicken dinner. Dia okay, first dalam game ni kita kena ada info and then baru firepower. Apa yang mereka dapat adalah mereka tahu information dan juga mereka ada penguasaan terhadap open area yang ada sekarang ni disebabkan mereka ada compound. Bukan setakat compound yang boleh panjat 3 tingkat. Kalau kita tengok dekat sini, yes, thank you lah producer. Dan put dekat atas tu yang buat something ni sebenarnya satu kerja untuk memberikan information. Sini ada orang, kita lawan sini dulu. Macam Dep, dia pergi lawan dengan Farang Lejund, ambil adik Duk dulu, dapatkan, lemahkan tim Farang Lejund. And then for rival memang di-lock, dikunci habis-habisan oleh SEM9. Akhirnya tak boleh nak masuk circle disebabkan high ground mereka ada. Open area, cari compound, confirm. Memang senang sangat-sangat untuk menang sebenarnya.
Khairul, tempat for rivals ni sangat bahaya. Betul ke tidak?
Yap, saya sangat-sangat setuju dengan statement tersebut. Pasukan for rivals mempunyai kawasan yang paling kurang baik kita boleh katakan, sebab dia punya permukaan bentuk bumi dia lah. Kita boleh kata lerengan dia tak begitu deep, di mana pasukan daripada SEM9 terutama sekali put, dia ada satu kawasan advantage yang begitu tinggi. Dia boleh tembak pasukan for rivals dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Hanya bunker saja yang dapat membantu for rivals pada waktu ini. Manakala untuk tim Farang Lejund, diorang ada lebih baik punya kawasan lah. Diorang ada satu ledge ataupun satu lereng yang lebih mendalam ke bawah. Jadi dia dapat satu kedudukan yang sangat-sangat baik.
Alright, satu analisis yang sangat baik walaupun dia yang game terakhir kita. Dan sekarang kita akan balik ke table caster BI dan BM. Terima kasih.
Bye-bye.
And that is all that we have for the entirety of the night. We thank you guys for tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 4. And all of this is hosted by PUBG Mobile and FURS, organized by ESPN. And first of all, I'd like to also give thanks to all of our partners that are involved here to make the PUBG Mobile Pro League happen. And with that, we'd like to give thanks as well as shout out to our official smartphone partner, where you can challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi's Redmi Note 10 series. Get it now, where you can just easily order online. Where we also have to give thanks to our dear official media partners as well, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn exclusively on Esports Fight Club. On top of that, if you guys are having some free time out there and you guys want to catch up on your favorite series, anime, or even any reality show, go ahead, download WeTV right now, because they always have more to offer, and also they have best content across Asia. So with that being said, there's also some exclusive gifts for you guys if you were to scan that QR code right down below, and you could definitely switch to Yoodo and get all of this free in-game items here just by the click of your phone. So Yoodo, powered by Telco, they are our official digital telco partners for the entirety of PMPL. Now, I think it's been a long day so far, Sir Cloud. Tomorrow is the final day. Anything to say before we wrap it all up?
Well, expect a lot of excitement tomorrow because the race for the top is still open for at least 7 teams, and Yoodo Alliance is still not done yet. So the race for the bottom eliminator is still on as well. So expect a lot of these to happen tomorrow, and we will wrap up the league. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Plus, there will be a special show match tomorrow as well. So you want to know what show match it is? Find out tomorrow by tuning in early.
That's right. I guess that's all that we have for now. Till then, we'll see you guys for the final day of the PMPL Super Weekend before we head into the Grand Finals. So it's Contra here alongside with Sir Cloud. It's been a pleasure casting with you. So it's time for us to bid you good evening and good night.